trial that the American people want. It's not the fair trial the American people deserve. Thank you.
All right, so we've been listening to the Democratic impeachment managers. Actually, just two of them decided to speak, Chuck Schumer and Jerry Nadler. And, they're talking about the guidelines that have been spelled out by the Republicans now about how the trial is going to move forward. We found out whether or not there would be witnesses, and what we found out is that that would all be debated, witnesses and evidence. And so as of right now, it doesn't look like there will be witnesses, and that's primarily what they were complaining
Some
about.
Very tough words there from Adam Schiff.
Yeah, without witnesses.
It's a cover-up.
Then it's a cover-up.
Is what he said. Those were his words. And that the idea of having the trial last late into the night means that it's impossible to have a fair trial, is what Adam Schiff said. So we are expecting Chuck Schumer also in the 11 o'clock hour to take to that podium. We'll keep an eye out on that. Of course, live coverage of the impeachment of President Donald Trump begins at 12:30 on CBSN. So you'll want to stick around for that and stream us to any device that you can. We'll be on it. Stick around. We'll be right back.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow.
That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Chinese officials say the fast-spreading coronavirus has killed at least 6 people, sparking a renewed urgency to keep the lethal virus contained. The news comes after an expert confirmed the virus can be transmitted human to human.
Officials are also reporting that a woman in Taiwan has been infected after a trip to Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak. CBS News Asia correspondent Remy Inocencio has the latest.
Officials here in Wuhan have now designated 9 hospitals as treatment centers, including the one right behind me. That's on top of 61 fever clinics and an emergency expert team. Now, one piece of good news is that Chinese scientists say that they figured out the DNA sequence of this virus that opens up the possibility of treatments and potentially a vaccine. As hundreds of millions of Chinese residents migrate across the country to ring in the Lunar New Year, confirmation the virus can be spread between humans raises the possibility it can be transmitted more quickly and more broadly. That poses an even greater challenge for China and nearby nations to contain the outbreak. Travelers with masks, quarantine stations, and temperature checkpoints are becoming common sights at airports and train hubs across Asia. This man we spoke to outside a Wuhan hospital says it's difficult to contain the spread of the virus, but believes the government can handle it very well. The number of known infections has risen sharply since yesterday, topping 300 cases in China alone. At least 15 hospital workers in Wuhan have been diagnosed with the virus.
If, in fact, a person has infected a healthcare worker, that's obviously of some concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci from the National Institutes of Health says the human-to-human transmissions could be isolated incidents, but
when you get sustained transmissibility from one person to another, to another, to another, then you have a more serious problem, because then that would allow for a much broader type of an outbreak.
Now, the World Health Organization says they will assemble an emergency committee of experts. They will meet on Wednesday to decide whether this outbreak constitutes a global emergency and how best to contain it. Anne-Marie, Vlad?
All right, Ramy, thank you. Turning to Iraq now, where multiple rockets were reportedly fired near the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. According to Reuters, they landed near the embassy and other government buildings, but no casualties were reported. So far, no one has claimed responsibility. The U.S. blamed Iran-backed military groups for similar attacks earlier this month. Those were in retaliation for the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani.
In Puerto Rico, hundreds of angry demonstrators gathered outside the governor's mansion demanding accountability for island officials. The chants came after a blogger recently discovered a warehouse filled with unused Hurricane Maria aid in Ponce, a city heavily damaged by the recent series of earthquakes. 3 officials have been fired since the discovery, but demonstrators are now calling on the governor to resign, much like they did to former Governor Ricardo Rossello last summer. Governor Wanda Vasquez claims she was unaware of the warehouse and has ordered an investigation into the handling of all aid.
Meanwhile, chaos erupted along the Guatemala-Mexican border. Thousands of Honduran migrants in a standoff with Mexican forces after they tried to wade across a river by the border. They're being blocked from entering the country. The group says they're traveling in larger numbers to prevent being sent back to Honduras. But Mexico is under pressure by the U.S. to stop large groups from reaching the border. CBS News immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez sat down with migrant parents who are returning to the U.S. after being deported illegally. He's going to join us on Thursday to explain just how that happened and what comes next for the family. And we're getting a closer look at this secluded island where the late Jeffrey Epstein is accused of trafficking underage girls. Little St. James, off the coast of St. Thomas, was privately owned by Epstein until his death in August. But now the local government is suing his estate to gain control of it.
The new lawsuit is providing new details into how Epstein was able to make his alleged crimes go unnoticed for so long. CBS News correspondent Mola Lengi has more.
Well, there are really only 2 ways to get to this island, by helicopter or private boat. And that seclusion appears to have been by design, making it difficult for government officials to monitor Jeffrey Epstein's behavior on the island, and even harder for alleged victims who were brought here to escape.
Greta Thunberg is accusing world leaders of fueling the flames of climate change. Teen climate activists made the remarks while speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. She criticized world leaders for failing to fulfill promises to cut emissions.
She also said some goals that governments are setting are not going far enough.
We don't need a low carbon economy. We don't need to lower emissions. Our emissions have to stop if we are to have a chance to stay below the 1.5 degree target. And until we have the technologies that at scale can put our emissions to minus, then we must forget about net zero. We need real zero.
Thunberg sparked a worldwide youth movement in 2018 when she started skipping school on Fridays to protest in front of the Swedish parliament. Prince Harry is in Canada to start his new life with Meghan and their son Archie. The Duke of Sussex was seen landing in Vancouver Monday night after attending what is likely to be one of his last official royal engagements in London.
WestJet.
Yeah, WestJet. I did see that. I thought of you. Yeah, commercial WestJet.
So come this spring, the couple will no longer be full-time working royals. Elizabeth Palmer is outside Buckingham Palace with that story.
It's been a tumultuous couple of weeks, but it now does appear that Harry has definitively left his old life and started a new one, thousands of miles from Buckingham Palace.
Prince Harry, and yes, he still gets to use the title, arrived in Vancouver last night and was immediately whisked away to rejoin Meghan and 8-month-old Archie. Only hours before, Harry had wound up his job as a senior representative of the royal family at a conference on African investment. Harry and Meghan's exit likely means even more work for Prince William, the future king, who, with his wife Kate, was on duty at Buckingham Palace for the first time, primary hosts of a reception. The previous day, Harry had told a meeting of his private charity that there had been no option but to go.
We are taking a leap of faith, so thank you for giving me the courage to take this next step.
But this is not yet a clean break.
What are the loose ends?
Well, there are more loose ends than there are decisions. The outstanding one, of course, is the money. Who's going to pay for what? And probably the most outstanding of all is the security.
Keeping the young families safe is going to cost a fortune, and British or Canadian taxpayers are likely to get the bill. That's going to generate some anger on top of the resentment already simmering, most of it directed at the outsider in this story.
The British public opinion is that it's all Meghan's fault, that she has lured Harry away from us. She is the one that's insisted that they have a private life.
To qualify that a little, though, it's a generational thing. Older people may blame Meghan for taking Harry away. Younger people tend to just think the couple deserves a chance at a happy life, and they wish them well. Vlad, Emery?
Liz, thank you.
Senator Bernie Sanders is apologizing to former Vice President Joe Biden for an op-ed written by one of his campaign surrogates. The op-ed published in The Guardian claimed the former vice president has a, quote, big corruption problem.
In a CBS News exclusive interview, Senator Sanders says it is absolutely not his view that Biden is corrupt in any way. Ed O'Keefe reports.
The race for president across the country, and here in Iowa especially, remains a toss-up. So all the Democratic candidates are looking for some way to break through. The Sanders campaign thought they had something with this op-ed by Zephyr Teachout, a New York liberal and prominent supporter of the Vermont senator, who wrote that Joe Biden has a corruption problem for taking contributions from wealthy donors. She writes, middle-class Joe has perfected the art of taking big contributions, then representing his corporate donors at the cost of middle and working-class Americans. The op-ed was later circulated by the Sanders campaign. The Biden campaign quickly pounced, and other observers said this all sounds a lot like what happened to Sanders back in 2016, when his supporters would aggressively attack Hillary Clinton and more recently have gone after Elizabeth Warren and Biden. In that interview with CBS News last night, Senator Sanders called on his supporters to play nice.
Joe and I have strong disagreements on a number of issues, and we'll argue those disagreements out. But it is absolutely not my view that Joe is corrupt in any way. And I'm sorry that op-ed appeared to me. I appeal to my supporters, please, engaged in civil discourse. And by the way, we're not the only campaign that does it. Other people do, act that way as well. But I would appeal to everybody. Have a debate on the issues. We can disagree with each other without being disagreeable, without being hateful.
In response last night, Biden tweeted his thanks to Sanders and said that those kinds of attacks have, quote, no place in this primary. Biden's out here today holding at least 2 events in cold Iowa, while the senators go back to Washington for the impeachment trial. But Sanders is deploying a top surrogate in his absence. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will hold events for him here on Friday and Saturday. Anne-Marie and Vlad?
All right, Ed, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, which means it's a good time for you to download the free CBS News app on all your devices. Vlad is finger wagging. You can watch CBSN anytime, anywhere, on any connected device. The app is free. Our website is free as well if you just don't want the convenience of an app, and that's cbsnews.com.
Just go to that app store or the Google Play Store, download that app, and you can watch us all day long.
Yeah, on your smart TV, too.
We'll be right back.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
wherever we have to go,
We've just flown along the coastline.
whatever we have to do.
Tonight, police were throwing the first rounds of tear gas.
Every evening, we are focused
This is the main highway to the hardest hit areas.
on finding and telling the truth.
How does that hamper or hurt our national security?
Even among the ashes, you can see the signs of deforestation.
And earning your trust.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
In Health Watch, a pro-vaccination social media post leads to threats against an Ohio doctor. The backlash is related to her statement posted on TikTok, challenging the connection between vaccines and autism.
It comes as a recent poll finds 46% of Americans are still unsure about this debunked association. Dr. John LaPook spoke with a pediatrician about her post and the fallout.
We know that vaccines don't cause autism, and it's important for that message to get out there.
Dr. Nicole Baldwin says she was concerned about the impact of misleading anti-vaccine posts on social media, so she created this. Baldwin's TikTok now has more than 1.4 million views. She and her staff quickly became targets.
I have been the subject of a tsunami of negative comments on all of my social media. There have been negative, fraudulent reviews.
One social media user called Baldwin public enemy #1, and another commenter told the pediatrician to stop killing our kids with vaccines. Even though the overwhelming scientific consensus is that vaccines do not cause autism, 16% of parents with children younger than 18 say they still believe vaccines cause more harm than good.
One of the challenges we have in the era of the internet is there is really very little recourse.
Renee DiResta is a technical research manager at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
So what platforms have to be thinking about is what happens when the cost of physicians putting out statements to counter misinformation is that they themselves become the subject of harassment campaigns, of reputation harming campaigns, of misinformation campaigns.
In recent months, Congress has grilled social media companies for failing to stop the spread of misinformation. And in a statement, TikTok said, "We remove misinformation that could cause harm to an individual's health or wider public safety." As for Baldwin, she says she's standing by her message.
I'm not taking my post down. I'm not going to be bullied into submission.
In Money Watch, Uber is testing a feature that gives some drivers in California the ability to set their own fares. This move is an attempt to give more drivers control in response to the state's gig economy law. The new legislation requires companies to treat their workers as employees instead of independent contractors. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Postmates have raised more than $110 million for a planned bailout initiative this year, asking that voters exempt those companies from the bill.
Tesla is disputing allegations of unexpected acceleration in their vehicles, saying that a stock short seller was behind the claims. Now, at issue are roughly 500,000 vehicles made from 2013 to 2019. A petition filed last week claims that there were 127 complaints of sudden acceleration. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it will review the petition and decide whether to launch a full investigation.
Google and Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai is calling for regulation of artificial intelligence. In an op-ed for the Financial Times, he wrote about the importance of having government oversight, but he questioned the best way to approach it. His comments come as lawmakers and governments consider putting limits on how artificial intelligence is used.
Coming up in our next hour, senators prepare for opening arguments in the president's impeachment trial. We've got a look at what you can expect.
Plus, a CBS News exclusive with Senator Bernie Sanders, why he's apologizing to former Vice President Joe Biden.
And the latest developments in the ongoing coronavirus outbreak in China. Officials now say it can be transmitted human to human. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel?
Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
Where are you from?
Venezuela.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
Sola.
Sí, sola. ¿Dónde está?
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anne-Marie Green.
And I'm Vladimir Dutip. The third impeachment trial in U.S. history gets underway today as the Senate decides the future of President Donald Trump. This is a live look at Capitol Hill, where any moment now we're expecting to hear from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Of course, as soon as he begins, we'll bring you his remarks live. In the meantime, President Trump is in Davos, Switzerland, attending the World Economic Forum, but the impeachment showdown back in Washington is expected to overshadow his visit. He briefly addressed the trial earlier today.
The other's just a hoax. It's the witch hunt that's been going on for years, and frankly, it's disgraceful. But we look forward to being here. Klaus has done a fantastic job. And again, we're meeting with the biggest companies in the world, the biggest businesses in the world, and world leaders, all for the benefit of the United States. We look forward to
The trial is set to begin at 1 p.m. Eastern. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will formally introduce his resolution outlining the trial rules. Under the proposal, President Trump's lawyers and Democratic House managers would have 24 hours each to deliver opening arguments, and this could last over 4 days. We're going to switch over to Capitol Hill now, where it looks like the Democrats are speaking. Let's take a listen.
Before I get started on the issue at hand, the Supreme Court just announced that it would delay ruling on the administration's lawsuit against our health care law. It's a sharp reminder to the American people that while all this important business is going on, the President and the Republican Party is trying to take away Americans' health care. Woe is us if they succeed, either this year or next year. Now, let's get to the issue at hand. As you all know, President Trump is accused of coercing a foreign leader into interfering in our elections to benefit himself, and then doing everything in his power to cover it up. If proved, the president's actions are crimes against democracy itself. It cannot be overstated how serious this charge is. If Americans start believing that foreigners can affect and elect presidents or senators or governors, If foreigners can interfere in elections and determine the outcome instead of the American people determining the outcome, our democracy is vastly eroded. People will start losing faith in elections and the very wellspring and foundation of this grand and great nation that the Founding Fathers established more than 200 years ago. So, the charges, these are the charges we're being asked to try. For anyone who says, oh, this isn't serious or this is done all the time, no way. This president, in his abuse of power, is unfortunately unique and willing to abuse his power with fewer conscience qualms and far more readily and easily than any president we have seen, and by a long shot. And the only power that the American people have when a president abuses power, other than elections, is this impeachment process. We take it very seriously, very seriously. So, once Senator Inhofe is sworn in this afternoon, the ceremonial functions at the beginning of the presidential impeachment trial will be complete. The Senate must then determine the rules of the trial. The Republican leader will offer an organizing resolution that outlines his plan for the rules of the trial, which was only released last night. Amazingly, waited till the very end, and now we see why. It is completely partisan. It was kept secret until the eve of the trial. And now that it's finally been made public, it's obvious to see why Leader McConnell was keeping it so close to his vest. Because the McConnell rules seem to be designed by President Trump for President Trump. Simply executed by Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans. It appears that Leader McConnell decided to go along with the president's desire to cover up his wrongdoing. Hook, line, and sinker. It almost seems that the resolution was written in the White House, not in the Senate. The McConnell resolution is a blueprint for an impeachment trial on fast forward. It asks the Senate to sprint through the trial as fast as possible and makes getting evidence as hard as possible. The bottom line, Leader McConnell wants the process rushed with as little evidence as possible in the dark of night. He pushes the arguments into the wee hours of the night so American people won't see them. In short, again, the McConnell resolution will result in a rushed trial with little evidence in the dead of night. If the president is so confident in his case, then why won't he present it in broad daylight? If Leader McConnell and the Republican senators who have said he's done nothing wrong, it's perfect, why not while the sun is shining instead of at 2 a.m.? Well, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. Why not? On something as important as impeachment, McConnell's resolution is nothing short of a national disgrace, and it will go down in history as one of the very dark days of the Senate, not living up to its responsibility in obeisance to the president, not to the truth. Leader McConnell promised his trial rules. You've heard this for weeks. Let's enact the same rules as the Clinton trial rules. He said we're going to get started in exactly the same way. It turns out the McConnell rules are not even close to the Clinton rules. And there are many places where that happens. Unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution does not admit the record of the House impeachment proceedings into evidence. So McConnell seems to want a trial with no existing evidence and no new evidence. No evidence. You can understand why. It's because he's afraid of evidence. So is President Trump. So are the president's men. A trial with no evidence is not a trial at all. It's a cover-up. Second, Unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution limits presentation by the parties to 24 hours per side over only 2 days. Leader McConnell wants to force the managers to make important parts of their case in the dead of night. I've read the brief. It's about 45 pages. I commend each of you. It's a powerful document. Very hard to rebut. In fact, the president's brief doesn't even attempt to rebut it. Next, the McConnell resolution prohibits motions to subpoena witnesses or documents until after the senator's question period, and even then, it requires the Senate to overcome an additional hurdle by voting to determine whether motions to subpoena witnesses and documents are in order. So we've had some senators say, well, I'm going to vote for McConnell's resolution, but later I might vote for witnesses and documents. McConnell's very resolution puts many obstacles in the path of getting witnesses and documents even later. So Republican senators, don't fool us. Don't say you want to make it easy to vote for witnesses and documents at the end of the trial if you vote for this resolution. It makes it a lot harder. And finally, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution allows a motion to dismiss at any time during the trial. Now, we thought that the Clinton rules shouldn't apply. They were unfair to us. McConnell kept hugging the Clinton rules as his defense, but we now see that he didn't mean it. That what he wants to do is simply cover up for President Trump. So, starting this afternoon, immediately after Leader McConnell introduces his resolution, I will be offering amendments to fix its many flaws. The first amendment I will offer will ask that the Senate subpoena White House documents related to the charges against the president. Those documents include the records of meetings and calls between President Trump and the president of Ukraine, as well as those records created or received by Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Bolton, Mr. Blair, and other White House personnel about the decision to hold and release the military assistance to Ukraine. It's very possible, even likely, that some of these communications may have been with President Trump, between him and these people. That's why they're so important. No one can argue that these documents are not directly related to the charges against the president and should be reviewed by the Senate. The witnesses I've requested have gotten a lot of attention, and rightfully so. The documents are of equal importance. People should understand that the documents can shed as much light on why the aid was cut off, who did it, and how it evolved as the witnesses. And we feel very strongly that we need documents, and that's why it's our first call. I will then offer a series of amendments on the documents we requested, the witnesses we requested, and amendments to fix the most egregious departure that McConnell made in his proposed resolution from the Clinton rules. Let me be clear. We have no intention to be dilatory. There is no guarantee that Leader McConnell will allow these votes to take place later in the trial. So now, before any resolution passes, we must do it. We feel this is an obligation we have to the Constitution to outline what a fair trial would be, to not go along with a cover-up, with a sham trial. And we will do it. We will do it. Right off the bat, Republican senators will face a choice about getting the facts or joining Leader McConnell and President Trump in trying to cover them up. This is a historic moment. The eyes of America are watching. Republican senators must rise to the occasion. Senator Durbin. You're not on here, but oh yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. From this very first day of the impeachment trial, we learned that for Senator McConnell, political loyalty to this president is more important than respect for the Constitution, the integrity of the Senate, and standards of common decency and decorum which have been prevalent in this body from its start. With this organizing resolution outlining the course of the trial, Senator McConnell and those who enable him demonstrate that Republicans believe the American people are not entitled to judge for themselves whether President Trump abused the power of his office and obstructed this Congress in the discharge of its constitutional duties. Senator McConnell and those who enable him believe that if they hurry the proceedings, restrict the evidence, limit the witnesses, and force the whole enterprise into the midnight hour, they can conceal misconduct by the president. They believe the American people will not take notice. They're wrong. The American people are not asleep at the wheel of this democracy. They are wide awake to any senator or president who disrespects their constitutional duties or claims to be above the law. Donald John Trump, the impeached president, insists he is innocent, a victim of a witch hunt, a cruel hoax. Yet this president is unable and unwilling to produce any evidence or any witness in his own defense. Instead, America is subjected to an endless blizzard of mindless tweets from the White House and the ravings of the president's trusted legal counsel, the former mayor of New York City. For Senator McConnell and those who enable him, this self-serving foolishness passes for a credible defense. Under the principles of American justice, of course, the accused, in this case the president, cannot be compelled to testify. But the McConnell resolution goes to the extreme of attempting to limit the House managers from introducing into evidence the documents and sworn testimony that were produced even in the House impeachment proceedings. This McConnell resolution directly contravenes the rules followed in the Clinton impeachment trial. As of this morning, a majority of Americans are calling for this president to be impeached and removed from office. Even Senator McConnell's loyalty to this president and his corruption of this Senate trial cannot escape this stark reality. If Senator McConnell has his way, critical moments in this trial may not see the light of day, but they will not escape the light of history.
Senator Murray.
Well, thank you very much. Last week, my colleagues and I signed our names in the official Senate record affirming our promise to, quote, do impartial justice. It was a sobering experience, especially since Senator McConnell has explicitly said he would do the complete opposite. He said no to impartial justice in spite of the careful and thorough investigation the House conducted, in spite of President Trump's unprecedented stonewalling, which denied Congress access to key material witnesses and documents directly related to the president's actions during the House investigation, in spite of the president's continued refusal to provide any credible defense against the allegations against him, including in the trial brief we saw this weekend. And the majority leader's position has not changed despite new evidence made public in recent days, which lays out a complex web of falsehoods and corruption surrounding the president's actions in Ukraine. And now, as the trial begins, as new evidence comes out, and after each of us has reaffirmed our most solemn responsibilities to our states and our country, it is clear people across the country are watching this carefully, and they are deeply concerned our president may have demanded a foreign government interfere in our next election to help him in his campaign. They want to know all the relevant testimony and evidence is being considered, and the Senate is acting fairly rather than staging a cover-up. So I hope Republican senators remember that they have a choice. I hope they choose to recognize we cannot do our job as senators to, quote, do impartial justice without key documents and witness testimony that has so far been hidden from the public. And I hope they choose to work with Democrats to make sure fairness and honesty is in this process, because that is what the people we represent deserve. And I want to make one more point. The president's actions are on trial, but the United States Senate is on trial too. I've heard many Republicans say they want a trial modeled after the Clinton impeachment trial. But I will remind all of us that at the end of that trial, no one doubted the Senate had acted fairly and honorably. That's the truly critical test before us in this institution, beginning today. And to be clear, we will fail that test with dead of night, rushed cover-up resolution like the one Majority Leader McConnell has put forward. We all need to remember the oath we took and act in ways that prove the Senate and all of our democratic institutions are worthy of the public's trust now and for generations to come. We all need to vote today for evidence and fairness, not a sham designed to protect an impeached president from the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Stepney.
Thank you. Mitch McConnell's resolution is appalling, and so is the defense being put forward by the White House. They don't dispute that there was a phone call with a new young leader in desperate need of support from the United States in his military efforts against Russia. They don't dispute that there was a threat to withhold funding on that phone call if, in fact, the new young leader did not do what the president wanted. They don't dispute the fact that they withheld the funds after the phone call, even though the watchdog for the Congress, the General Accounting Office, has clearly said it is illegal, which they are not disputing either. Seems to me they are using the Mick Mulvaney defense. Yes, the president did the call. Yes, he withheld the money. The president can do whatever he wants. Get over it. No president is above the law, and that's what this trial is about.
Questions on this subject? Yes.
Senator, have you made any outreach to people like Senator Collins, people like Senator Murkowski, Romney, Alexander, individuals who might actually be able to get through the
Look, senators talk to senators all the time, and there are lots of conversations going on. I'm not going to get into any individual conversations.
Senator,
Yes.
what is your plan, assuming any sort of documents or witness testimony moves forward, if the White House exerts executive privilege?
Look, if the White House tries to exert executive privilege on an order that passes by definition in a bipartisan way and is signed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court on a subpoena, I think that the courts would look very favorably on that. I'm not going to tell the president who should be his counsel, but I respect very much the conflict of interest that was outlined in the letter that the House managers put together. Yes.
When you're talking about forcing folks to change or to fix, in your words, the resolution, are you going to be focusing on changing like the 12-hour to day?
Well, wait and see.
On that question, during this trial, it's unusual in that you will not be able to make arguments necessarily for your own motions. Do you expect House managers to make arguments, and do you expect them to use the full 1 hour of debate time they can have?
Okay. Well, first, it's some of the motions or the amendments I'll be making to the McConnell resolution are pretty obvious. 3 weeks ago, I outlined to Leader McConnell the need for 3 sets of documents and 4 witnesses. And so the Senate managers obviously know all about them. And, they're a very capable group, and they've said publicly they've been totally supportive of those things that we asked for. So I expect they'll make very strong arguments. And there's a lot to say.
Do you think they'll need 2 hours for every amendment or 1 hour per side?
Well, it is 1 hour per side. That's what the rules of the Senate prescribe, the rules of impeachment prescribe. It'll be up to them if they use it all. I would hope they'd make strong arguments and not try to cut back. It's too important.
Senator Romney has already said he won't support any kind of changes to this organizing resolution that would include trying to get witnesses baked in at at the beginning of the trial. What's your message to
Look, he said that. I have a great deal of respect for Senator Romney. I would urge him, I hope he has carefully read the McConnell resolution, because he's always said he thinks there should be witnesses at the end of the trial, and this makes it harder to even get those. Well, you went already once. I'm sorry. Try to share the wealth.
Senator Schumer, it strikes me that House Republicans were very upset with the process, complained about it being rushed. Isn't this the latest example of it stinks to be the minority party in Congress?
No, we're doing our constitutional job, and we're proud of the job that we're doing. And it's sort of ironic. Leader McConnell, at the same moments he says the House trial was rushed, seeks to rush the Senate trial far more severely than the House trial was.
Senator Schumer, on the subject of transparency, did you sign off on the rules restricting press mobility on the second floor and on the
No.
first floor? And what's your comment on the inability?
My comment, I want to see the press have as much access as possible. It would be my view it should be similar to on a normal day. But I was not asked about them and didn't sign off on them. Yes.
Have you given advice to members of your caucus about how to deal with an impeachment trial while in the minority?
Well, we've had plenty of discussions, and we go over the process and what's happening. And we have a great caucus lunch every Tuesday, and large numbers of members participate. And I'd like to believe, and I think I do, that we sort of come to an amalgam. Lots of suggestions they make we incorporate into what our caucus view and position should be. So we do it all the time.
Senator, some of the provisions in the draft resolution would allow for things like motions to dismiss
Yes.
before anything has been presented.
Yes.
That's a departure from
Yes.
standing Senate rules. Is it your position that a vote to ignore or change those rules would require 67 votes as opposed to?
No, because this is governed by the rules of impeachment, which are separate from the Senate rules. Nope, you went. Anyone else who hasn't gone? Yes, nice, quiet lady over there who doesn't.
Do you plan to have votes for each? Do you plan to separate out?
You'll see. Wait and see. We are going to have votes on the issues I mentioned, witnesses, documents, egregious rollbacks from even the Clinton rules, which we thought were unfair. And, but we're not going to try to be dilatory and have 100 amendments just to delay things.
How many?
Oh, you're persistent. Yes.
Could you talk about how you see this process, the impeachment process, impacting some of the more competitive 2020
No.
election races?
No, I mean, we're doing this because we think we have a constitutional duty to do it. We think that this is what the Founding Fathers looked at when they said, how do we deal with a president who has abused his power, who has dramatically overreached, who has gone off track? And they came to the conclusion you couldn't wait 4 years. And that's why this is so serious, so solemn, so grave. That's how we feel. And the American public seems to agree with us. But that's our motivation. And that's why, even the witnesses we've asked for, we don't know what they'll say. This idea that these witnesses are Democratic plants, they're the president's appointees. The documents are written by the president's people. And maybe they'll be exculpatory, or maybe they'll be further incriminating. But we will rest easy if we know we have required the truth to come out. Unfortunately, in the minority, that's not solely up to us. We need 4 Republicans who are willing to stand up for what's right, who are willing to stand up for what America wants and needs, and not simply bow down to the president, who, most Americans know what this guy's all about. Do most Americans really believe he wants a fair trial? I don't think so. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Minority Leader Senator Chuck Schumer addressing concerns that Democrats in the Senate have, saying essentially that the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wants to hold this Senate trial without any existing evidence and without the witnesses that the Senate Democrats have called for. And so this is something that's been going back and forth. In fact, over the last couple of days, that the Republicans are saying at this point that in this procedure that will start at 1 p.m., that there will be no witnesses. That could certainly change as we could proceed with the trial. And there you could hear the minority leader saying that this is unacceptable to Senate Democrats. So we're going to continue to preview our historic coverage of the Senate impeachment trial, which begins today at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Full coverage follows at 1 p.m. You can keep up with the latest developments in the Senate trial at any time by visiting our live blog at cbsnews.com/impeachment. Okay. Senator Bernie Sanders is apologizing to Joe Biden for an op-ed written by one of his campaign surrogates. The op-ed accused the former vice president of having, quote, a corruption problem. It also accused Vice President Biden of representing corporate donors at the expense of middle and working class Americans. In an exclusive interview with CBS News, Senator Sanders distanced himself from those claims.
Joe Biden is a friend of mine. I've known him for many, many years. He's a very decent guy. And Joe and I have strong disagreements on a number of issues, and we'll argue those disagreements out. But it is absolutely not my view that Joe is corrupt in any way. And I'm sorry that op-ed appeared.
All right, for more on this, let's bring in CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Kara Cordy. She spoke to Senator Bernie Sanders on this very topic. Kara, great reporting. So how has the former vice president's campaign responded?
Well, Vlad, we saw Vice President Biden's campaign tweet a response to that CBS story late yesterday evening. He thanked Senator Sanders for correcting his surrogate's op-ed, and he said that what we need to focus on as Democrats is defeating President Trump, keeping him to one-term presidency. It's notable, Vlad, that we're seeing Senator Sanders apologize here. Senator Sanders is as we heard him in his New York Times editorial board interview, he's not known for backslapping or being super jovial with anyone. So the fact that he took the time to directly apologize for Joe Biden, said that he did not agree at all with this characterization, is an interesting step for him.
So this op-ed, Kara, as you know, comes at a tense time between the two campaigns. Recently, Senator Sanders' campaign criticized Joe Biden over past comments he made on Social Security funding. Tell us more about what's at issue between the two candidates on this topic.
Well, this has been a long-running attempt by Sanders' followers and surrogates and staff to kind of dust up Biden's Senate record and past record as vice president on Social Security. And finally, when Biden was asked about it by a voter a week ago in Iowa, this whole thing kind of set off. Sanders' surrogates and staff and others suggested through one clip in particular from 2008 that the vice president was in favor of cutting Social Security benefits for seniors. Biden responded to that saying that the video was doctored. It wasn't quite doctored, but it was taken out of context. And since then, there's been this back and forth on Twitter and between the candidates. Sanders' camp saying that Biden did have this appetite for cutting benefits, and Biden outrightly denying it. And so what we saw Senator Sanders maybe moving towards last night is trying to quell all of this. He called for more civility, but we'll see if they still try to kind of flush out Biden's record on Social Security.
Speaking of civility, Kara, in your interview with Senator Sanders, you also brought up the tendency of some of his supporters and surrogates attacking opponents aggressively online. What did he have to say about that?
It's interesting, Vlad, because Senator Sanders, arguably more than any other Democratic candidate right now, has the most fervent, dedicated following online. It's very common for Bernie supporters to get hashtags trending, and recently they got Biden cut Social Security trending on Twitter. I asked Senator Sanders, what do you think about your followers, some of your surrogates, who use pretty severe rhetoric, much more so than Senator Sanders would ever use against opponents, specifically against Vice President Biden? And Senator Sanders says that he does not like it, he does not approve of it, and he does not want it. He does not want any more of it going forward. He called for his supporters and also supporters of other candidates to just calm down, keep things civil. He said that that's what American politics is about.
Yeah, he told you that he encouraged his supporters and his surrogates to engage in civil discourse, but then again, he sort of pivoted and talked about the fact that others do it as well. But in covering this campaign, Have you seen the aggressiveness by which some of his supporters attack people that they disagree with online?
It's tough, Vlad, because you have to separate, well, you can choose to separate the senator from his supporters. The senator, when he's on the stump, when he's on stage traveling across the country, he will say every time, Joe Biden is my friend, Elizabeth Warren is my friend, most of these Democrats are friends of mine. And he'll say, you won't hear me say a bad word about them, which really is true. He usually keeps it to the record. He does not really kind of get involved with these personal spats. When you look online, just as the great American culture sometimes tends to do on Twitter, things get a little more heated. I don't know that Bernie Sanders sits with his iPhone and scrolls through Twitter and sees what's actually going on. But he said last night definitively a call to action to his supporters to basically knock it off.
All right, and let me ask you about this. Of course, this is all happening as Senator Sanders has to step away from the campaign trail to focus on being part of the impeachment trial, which is starting today, as you know. So what is the Sanders campaign doing to make sure that Senator Sanders keeps his presence in Iowa ahead of the February 3rd caucuses?
It's tough, Vlad. All of the senators who are running right now are dealing with this. And actually, just a few minutes ago, the Sanders campaign canceled a northern Iowa rally he was supposed to be holding tomorrow night. They were hoping to hop on a plane, get over to Iowa, take part in this rally and come back to D.C. For impeachment proceedings. They got more detailed schedules today, and they had to cancel that rally. So we're not going to see Sanders again, we think, possibly on the trail until Saturday evening in Iowa with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But that gives you a little insight into what they're doing when Sanders is off the trail. He is using his high-powered, very notable surrogates, AOC being one of them, hitting the ground in Iowa, trying to keep up momentum. I was also speaking to a senior aide in Iowa just the other day, and they said they're trying to secure a high-profile musical act to come, Vlad, and bring people out before the caucuses on February 3rd. So they're basically throwing everything they can, all the force that they can, into Iowa, even without Senator Sanders. They want to get a victory there, and so they're doing anything it takes, really.
All right, Kara Cordy for us on Capitol Hill. Kara, always great to have you. Great reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlad.
We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news.
It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Chinese officials say the fast-spreading coronavirus has killed at least 6 people, sparking a renewed urgency to keep the lethal virus contained. The news comes after an expert confirmed the virus can be transmitted human to human.
Officials are also reporting that a woman in Taiwan has been infected after a trip to Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak. CBS News Asia correspondent Remy Inocencio has the latest.
Officials here in Wuhan have now designated 9 hospitals as treatment centers, including the one right behind me. That's on top of 61 fever clinics and an emergency expert team. Now, one piece of good news is that Chinese scientists say that they figured out the DNA sequence of this virus that opens up the possibility of treatments and potentially a vaccine. As hundreds of millions of Chinese residents migrate across the country to ring in the Lunar New Year, confirmation the virus can be spread between humans raises the possibility it can be transmitted more quickly and more broadly. That poses an even greater challenge for China and nearby nations to contain the outbreak. Travelers with masks, quarantine stations, and temperature checkpoints are becoming common sights at airports and train hubs across Asia. This man we spoke to outside a Wuhan hospital says it's difficult to contain the spread of the virus, but believes the government can handle it very well. The number of known infections has risen sharply since yesterday, topping 300 cases in China alone. At least 15 hospital workers in Wuhan have been diagnosed with the virus.
If, in fact, a person has infected a healthcare worker, that's obviously of some concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci from the National Institutes of Health says the human-to-human transmissions could be isolated incidents, but
when you get sustained transmissibility from one person to another, to another, to another, then you have a more serious problem, because then that would allow for a much broader type of an outbreak.
Now, the World Health Organization says they will assemble an emergency committee of experts. They will meet on Wednesday to decide whether this outbreak constitutes a global emergency and how best to contain it. Anne-Marie, Vlad?
All right, Ramy, thank you.
In Puerto Rico, hundreds of angry demonstrators gathered outside the governor's mansion demanding accountability for island officials. The chants came after a blogger recently discovered a warehouse filled with unused Hurricane Maria aid in Ponce, a city heavily damaged by the recent series of earthquakes. 3 officials have been fired since the discovery, but demonstrators are now calling on the governor to resign, much like they did to former Governor Ricardo Rossello last summer. Governor Wanda Vasquez claims she was unaware of the warehouse and has ordered an investigation into the handling of all aid.
Meanwhile, chaos erupted along the Guatemala-Mexican border. Thousands of Honduran migrants in a standoff with Mexican forces after they tried to wade across a river by the border. They're being blocked from entering the country. The group says they're traveling in larger numbers to prevent being sent back to Honduras. But Mexico is under pressure by the U.S. to stop large groups from reaching the border. CBS News immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez sat down with migrant parents who are returning to the U.S. after being deported illegally. He's going to join us on Thursday to explain just how that happened and what comes next for the family. Greta Thunberg is accusing world leaders of fueling the flames of climate change. Teen climate activists made the remarks while speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. She criticized world leaders for failing to fulfill promises to cut emissions.
She also said some goals that governments are setting are not going far enough.
We don't need a low-carbon economy. We don't need to lower emissions. Our emissions have to stop if we are to have a chance to stay below the 1.5-degree target. And until we have the technologies that at scale can put our emissions to minus, then we must forget about net zero. We need real zero.
Thunberg sparked a worldwide youth movement in 2018 when she started skipping school on Fridays to protest in front of the Swedish parliament.
So coming up after the break, the Senate's impeachment trial kicks off today. CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Norah O'Donnell spoke exclusively with the House impeachment managers, at least some of them, about how they will make their case.
Meanwhile, President Trump is in Davos, Switzerland. We will be keeping a close eye as he attends this year's World Economic Forum.
And stay with CBSN as we gear up for opening arguments in the president's impeachment trial. We'll have a full preview of the day's events beginning at 12:30 Eastern.
And you can follow all of the proceedings from the Senate live in their entirety right here on CBSN. And of course, Red and Blue will have a full recap once the day's events wrap up. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony every morning on CBS This Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
Between the historic impeachment trial and the presidential election race, political coverage across the United States is almost at an all-time high.
But a number of news and entertainment media companies are noticing consumers are hungry for alternative content. Axios media reporter Sarah Fisher took a look at how the so-called Trump effect is changing the media landscape. And Sarah joins us now with more of her on her weekly newsletter. Thank you so much for joining us. She's in Washington. So why exactly are some companies stepping back a bit from their political coverage?
Yeah, Emery, I think that they realize that some of their viewers are just over it. I mean, there's wall-to-wall impeachment coverage, not just the trials, but even before the trials. Before that, there was wall-to-wall coverage of the Mueller trial. Before that, Comey and Kavanaugh. I think people are just over it. And so they're hearing from two different constituencies. One, advertisers are over it. Advertisers have been saying to networks, look, we don't want to be around as much political content. And if we do have an ad, can you please try to space it away from some of the candidates' ads, because we don't think our consumers want to hear it. And then the other constituency is the viewers themselves. You have people online and people watching TV who are complaining that they're just getting too many political ads and that they're sick of political coverage. And to that end, we're starting to see ratings dip. If you look at the last few debates, fewer people are tuning in than they did in the beginning.
I wonder, when it comes to advertisers, is it also the fact that we seem to be very, very partisan right now? And so some of the issues maybe during a different time that wouldn't be divisive issues or hot button issues, third rail issues, have suddenly become that. And so advertisers want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. The partisan vitriol has made this a really bad environment for advertisers, especially for ones who don't have sort of polarizing messaging. I think about a lot of the consumer packaged good companies, people who are selling things like toothpaste and toilet paper. These are bipartisan products. They don't want to be next to people screaming about health care or screaming about the election. And so the difficult thing here is that you would want to say to them, look, go somewhere else, then don't message around news content. The problem is, Vlad and Amory, everything has become news content. You hear these advertisers complaining that if they want to run around the Olympics or the Super Bowl, we know that political advertisers are going to be there as well. And so this has become a trap for a lot of those advertisers that just don't want to be involved in politics.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Sarah, I mean, I think because we're in the media world, we sometimes have an outsized perception of the role that political coverage plays. But when you look at the aggregated numbers of viewers who watch the cable networks, for example, right, the cable news networks, and you compare that with, for example, the finale of The Big Bang Theory back in May, they got 18 million viewers on that night. There's no cable news show running 24-hour coverage of politics, even getting anywhere near that number. Most of the top-rated shows in cable news get an average of 1 million viewers in just the demo.
That's exactly right. And of course, America's pastime, football, is by far the most highly rated event on television. In fact, whenever we've had breaking news on a Sunday, football has tended to outbeat it every single time. I think about some of those beginning impeachment hearings where people were saying, hey, viewership's not that bad. 13 million, 11 million people watching. Well, if you take a look at what people are watching for the average Sunday night game, that's a lively game, you're looking at 20 million people. So you're dead on that this is not what America is focused on, at least not what the majority of the country is focused on right now. And I think for people that are trying to market to the majority of the country, being around political content is not what's going to get them to push their products through.
And it's not because people aren't interested in news, because 60 Minutes routinely gets 15 million viewers, right? People are interested in high-quality news, a good story, well told. But what maybe you're noticing in your analysis is that people are getting tired of the same panels, of the same things being repeated hour after hour after hour.
Yeah, I think it's the vitriol, especially when you look at breaking news that doesn't have to necessarily do with politics. It goes off the charts. I think about the MH370 plane, the Thai boy stuck in the cave. Those types of big news events get big viewership because people are curious about news around them. Breaking news around things like hurricanes get lots of viewership. But what's not getting a lot of consistent high bumps is this overarching theme of politics continued. Because as you said, Vlad, at this point, it feels like copy and paste. It's the same type of partisan bickering. It's the same type of people on Capitol Hill, with the same type of messages. And I think people at this point have heard it and they're saying enough.
And it's actually not just us, right? The Brits are kind of over it, too. What did Sky News do in the middle of all that Brexit content, I guess, during the Brexit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me feel a little bit better, right, that it's not just us. Sky News, which is one of the biggest TV networks for news in the UK, created a Brexit-free channel for those who are in the UK who are just so sick of hearing about Brexit. And, the trend here largely is that people are getting sick of partisan politics and bickering around the world. It's not just the U.S., it's everywhere. And so when I think about what's next to come for the 2020 election, I don't expect any more big spikes in viewership, but at the same time, it doesn't make me as concerned knowing that it's not just a U.S. problem.
And if you are a cable cord cutter, Sarah, and you're looking for high-quality news content, like the discussion we're having right now with you over at Axios in D.C., you can stream CBSN.
Yeah.
It's a little commercial.
Absolutely.
Hey, Sarah Fisher, great talking to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
In Health Watch, a pro-vaccination social media post leads to threats against an Ohio doctor. The backlash is related to her statement posted on TikTok, challenging the connection between vaccines and autism.
It comes as a recent poll finds 46% of Americans are still unsure about this debunked association. Dr. John LaPook spoke with a pediatrician about her post and the fallout.
We know that vaccines don't cause autism, and it's important for that message to get out there.
Dr. Nicole Baldwin says she was concerned about the impact of misleading anti-vaccine posts on social media, so she created this. Baldwin's TikTok now has more than 1.4 million views. She and her staff quickly became targets.
I have been the subject of a tsunami of negative comments on all of my social media. There have been negative, fraudulent reviews.
One social media user called Baldwin public enemy #1, and another commenter told the pediatrician to stop killing our kids with vaccines. Even though the overwhelming scientific consensus is that vaccines do not cause autism, 16% of parents with children younger than 18 say they still believe vaccines cause more harm than good.
One of the challenges we have in the era of the internet is there is really very little recourse.
Renee DiResta is a technical research manager at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
So what platforms have to be thinking about is what happens when the cost of physicians putting out statements to counter misinformation is that they themselves become the subject of harassment campaigns, of reputation harming campaigns, of misinformation campaigns.
In recent months, Congress has grilled social media companies for failing to stop the spread of misinformation. And in a statement, TikTok said, "We remove misinformation that could cause harm to an individual's health or wider public safety." As for Baldwin, she says she's standing by her message.
I'm not taking my post down. I'm not going to be bullied into submission.
In Money Watch, Uber is testing a feature that gives some drivers in California the ability to set their own fares. This move is an attempt to give more drivers control in response to the state's gig economy law. The new legislation requires companies to treat their workers as employees instead of independent contractors. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Postmates have raised more than $110 million for a planned bailout initiative this year, asking that voters exempt those companies from the bill.
Tesla is disputing allegations of unexpected acceleration in their vehicles, saying that a stock short seller was behind the claims. Now, at issue are roughly 500,000 vehicles made from 2013 to 2019. A petition filed last week claims that there were 127 complaints of sudden acceleration. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it will review the petition and decide whether to launch a full investigation.
Google and Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai is calling for regulation of artificial intelligence. In an op-ed for the Financial Times, he wrote about the importance of having government oversight, but he questioned the best way to approach it. His comments come as lawmakers and governments consider putting limits on how artificial intelligence is used. JB over here making us laugh because it is time for Tuesday Morning Quarterback. Every Tuesday, CBS News special correspondent and host of the NFL Today, James Brown, brings us his top stories of the week.
And we have him right here.
He's right here.
Sports guy, JB.
And you're laughing at me because I asked you guys, please tell me who we're talking about. Okay?
Because you have been on like a whirlwind schedule. You were in Kansas City.
After a 14-hour odyssey to get there.
And how cold was it?
Envy you.
How cold was it, JB?
Yeah.
Real cold.
I look like a frozen black licorice stick is what I look like out there.
You do. Look, Boomer's got like an old lady blanket on.
Well, you know what? He was getting texts and tweets because people thought he was Elton John, you know, or that he was wearing his wife's glasses, you know. So, yeah.
But I'm just thinking, I'm looking at you holding that microphone because that is all metal. Like, people don't know how cold that thing gets. It doesn't matter how thick your gloves are. You feel it.
And you guys have been there doing a remote out there in the cold, and the gloves didn't work because I couldn't move the script around. Two, I was trying to look, you know, at this point, there's no such thing as handsome or cute associated with me at all. But I thought the teeny weeny afro would keep my head warm. No shot. I did change by halftime. For sure.
What is hot is this upcoming Super Bowl. The San Francisco 49ers, Kansas City Chiefs. Let's talk about the Chiefs first. You were in Kansas City for their first big win. What makes this team so special?
As Anne Marie and I talk about, I try to keep it big picture. That Kansas City offense, their team is the equivalent of a gold medal Olympic track team. They've got speed everywhere. They're playing well. The defense has improved, but make no mistake about it, it all centers around Patrick Mahomes. I love my producer Alvin Patrick's word, preternatural. This guy is gifted, and his enthusiasm is infectious with the rest of the team. And he's only 24 years of age, but he fires everyone up.
Yeah.
He's gifted.
They're hungry, right? It's been a long time since they've been to the Super Bowl, so they're hungrier than the 49ers, who they're playing.
Speaking of which, you talk about a long time, it's been 50 years.
Right.
And the Kansas City fans have been waiting, obviously, a long time. They were in Super Bowl I, which they lost. They won Super Bowl IV, but it's been that period of time since. They've had some outstanding, iconic players in all of that time. But you know what? It just shows how hard it is to get back there. You don't take that for granted.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, the coach, is one that everybody in America is pulling for. Perhaps the most decorated coach in the league who has never won a Super Bowl. He's been there one time before as Miss Philadelphia, what probably know in terms of interest there. But you know what? He gets another shot at it, and people are pulling for him.
Let me just, I usually throw out a historical nugget. You mentioned the last time the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl. One of the most colorful coaches in NFL history, Hank Stram.
Absolutely. Let's matriculate the ball down the field.
Matriculate the ball down the field, which is, he's had all these like weird sayings.
Right.
How could you fellas miss, every single one of you miss that call? You know?
He talked about having a player play for him, Vlad and Anne-Marie, back in the day, who was way overweight, and people were saying you ought to get him in shape. He says, no, I'll get him in shape on the field because when he runs, he's like a runaway manhole cover, and he knocks people out of the way. That was Hank Stram.
Love it.
So what about the 49ers? How do you see them?
Gifted. And you know what, Anne-Marie, I continue to trumpet the fact that I don't know of any prognosticator who had them any higher than 20th coming into the season. They are the deepest, the best, the most talented team. Defensively, they've got athletes who are big, who are strong, who are fast, and relentless. And they harassed Aaron Rodgers, the Hall of Famer to be, last weekend. These guys are tough.
All right. JB, before we wrap this up, I want to talk to you about something off the field. The NFL is having some difficulties, some issues with diversifying its head coaching ranks. Right now, there are only 4 minority head coaches out of 32 teams. And this is a league where 70% of the athletes, the players, are minorities. So what are the underlying issues there? Help people understand.
You would think that football is the ultimate meritocracy, especially with what the players do on the field. You'd like to see that also in the upper reaches of the organization, not unlike here in society in general, arts and media, whatever, that women, the age, they bring gifts to the table. Here's the best way I'm going to deal with it, because we all know what the issues have been, and it's been repeated. 2003 was when the Rooney Rule was instituted by Dan Rooney of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Right move to take, but teams are abusing it, and you can't legislate love, but talent comes in all sizes.
All right, JB, thank you very much.
Yep.
Always good to have you. Thank you, JB.
Sounds good.
Coming up in our next hour, senators prepare for opening arguments in the president's impeachment trial. We've got to look at what you can expect.
Plus, the CBS News exclusive with Senator Bernie Sanders, why he's apologizing to former Vice President Joe Biden.
And the latest developments in the ongoing coronavirus outbreak in China. Officials now say it can be transmitted human to human. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Where are you from?
Venezuela.
And you traveled the whole way with your son?
Sola.
Sí, sola.
Tenía amenaza.
¿Dónde está?
¿Estamos dónde?
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vladimir Gutiérrez. Emery Green will join me in just a moment. We are about an hour away from history unfolding on Capitol Hill, where President Trump's impeachment trial will soon begin. Here's a live look at Capitol Hill, where Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will soon introduce his proposed rules for the trial. Lengthy debate among lawmakers is expected to follow before opening arguments. In the meantime, President Trump is in Davos, Switzerland, attending the World Economic Forum, but the impeachment showdown back in Washington is expected to overshadow his visit. Katherine Johnson has the latest from Capitol Hill.
A fight is brewing in the U.S. Senate over how the impeachment trial of President Trump should proceed. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell unveiled the resolution that will be argued today, laying out rules for the trial. The proposal says each side will have 24 hours over 2 days for opening arguments. That will be followed by 16 hours of questioning by senators. Only then can they debate and vote on whether to have witnesses.
It asks the Senate to sprint through the trial as fast as possible and makes getting evidence as hard as possible.
Majority Leader McConnell says he used President Clinton's impeachment trial as a model for this one.
What's good for President Clinton is good for President Trump.
But one big difference is none of the evidence collected during the House impeachment inquiry will be admitted automatically. The Senate will have to vote to enter it. Opening arguments are expected to get underway tomorrow, with both the House managers and President Trump's legal team slamming the process. The House managers prosecuting the case say Senate Republicans are helping President Trump block access to documents and witnesses.
This is not a process for a fair trial. This is the process for a rigged trial. This is the process if you do not want the American people to see the evidence.
In a legal brief, the president's team calls the case against him flimsy, a brazenly political act, and the result of a rigged process. The trial is expected to last several weeks. Katherine Johnson, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
60 Minutes correspondent and CBS News senior political analyst John Dickerson covered former President Bill Clinton's impeachment trial in 1999. He joined CBS This Morning with more on what viewers can expect from President Trump's Senate trial.
Senator McConnell has laid out his ground rules for what he hopes to be a speedy trial. He's apparently coordinated these with the White House. What are the risks and rewards of his strategy?
Well, if we think about this politically, just in terms of political risks and rewards, because this is a political process in part, we have to think about it that way. Let's start with the rewards. For Republicans, they are big fans of this president. And so if you, as a Republican, are seen as defending this president and keeping the Democrats from trying to hurt your president, then you get political rewards with your Republican base. The downside, of course, is that Republicans look like enablers, look like they rushed the process through and that they protected a president who'd done something wrong and didn't even really want to investigate whether he'd done something wrong. And that puts them on the hook for future presidential behavior. If they're seen as enablers and the president goes on to do something that people really do find objectionable, then opponents of those Republicans will be able to say, you know, you enabled this behavior.
There are a handful of Republicans here who could be critical in deciding whether there are witnesses in this case, whether there is more evidence. Talk about the position there. And they're generally considered to be moderates who have tough re-election fights coming up in the fall.
They're in a difficult position for this reason. You had a new CNN poll out that said 51% of the country thinks the president should be removed. 69% of the country wants to see witnesses. 58% of the country thinks the president did something wrong. So the country essentially thinks there should be a process here that's a little more extended. Well, that's not the Republican position at the moment. These moderates have to weigh between the president's position, which is that he did nothing wrong at all, and where they likely are, which is that he may have done something wrong, but it's not impeachable. Right. They have to ride those two horses between the president's position and their position all the way to Election Day.
Okay, so if they say he did put the pressure, but it's not impeachable, do they have constitutional grounds to stand on? They admit, okay, yeah, he pressured, but that's not enough to remove him from office.
Well, the constitutional ground will be something to fight over. So both sides are going to try and figure out what the actual constitutional turf is, and we're going to hear a lot about that. The Constitution is a little mushy on the question of impeachment, but when you read the debates of that hot summer in Philadelphia, they were jittery about power. And so this question of abuse of power is right in the center of what the framers were worried about. And the reason they worried about power is they called it a cancer. And they felt like if you gave somebody power, the inclination of the human spirit would be to abuse it. That was just natural. And so there had to be these checks on it. And that's what impeachment is about. Leaving aside whether the president is guilty of it or not, that's what they were the most concerned about. And that's really where this conversation should take place.
And they would have known back in 1776 that high crimes and misdemeanors did not refer to actual legal questions, but rather to judgment calls. I mean, impeachments have happened over insanity, drunkenness, pure mismanagement throughout the history. I was going to say to the president's lawyers now who are going to defend him on these grounds. We've got Ken Starr and Alan Dershowitz, among others. Jay Sekulow. What do you make of the team?
Well, the team is
profile team.
Yeah. Yes.
When we watch this impeachment, we should think about all the different audiences out there. And there's the audiences of the senators in the room, but then there's also the television audience, the base audience of the Republican Party, the base audience of the Democratic Party. All these different audiences. Some of those lawyers are picked for the at-home viewing audience of the Republican Party. They are conditioned to speaking to that audience. They've been doing it on television for years, and that's part of what that team.
What does the moment mean for the country?
Yeah, the outcome is known, John. We know what's going to happen in the end here.
He'll be acquitted.
So what does it mean?
What it means is this is an opportunity to look at whether means basically, because it's an election year, this is a look at this president and the way he operates. It's a central question of our government, whether the president can use his power for personal purposes. That's what's at issue here. Now, it hasn't been proved, but that's the central question. It goes right to the heart of the government. Does this person who's been given power on behalf of the people use it wisely? And that matters particularly here, not just with respect to whether he's impeached. We think that he's going to be acquitted, but whether he gets reelected and whether people would like 4 more years of the behavior that will be laid out in the course of this Senate trial.
All right, John, thank you very much. I feel I should point out the impeachments I was referring to were of judges. There has not been a president impeached for drunkenness as of yet.
No.
Quick clarification on that point.
Right.
John, thank you very much.
Our preview coverage of the historic Senate impeachment trial begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Full coverage follows at 1 p.m. You can keep up with the latest developments in the Senate trial anytime by visiting our live blog at cbsnews.com/impeachment. The Supreme Court has declined to fast-track a legal challenge to the Affordable Care Act. Earlier this month, 19 blue states asked the court for a quick decision. They're appealing a ruling by a federal appeals court late last year that said the Affordable Care Act's individual mandate is unconstitutional. They asked the court to take the case and hear it on April 26th. That is the last scheduled day for oral arguments this term. Today's order rejected that request. This likely means no decision in the challenge will be handed down before this year's election. Now to a devastating story out of Arizona, where officials say a mother has admitted to killing her 3 young children. The Phoenix Police Department wrote on Twitter that a 22-year-old woman recently moved to Arizona from Oklahoma. The crime took place in the family's home Monday night. Police say there were no obvious signs of trauma on the children, who were all under the age of 4. Abroad now, North Korea says it no longer feels bound by its nuclear commitments because the U.S. did not meet the deadline to resume talks. North Korea committed to stopping nuclear testing in previous negotiations, but talks between the two sides collapsed following a failed summit between President Trump and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un last February. A Pyongyang official said today the country would have to consider a new path if the U.S. continues to impose sanctions on the country. The former head of Interpol is facing more than 13 years in prison. Last year, Meng Hongwei pleaded guilty to accepting more than $2 million in bribes when he held posts within China's Communist Party from 2005 to 2017. In 2016, Meng was elected president of Interpol, the international criminal police organization, but his tenure was cut short when he seemingly vanished during a trip to China in 2018. Well, he resurfaced in 2019 and was detained as part of President Xi Jinping's drive against corruption. France granted Meng's wife and 2 children asylum after saying she feared they would be targets of kidnapping attempts. An independent commission established by Myanmar's government finds that security forces did commit war crimes during counterinsurgency operations against Rohingya Muslims. But the commission stopped short of accusing the troops of genocide. Myanmar launched a military campaign against the Rohingya people in August of 2017. It forced more than 700,000 people to escape to neighboring Bangladesh. The news comes just days before the United Nations top court is set to rule on whether to impose urgent measures to stop the alleged continuing genocide in Myanmar. The CBSN Originals team went inside refugee camps to report on how technology and social media help fuel the violence. Check out the documentary, Weaponizing Social Media, The Rohingya Crisis, by heading to cbsnews.com/Rohingya. The world's largest mining company says the bushfires in Australia have hurt its coal production. BHP Group says poor air quality caused by smoke has forced machines to operate more slowly. The company also said some staff has taken time off to protect their own property from fires. Earlier this morning on CBSN AM, Anne-Marie spoke with Michael Mann. He's a professor and the director of the Pennsylvania State University's Earth Systems Science Center and is studying the fires on the ground in Australia.
Yeah, so in fact, I actually came to Australia, planned this sabbatical more than a year ago to study the linkages between climate change and extreme weather events. And little did I realize I would be arriving in Australia to see what is perhaps the most extreme weather that they've ever experienced in the form of these wildfires. And I've seen the impacts firsthand. I've seen the smoke in the air. I've smelled the smoke. And I've seen the damage that's been done by these massive bushfires that have broken out across the continent of Australia. And it's not rocket science. You know, you take unprecedented heat, which Australia has seen this summer. You take unprecedented drought, which they've seen. You put it together, you're going to get these sorts of massive, fast-spreading, extensive bushfires. And this was predicted more than a decade ago. Climate scientists here in Australia said that if we continue to warm the planet by putting carbon pollution into the atmosphere, that at the current rate we're going, by 2020, we will be able to see the increase in severity and extent of wildfires across the continent. And here we are in 2020, and we're seeing it. They predicted it. It's coming true. The predictions are that if we don't get this problem under hand, then we will see far more extensive and worse bushfires in the future. And so the good news is we can prevent it from getting worse, but we're sort of stuck right now at the very best case scenario with this new normal. This is what Australia is going to have to deal with.
So for you, the link between what you're seeing there and climate change, that's a no-brainer. But we know, the Prime Minister, for example, the Prime Minister of Australia, doesn't make that link. He may recognize that, it's incredibly hot, but the link between human behavior and climate change, he's not convinced of. But here it is in his own backyard. I know he's receiving a lot of pressure from people who live in New South Wales. This is a terrible thing, but do you think that events like this, particularly the dramatic images that are being broadcast all around the world, these koalas that are, frantically trying to get themselves to safety, do you think these images and this event can serve to shift the needle a little bit, maybe put pressure on politicians to make some changes?
Yeah, I think so. And in fact, I don't think that the Prime Minister Scott Morrison's rhetoric is really connecting with people. People get it. They understand that what they're seeing is something they haven't seen before. They're connecting the dots. They know that this is climate change, and they expect their prime minister to act to do something about it. And the images that we've seen now around the world, the destruction of these rainforests, the loss of life, and of course, these images of koala bears, rather, and other animals that have been impacted by these unprecedented bushfires. This is sort of the poster child now for climate change. This is sort of a post-apocalyptic vision that is going out to the rest of the world. And what Australia is experiencing is a cautionary tale for what we will see writ large if we don't act to do something about the climate change problem immediately.
I think what's challenging about the situation for a lot of people is they feel like they're helpless. And I know, your focus is there needs to be policy changes. The bigger picture is what we have to look at. It's not about your individual water bottle. But what can individuals do to make some sort of impact here?
Well, there are lots of things that we can do in our everyday lives. Save energy, recycle, bicycle to work rather than drive. Lots of things that we can do that decrease our carbon emission, that decrease our environmental footprint, and they help out with this larger problem. And they set a good example for others. But ultimately, if we're going to tackle this problem, we need systemic change. We need policies that are going to shift us away dramatically from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. And we need politicians who are willing to support those policies. And unfortunately, Donald Trump in the U.S. and Scott Morrison here in Australia are unwilling to support those policies. So what's the most important thing that people can do? They can vote, and they can vote for elected representatives who are willing to act on their behalf rather than on behalf of the fossil fuel interests.
Michael Mann, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, but a quick reminder that we are a little over 15 minutes away from our preview of the historic Senate impeachment trial. That is going to begin at 12:30 Eastern. The trial itself is due to begin at 1 p.m. Eastern. We will have full live coverage right here on CBSN. After the break, though, we'll get you caught up on some of the other news we're following, so stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow.
That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Chinese officials say the fast-spreading coronavirus has killed at least 6 people, sparking a renewed urgency to keep the lethal virus contained. The news comes after an expert confirmed the virus can be transmitted human to human.
Officials are also reporting that a woman in Taiwan has been infected after a trip to Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak. CBS News Asia correspondent Remy Inocencio has the latest.
Officials here in Wuhan have now designated 9 hospitals as treatment centers, including the one right behind me. That's on top of 61 fever clinics and an emergency expert team. Now, one piece of good news is that Chinese scientists say that they figured out the DNA sequence of this virus that opens up the possibility of treatments and potentially a vaccine. As hundreds of millions of Chinese residents migrate across the country to ring in the Lunar New Year, confirmation the virus can be spread between humans raises the possibility it can be transmitted more quickly and more broadly. That poses an even greater challenge for China and nearby nations to contain the outbreak. Travelers with masks, quarantine stations, and temperature checkpoints are becoming common sights at airports and train hubs across Asia. This man we spoke to outside a Wuhan hospital says it's difficult to contain the spread of the virus, but believes the government can handle it very well. The number of known infections has risen sharply since yesterday, topping 300 cases in China alone. At least 15 hospital workers in Wuhan have been diagnosed with the virus.
If, in fact, a person has infected a healthcare worker, that's obviously of some concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci from the National Institutes of Health says the human-to-human transmissions could be isolated incidents, but
when you get sustained transmissibility from one person to another, to another, to another, then you have a more serious problem, because then that would allow for a much broader type of an outbreak.
Now, the World Health Organization says they will assemble an emergency committee of experts. They will meet on Wednesday to decide whether this outbreak constitutes a global emergency and how best to contain it. Anne-Marie, Vlad?
All right, Ramy, thank you.
In Puerto Rico, hundreds of angry demonstrators gathered outside the governor's mansion demanding accountability for island officials. The chants came after a blogger recently discovered a warehouse filled with unused Hurricane Maria aid in Ponce, a city heavily damaged by the recent series of earthquakes. 3 officials have been fired since the discovery, but demonstrators are now calling on the governor to resign, much like they did to former Governor Ricardo Rossello last summer. Governor Wanda Vasquez claims she was unaware of the warehouse and has ordered an investigation into the handling of all aid.
And we're getting a closer look at the secluded island where the late Jeffrey Epstein is accused of trafficking underage girls. Little St. James, off the coast of St. Thomas, was privately owned by Epstein until his death in August. But now the local government is suing his estate to gain control of it.
The new lawsuit is providing new details into how Epstein was able to make his alleged crimes go unnoticed for so long. CBS News correspondent Mola Lenghi has more.
Well, there are really only two ways to get to this island, by helicopter or private boat. And that seclusion appears to have been by design, making it difficult for government officials to monitor Jeffrey Epstein's behavior on the island, and even harder for alleged victims who were brought here to escape.
Little St. James may look like a tropical getaway, but authorities say Jeffrey Epstein used the private island to hide his criminal activity.
So he felt that he can basically be protected, or
he could get away with things.
He can get away with it.
Denise George became Attorney General of the U.S. Virgin Islands just months before Epstein's death by suicide last year. Her office is now suing Epstein's estate.
Why pursue these sort of charges now?
Well, all I'll have to say is why not now? I cannot speak for what happened in the past at all. What I do know is that because of Epstein's wealth and power, he was able to conceal a lot of this.
Epstein acquired Little St. James in 1998 and nearby Great St. James 18 years later. The lawsuit seeks to confiscate Epstein's property, including the islands, valued at $86 million. The convicted pedophile registered as a sex offender in the Virgin Islands in 2010 after serving time in Florida for procuring an underage girl for prostitution. But George says monitoring Epstein on his island came with unique challenges for authorities checking up on it.
They were stopped at the dock and they were told that, no, this is as far as you can go because this is my private property and I will not allow you to go in any further.
Court documents allege Epstein flew into Cyril Lee King Airport, the only airport on St. Thomas, and the same one we flew into earlier this week.
The area that the private jets fly in is separate and apart from where all of the commercial flights. And that also helps with the concealment.
From there, Epstein allegedly shuttled underage girls to the island using 2 helicopters. According to the complaint, air traffic controllers and other airport personnel reported seeing Epstein with girls who appeared to be as young as 11. The Attorney General tells us Epstein controlled all communication and transportation on Little St. James, and that his alleged victims were essentially trapped.
Remember, he owns a whole island, so it wasn't a situation where a child or a young woman would be able to just break away and run down the street to the nearest police station.
Now, Epstein's island here is about 2 miles from St. Thomas. According to the lawsuit, one of his 15-year-old alleged victims was so desperate to escape, she actually tried to swim away.
Another of Epstein's alleged victims, who spoke to CBS News on the condition that we conceal her face and voice, tells us what she said happened to her.
He raped me. He brought me off the island, actually to his office in St. Thomas, and he actually raped me in his office. He also trapped me in his room on the island, where he had a gun strapped to the bedpost. I couldn't leave. The only means of getting off the island was either helicopter or boat.
Attorney Jordan Merson represents several alleged victims suing Epstein's estate. He's encouraged others to come forward and file complaints against the estate before the legal window closes.
For those people who think that they have more time than March 12, 2020, they may be wrong, and they may never get their chance at justice if they do not come forward now.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein's estate is disputing any claims that it would use a potential victims' compensation fund to somehow conceal any alleged criminal activity. In a statement to CBS News, the estate says there would be no obligation for potential victims to keep their claims confidential. Vlad, Anne-Marie.
Okay, Mola, thank you very much. Prince Harry is in Canada to start his new life with Meghan and their son Archie. The Duke of Sussex was seen landing in Vancouver Monday night after attending what is likely to be one of his last official royal engagements in London.
WestJet.
Yeah, WestJet. I did see that. I thought of you. Yeah, commercial WestJet.
So come this spring, the couple will no longer be full-time working royals. Elizabeth Palmer is outside Buckingham Palace with that story.
It's been a tumultuous couple of weeks, but it now does appear that Harry has definitively left his old life and started a new one, thousands of miles from Buckingham Palace.
Prince Harry, and yes, he still gets to use the title, arrived in Vancouver last night and was immediately whisked away to rejoin Meghan and 8-month-old Archie. Only hours before, Harry had wound up his job as a senior representative of the royal family at a conference on African investment. Harry and Meghan's exit likely means even more work for Prince William, the future king, who, with his wife Kate, was on duty at Buckingham Palace for the first time, primary hosts of a reception. The previous day, Harry had told a meeting of his private charity that there had been no option but to go.
We are taking a leap of faith, so thank you for giving me the courage to take this next step.
But this is not yet a clean break.
What are the loose ends? Well, there are more loose ends than there are decisions. The outstanding one, of course, is the money. Who's going to pay for what? And probably the most outstanding of all is the security.
Keeping the young family safe is going to cost a fortune, and British or Canadian taxpayers are likely to get the bill. That's going to generate some anger, on top of the resentment already simmering, most of it directed at the outsider in this story.
The British public opinion is that it's all Meghan's fault, that she has lured Harry away from us. She is the one that's insisted that they have a private life.
To qualify that a little, though, it's a generational thing. Older people may blame Meghan for taking Harry away. Younger people tend to just think the couple deserves a chance at a happy life, and they wish them well. Vlad, Emery?
Liz, thank you.
In Money Watch, Uber is testing a feature that gives some drivers in California the ability to set their own fares. This move is an attempt to give more drivers control in response to the state's gig economy law. The new legislation requires companies to treat their workers as employees instead of independent contractors. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Postmates have raised more than $110 million for a planned bailout initiative this year, asking that voters exempt those companies from the bill.
Tesla is disputing allegations of unexpected acceleration in their vehicles, saying that a stock short seller was behind the claims. Now, at issue are roughly 500,000 vehicles made from 2013 to 2019. A petition filed last week claims that there were 127 complaints of sudden acceleration. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it will review the petition and decide whether to launch a full investigation.
Google and Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai is calling for regulation of artificial intelligence. In an op-ed for the Financial Times, he wrote about the importance of having government oversight, but he questioned the best way to approach it. His comments come as lawmakers and governments consider putting limits on how artificial intelligence is used. Thank you for streaming CBSN. Our wall-to-wall special coverage of President Trump's impeachment trial begins after a quick break. Rena Nine is standing by. She's right there, actually, with our team of correspondents and analysts. They will walk you through what's about to happen on the Hill as lawmakers get ready for what will certainly be a very tense afternoon. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninen on a history-making day in America. We're just moments away from the start of President Donald Trump's impeachment trial in the Senate. You're about to witness something that's only taken place twice before. The big day will begin with a tense debate over the rules that'll govern the trial. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will take the floor momentarily to introduce a resolution containing those rules. Here's what McConnell wants. Each side gets 24 hours to argue their case. They'll be split over 2 days apiece. The evidence from the House inquiry will only be admitted into the record if the Senate votes to do so. Senators will have 16 hours to ask questions in writing. After arguments are made, only then will the Senate take up the issue of calling witnesses. Well, Democrats are not happy with these rules and will seek to fix them by way of issuing amendments. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer went as far as to call the rules a disgrace. He thinks that the timeline is rushed, and he's furious that the witnesses and evidence will have to be fought for. Again, the two articles of impeachment against the president are abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The arguments for and against those articles are actually likely to start tomorrow, assuming that the Senate comes to terms with the rules this afternoon. I want to bring in our panel. Ricky Kleeman, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Jeff Mason, and Don Ritchie. Ricky is a CBS News legal analyst. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Jeff is a White House correspondent for Reuters, and Don is a historian emeritus of the United States Senate. Don, I want to start with you. Based on what we've seen in the past, what will today's trial, the debate proceedings, look like?
Well, it'll be a little unusual that we'll get to watch the debate. The first time they held the rules discussion on the Clinton impeachment, they actually did it behind closed doors because it was such a new effort for them. This time around, their rules are very similar to the ones that were used in the Clinton impeachment. They're going to use that as their starting point, but they'll be debating in public.
Don, what would you say are really the big differences from last go-round under Clinton and now when you're talking about the rules?
Well, again, witnesses are an issue, but in 1999, there was general agreement among the senators on both sides that they did not want the witnesses on the floor. Particularly, they did not want Monica Lewinsky on the floor. And so they finally agreed to have video depositions of 3 witnesses that were shown. This time around, there is definitely a disagreement among the senators as to whether or not witnesses should be present or not.
All right, I want to turn now to Ricky Kleeman here on set. Ricky, you know, House Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler had one point said, at no point would you have a trial without having witnesses or evidence. What do you make of the rules that McConnell has set forward, and do you agree with Nadler on that?
Well, I think Jerry Nadler makes a very accurate statement. I mean, we have never heard of any kind of a trial, whether it's impeachment or it's a civil trial or a criminal trial, where you don't have evidence and you don't have witnesses in whatever form. Don is quite correct that you could do it by deposition or
I apologize,
live.
Ricky. I'm going to cut you off. I want to take you now to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
That exists in our system of government. We began just the 3rd presidential impeachment trial in American history. This is a unique responsibility which the framers of our Constitution knew that the Senate, and only the Senate, could handle. Our founders trusted the Senate to rise above short-term passions and factionalism. They trusted the Senate to soberly consider what has actually been proven and which outcome best serves the nation. That's a pretty high bar, Mr. President, and you might say that later today, this body will take our entrance exam. Today, we will consider and pass an organizing resolution that will structure the first phase of the trial. This initial step will offer an early signal to our country. Can the Senate still serve our founding purpose? Can we still put fairness, even-handedness, and historical precedent ahead of the partisan passions of the day? Today's vote will contain some answers. The organizing resolution we'll put forward already has the support of a majority of the Senate. That's because it sets up a structure that is fair, even-handed, and tracks closely with past precedents that were established unanimously. After pretrial business, the resolution establishes the 4 things that need to happen next. First, the Senate will hear an opening presentation from the House managers. Second, we will hear from the President's counsel. Third, senators will be able to seek further information by posing written questions to either side through the Chief Justice. And fourth, with all that information in hand, the Senate will consider whether we feel any additional evidence or witnesses are necessary to evaluate whether the House case has cleared or failed to clear the high bar of overcoming the presumption of innocence and undoing a democratic election. The Senate's fair process will draw a sharp contrast with the unfair and precedent-breaking inquiry that was carried on by the House of Representatives. The House broke with precedent by denying members of the Republican minority the same rights that Democrats had received when they were in the minority back in 1998. Here in the Senate, every single senator will have exactly the same rights and exactly the same ability to ask questions. The House broke with fairness by cutting President Trump's counsel out of their inquiry to an unprecedented degree. Here in the Senate, the President's lawyers will finally receive a level playing field with the House Democrats and will finally be able to present the President's case. Finally, some fairness. On every point, our straightforward resolution will bring the clarity and fairness that everyone deserves: the President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the American people. This is the fair roadmap for our trial. We need it in place before we can move forward. So the Senate should prepare to remain in session today until we complete this resolution and adopt it. This basic 4-part structure aligns with the first steps of the Clinton impeachment trial in 1999. 21 years ago, 100 senators agreed unanimously that this roadmap was the right way to begin the trial. All 100 senators agreed the proper time to consider the question of potential witnesses was after opening arguments and senators' questions. Now, some outside voices have been urging the Senate to break with precedent on this question. Loud voices, including the leadership of the House majority, colluded with Senate Democrats and tried to force the Senate to pre-commit ourselves to seek specific witnesses and documents before senators had even heard opening arguments or even asked questions. These are potential witnesses, Mr. President, whom the House managers themselves declined to hear from, whom the House itself declined to pursue through the legal system during its own inquiry. The House was not facing any deadline. They were free to run whatever investigation they wanted to run. If they wanted witnesses who would trigger legal battles over presidential privilege, they could have had those fights. But the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee and the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee decided not to. They decided their inquiry was finished and moved right ahead. The House chose not to pursue the same witnesses they apparently would now like the Senate to pre-commit to pursuing ourselves. As I've been saying for weeks, nobody will dictate Senate procedure to United States senators. A majority of us are committed to upholding the unanimous, bipartisan Clinton precedent against outside influences with respect to the proper timing of these mid-trial questions. And so, if any amendments are brought forward to force premature decisions on mid-trial questions, I will move to table such amendments and protect our bipartisan precedent. If a senator moves to amend the resolution in order to subpoena specific witnesses or documents, I will move to table such motions because the Senate will decide those questions later in the trial, just like we did back in 1999. Now, Mr. President, today may present a curious situation. We may hear House managers themselves agitate for such amendments. We may hear a team of managers led by the House Intelligence and Judiciary Committee chairman argue that the Senate must pre-commit ourselves to reopen the very investigation they themselves oversaw and voluntarily shut down. It would be curious to hear these two House chairmen argue that the Senate must pre-commit ourselves to supplementing their own evidentiary record, to enforcing subpoenas they refused to enforce, to supplementing a case they themselves have recently described as overwhelming, and beyond any reasonable doubt. So, Mr. President, these mid-trial questions could potentially take us even deeper into even more complex constitutional waters. For example, many senators, including me, have serious concerns about blurring the traditional role between the House and the Senate within the impeachment process. The Constitution divides the power to impeach from the power to try. The first belongs solely to the House, and with the power to impeach comes the responsibility to investigate. The Senate agreeing to pick up and carry on the House's inadequate investigation would set a new precedent that could incentivize frequent and hasty impeachments from future House majorities. It could dramatically change the separation of powers between the House and the Senate if the Senate agrees we will conduct both the investigation and the trial of an impeachment. What's more, some of the proposed new witnesses include executive branch officials whose communications with the President and with other executive branch officials lie at the very core of the President's constitutional privilege. Pursuing those witnesses could indefinitely delay the Senate trial and draw our body into a protracted and complex legal fight over presidential privilege. Such litigation could potentially have permanent repercussions for the separation of powers and the institution of the presidency that senators would need to consider very, very carefully. So, Mr. President, the Senate is not about to rush into these weighty questions without discussion and without deliberation, without even hearing opening arguments first. There were good reasons why 100 out of 100 senators agreed 2 decades ago to cross these bridges when we came to them. That is what we will do this time as well. Fair is fair. The process was good enough for President Clinton, and basic fairness dictates it ought to be good enough for this president as well. So, the eyes are on the Senate. The country is watching to see if we can rise to the occasion. 21 years ago, 100 senators, including a number of us who sit in the chamber today, did just that. The body approved a fair, common-sense process to guide the beginning of a presidential impeachment trial. Today, 2 decades later, this Senate will retake that entrance exam. The basic structure we're proposing is just as eminently fair and even-handed as it was back then. The question is whether senators are themselves ready to be as fair and as even-handed. The Senate made a statement 21 years ago. We said that presidents of either party deserve basic justice and a fair process. A challenging political moment like today does not make such statements less necessary, but all the more necessary, in fact. So I would say to my colleagues across the aisle, there is no reason why the vote on this resolution ought to be remotely partisan. There's no reason other than base partisanship to say this particular president deserves a radically different rule book than what was good enough for a past president of your own party. So I would urge every single senator to support our fair resolution. I urge everyone to vote to uphold the Senate's unanimous bipartisan precedent of a fair process.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell outlining some proposed ground rules. I want to bring in our panel here to talk a little bit more. We're also expecting Chuck Schumer to step up to the podium any moment now. I believe there he is. You know what? Let's go to him live.
Has been well-founded concern that the additional security measures required for access to the galleries during the trial could cause reporters to miss some of the events on the Senate floor. I want to assure everyone in the press that I will vociferously oppose any attempt to begin the trial unless the reporters trying to enter the gallery are seated. The press is here to inform the American public about these pivotal events in our nation's history. We must make sure they are able to. Some may not want what happens here to be public. We do. Now, Mr. President, after the conclusion of my remarks, the Senate will proceed to the impeachment trial of President Donald John Trump for committing high crimes and misdemeanors. President Trump is accused of coercing a foreign leader into interfering in our elections to benefit himself and then doing everything in his power to cover it up. If proved, the president's actions are crimes against democracy itself. It's hard to imagine a greater subversion of our democracy than for powers outside our borders to determine the elections from within. For a foreign country to attempt such a thing on its own is bad enough. For an American president to deliberately solicit such a thing, to blackmail a foreign country with military assistance to help him win an election, is unimaginably worse. I can't imagine any other president doing this. Beyond that, for then the president to deny the right of Congress to conduct oversight, deny the right to investigate any of his activities, to say Article 2 of the Constitution gives him the right to, quote, do whatever he wants. We are staring down an erosion of the sacred democratic principles for which our founders fought a bloody war of independence. Such is the gravity of this historic moment. Now, one senator Inhofe is sworn in at 1 p.m. The ceremonial functions at the beginning of a presidential trial will be complete. The Senate then must determine the rules of the trial. The Republican leader will offer an organizing resolution that outlines his plan for the rules of the trial. It is completely partisan. It was kept secret until the very eve of the trial. And now that it's public, it's very easy to see why. The McConnell rules seem to be designed by President Trump for President Trump. It asks the Senate to rush through as fast as possible and makes getting evidence as hard as possible. It could force presentations to take place at 2 or 3 in the morning so the American people won't see them. In short, the McConnell resolution will result in a rushed trial with little evidence in the dark of night. Literally, the dark of night. If the president is so confident in his case, if Leader McConnell is so confident the president did nothing wrong, why don't they want the case to be presented in broad daylight? On something as important as impeachment, The McConnell resolution is nothing short of a national disgrace. This will go down, this resolution, as one of the darker moments in the Senate history, perhaps one of even the darkest. Now, Leader McConnell has just said he wants to go by the Clinton rules. Then why did he change them in 4 important ways at minimum to all make the trial less transparent, less clear, and with less evidence? He said he wanted to get started in exactly the same way. It turns out, contrary to what the leader said, I'm amazed he could say it with a straight face, that the rules are the same as the Clinton rules. The rules are not even close to the Clinton rules. Unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution does not admit the record of the House impeachment proceedings into evidence. So Leader McConnell wants a trial with no existing evidence and no new evidence. A trial without evidence is not a trial. It's a cover-up. Second, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution limits presentation by the parties to 24 hours per side over only 2 days. We start at 1, 12 hours a day, we're at 1 a.m., and that's without breaks. It'll be later. Leader McConnell wants to force the managers to make important parts of their case in the dark of night. Number 3, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution places an additional hurdle to get witnesses and documents by requiring a vote on whether such motions are even in order. If that vote fails, then no motions to subpoena witnesses and documents will be in order. I don't want anyone on the other side to say, I'm going to vote no first on witnesses, but then later I'll determine it. If they vote for McConnell's resolution, they're making it far more difficult to vote in the future, later on in the trial. And finally, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution allows a motion to dismiss at any time in the trial. So in short, contrary to what the leader has said, the McConnell rules are not at all like the Clinton rules. The Republican leader's resolution is based neither in precedent nor in principle. It is driven by partisanship and the politics of the moment. Today, I'll be offering amendments to fix the many flaws in Leader McConnell's deeply unfair resolution and seek the witnesses and documents we've requested, beginning with an amendment to have the Senate subpoena White House documents. Let me be clear, these amendments are not dilatory. They only seek one thing, the truth. That means relevant documents. That means relevant witnesses. That's the only way to get a fair trial, and everyone in this body knows it. Each Senate impeachment trial in our history, all 15 that were brought to completion, feature witnesses. Every single one. The witnesses we request are not Democrats. They're the president's own men. The documents are not Democratic documents. They're documents, period. We don't know if the evidence of the witnesses or the documents will be exculpatory to the president or incriminating. But we have an obligation, a solemn obligation, particularly now during this most deep and solemn part of our Constitution, to seek the truth and then let the chips fall where they may. My Republican colleagues have offered several explanations for opposing witnesses and documents at the start of the trial. None of them has much merit. Republicans have said we should deal with the question of witnesses later in the trial. Of course, it makes no sense to hear both sides present their case first and then afterward decide if the Senate should hear evidence. The evidence is supposed to inform arguments, not come after they're completed. Some Republicans have said the Senate should not go beyond the House record by calling any witnesses. But the Constitution gives the Senate the sole power to try impeachments, not the sole power to review, not the sole power to rehash, but to try. Republicans have called our request for witnesses and documents political. If seeking the truth is political, then the Republican Party is in serious trouble. The White House has said that the articles of impeachment are brazen and wrong. Well, If the president believes his impeachment is so brazen and wrong, why won't he show us why? Why is the president so insistent that no one come forward, that no documents be released? If the president's case is so weak that none of the president's men can defend him under oath, shame on him and those who allow it to happen. What is the president hiding? What are our Republican colleagues hiding? Because if they weren't afraid of the truth, they'd say, go right ahead, get at the truth, get witnesses, get documents. In fact, no point over the last few months have I heard a single solitary argument on the merits of why witnesses and documents should not be part of the trial. No Republican has explained why less evidence is better than more evidence. Nevertheless, Leader McConnell is poised to ask the Senate to begin the first impeachment trial of a president in history without witnesses, that rushes through the arguments as quickly as possible, that in ways both shameless and subtle will conceal the truth from the American people. Leader McConnell claimed that the House had ran the most rushed, least thorough, and most unfair impeachment inquiry in modern history. The truth is, Leader McConnell is plotting the most rushed, least thorough, and most unfair impeachment trial in modern history. And it begins today. The Senate has before it a very straightforward question. The president is accused of coercing a foreign power to interfere in our elections to help himself. It's the job of the Senate to determine if these very serious charges are true. The very least we can do is examine the facts, review the documents, hear the witnesses, try the case. Not run from it, not hide it, try it. Because if the president commits high crimes and misdemeanors, and Congress refuses to act, refuses even to conduct a fair trial of his conduct, then presidents, this president and future presidents, can commit impeachable crimes with impunity, and the order and rigor of our democracy will dramatically decline. The fail-safe, the final fail-safe of our democracy will be rendered moot. The most powerful check on the executive, the one designed to protect the people from tyranny, will be erased. In short time, my colleagues, each of us will face a choice about whether to begin this trial in search of the truth or in service of the president's desire to cover it up. Whether the Senate will conduct a fair trial and a full airing of the facts, or a rush to a predetermined political outcome. My colleagues, the eyes of the nation, the eyes of history, the eyes of the Founding Fathers are upon us. History will be our final judge. Will senators rise to the occasion? I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer there, and we also heard from Mitch McConnell as well, Senate Majority Leader, as ahead of discussing these proposed rules for the Senate trial. I want to bring in our panel joining us right now, Ricky Kleeman, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Jeff Mason, and Don Ritchie. Don, I want to turn to you as you are a historian emeritus of the United States Senate. We've heard a lot of comparisons between the rules that Mitch McConnell have laid down and the rules from 21 years ago under Bill Clinton's impeachment trial. Can you explain for us and take us back, were witnesses and evidence presented in the trial, and did they go through the same process of discussing that as they are doing now?
Well, there have been two presidential impeachment trials in the Senate. One was Andrew Johnson back in 1868, and there were about 40 witnesses at that time. Actually, the president wanted everyone in his administration to come up and testify in his favor at that stage. But in the Clinton case, there had been a very large investigation conducted by Kenneth Starr that had put out an enormous report. and it really interrogated everyone imaginable. The question was, would they add anything extra when they came to the trial? And the general sense was probably not, but they did allow 3 witnesses to be deposed, and probably in the end didn't change anyone's mind.
I want to turn to Jeff Mason, who is outside of the White House right now. Jeff, we heard just now, there were 3 witnesses during the Clinton impeachment trial. The audio recordings were allowed to be heard. What is the White House saying about this, and what is their strategy at this point?
Well, I think the White House is pretty closely aligned with Senate Majority Leader McConnell, and I'm sure that they looked upon his opening remarks with a great deal of favor. It's interesting to note, I'm standing out here in this sort of cold day in front of the White House, but the president isn't here the day that his impeachment trial begins. He is in Davos, Switzerland, speaking to world economic leaders, but I can assure you that he is keeping pretty close track of what's going on and is pleased that his counsel will have a chance to, in their belief now, really lay out the case and prove that what the Democrats have been arguing in the impeachment articles is not the case.
I'm going to turn to Ricky Kleeman, CBS News legal analyst. Ricky, we heard Senator Schumer say no Republican has made the explanation as to why less evidence is better than more. What do you take of the fact that witnesses at this point haven't been allowed? And Senator Schumer has said he's going to table anything that is presented prematurely at this point.
Well, Senator Schumer had a very interesting line, and he said a trial without evidence is a cover-up. And, of course, that is going to be the theme of the Democrats. It is hard to imagine, I say as a lawyer, any trial that has no evidence and has no witnesses, because then all you are getting are arguments on the part of counsel, which lawyers would tell you is just like having an appellate argument where that's what you hear. So if all we do have are the arguments of counsel or the arguments of the House managers and then the arguments of the lawyers for the president, if that is all there is before the questions come from the senators, which then go to Chief Justice Roberts, and what the questions mean is this. Questions from the senators are for the House managers and for the defenders of the president. So we're really having, in essence, a large appellate argument. So one of the things that the Senate will not have the benefit of, which we have had, which is the witnesses who were live during the Intelligence Committee hearings of the House. So there will be no Fiona Hill. There will be no Ambassador Sondland.
And to people who ask, how can you have a trial without hearing or seeing the evidence, what do you say?
Well, I say that it really would be a good idea to at least be able to take the evidence that was adduced at the House and at least make sure the senators read or hear that evidence. And the witnesses that the Democrats would like to call may have relevance for the Democrats and be inculpatory, but frankly, we don't know that they may be exculpatory. Because when it comes to someone like a John Bolton, when it comes to someone like a Mick Mulvaney, who is to say what they are going to say?
We're also standing by, Caitlin, I want to get you in as well. We're also standing by, you see a live look at Capitol Hill there. Chief Justice John Roberts is expected to preside over this. We see Senator Cory Booker, who just last week has decided he is not going to run for office, presidential office. Caitlin, I'm going to bring you in because the other element to all this that everyone is watching is you've got some folks on the Democratic side who are running for president that will also need to be here over the course of this trial.
Yeah, usually at this time we would all be kind of camped out in Iowa. Now you see Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar are going to be in the Senate doing jury duty. Cory Booker was interesting because he dropped out last week, citing impeachment hearings as a reason for the reason that he couldn't continue on, saying he's going to have to be in Washington. It's hard to raise money that way. It's hard to campaign. To Ricky's point, I thought what was really interesting to hear Schumer say was that these witnesses that they want to bring forward are not Democrats. He said, quote, they're the president's own men. And that's something that I think, even if you aren't going to get Republicans crossing over to support Democrats when it comes to the rules, you have people like Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, those kind of vulnerable senators or those who may be inclined to cross the aisle say that they want to see the evidence that the House brought over first. They're not ready, while they would be open to witnesses, they're not really ready to make that yet. So they will support the rules package, which is important because this is headed for really a partisan showdown. I think what Schumer was trying to do was two things. First, say that the witnesses that they want to call are the president's own people. And second, to kind of try to put pressure on some of those more vulnerable Republicans up for re-election in 2020 who will be facing this vote. There was a CNN poll out today that showed that while the country's pretty split on impeachment, about half wanted the Senate to convict. Here, 70% or nearly 70% want to see new witnesses. So how they try to use public opinion and try to create more pressure for some of these Republicans, I think, is something to watch.
All right. I want to turn also to the White House. Jeff Mason. Jeff, the White House sort of released their strategy yesterday of how they plan to go forward. What do we learn and what's their plans and where do they stand at this point about allowing a John Bolton to testify?
Well, we learned a few different things. I mean, in many ways, the information that came out of the White House yesterday really put into writing what we have seen already from President Trump on his Twitter account and listen to him say when he speaks to reporters and speaks in public. Basically, that they see this entire impeachment process as a sham. The president's attorneys are arguing that he did nothing wrong, and that and actually that they see that as one of the bigger weaknesses in the Democrats' case, which is that they don't believe that this abuse of power charge is impeachable. They also, to the second charge of obstructing justice or obstructing Congress, that's just simply not the case, that the president had the right to claim executive privilege in some areas, and that's not something that should be impeachable either. So I think we're going to see that argued more forcefully in the coming days by the president's attorneys, and again, it's really just a culmination of the arguments that they've been making already for some time.
I want to turn also to Don Ritchie to give us a little bit more historical context to this. Don, when you compare the relationship Schumer and McConnell at this point to Trent Lott and Tom Daschle 21 years ago, what comparisons would you draw at this point?
Well, it's clear that politics have become much more polarized in the last 20 years. Senator Lott and Senator Daschle disagreed with each other politically, but they both rose to deciding to defend the Senate as an institution and worked together very closely during that period and brought the senators together. As Senator McConnell mentioned that 100-0 vote, and that was quite a remarkable achievement. I think Senator Lott and Senator Daschle really deserve the credit for bringing the two parties together at that stage. It may be just impossible to get the two parties that close together in the current political climate.
His exact words, Senator McConnell said 21 years ago, 100 senators agreed that this was the right roadmap. What's different now, Don, at this point? It seems like there's a McConnell guideline and there's something that the Democrats are trying to push forward, and none of them seem to be exactly dovetailing with what the Clinton rules were. Can you walk us through the differences here right now at this point?
Right. Well, the interesting thing is that the Constitution allows the Senate to write its own rules under all circumstances. But the Senate actually prefers to operate under precedent as much as possible. If they did it before, it's easier to justify doing it again. If they didn't do it before, it's harder to get to that stage. And that happens in the Senate on a daily basis. The precedents actually outrule the rules of the Senate on many occasions. So what they're both looking back to is what's the similarity to the situation in 1999 and what's different about it. One major difference was that the House really didn't conduct much of an investigation in 1998. It really depended entirely on the Starr report, whereas we've been watching for several weeks now with the House investigation going on. The witnesses had all been essentially interrogated in 1998, but a lot of witnesses that those houses sought to hear testify from were denied to them because of executive privilege. So there are a number of cases where people can say say, well, it's the same as it was or it's different than it was. And in each case, they're going to have to try to reconcile those differences.
I remember I was a college freshman when the Starr Report came out. They had a post at George Washington University, stop printing out the Starr Report because it was clogging the printers at the university. And we are at such a different point right now where information is at the speed, streaming, if I might say, as well. At this point, Ricky, I want to turn to you and ask you, though, about Pat Cipollone, White House legal counsel, who the Democrats really believe could be key to understanding the White House's interaction with Ukraine. And here's something I want to quote here. It says, having him, having Cipollone in his role speak, not having him undermines the integrity of the pending trial. That's a direct quote. What do you make of that argument from Democrats?
Well, Pat Cipollone really knows the truth, at least as to conversations that he was privy to or part of. So he's in a unique position. It would be the position that Rudy Giuliani would be in if Rudy Giuliani got his wish to become an attorney in this case, which, of course, would be ridiculous because could be, if there's anyone who should be a primary witness for one side of the other, one could say it was Rudy Giuliani. Pat Cipollone understands the president's mind. Apparently, from everything we're given to read, the president is lockstep with Mitch McConnell. He believes in how Mitch McConnell is going to conduct his business, and that he, the president, believes in what Pat Cipollone would say, which has been written in the responsive brief. And the brief is very clear. The president did nothing wrong, or, in other words of the president, the call was perfect. And if he did something wrong, it is not impeachable. So you can't question Pat Cipollone because he's the lawyer, except that the senators can question him. But they're questioning him not about him. They're questioning him about what happened, that he is there as the president's lawyer, not as a witness.
Back in the Clinton impeachment trial, 3 witnesses were allowed to have their audio recordings presented in the trial. If there were 3 witnesses who could be key to this trial, who would they be?
Well, certainly Mick Mulvaney. Number 1, I should put Mick Mulvaney as number 2. Certainly, John Bolton is the one that everyone wants to hear from, followed by Mick Mulvaney. And then I think there's debate, which you can ask your political experts about, if it's other people in the office of OMB, if it's Lev Parnas, or if it is ultimately Rudy Giuliani. But the witnesses that the Democrats have been talking about are really within OMB.
I want to turn to Jeff Mason at the White House. Jeff, we've heard Ricky lay out 3 potential witnesses that folks would like to hear from. What are you hearing from the White House? What is their strategy when it comes to allowing anyone to speak at this point?
Pardon me. I think the White House, number 1, is going to wait it out a little bit, which is Mitch McConnell's strategy. Have both sides make their arguments first, and go through those separate 24-hour periods of laying out their case and laying out their defense, and then have a discussion about witnesses. But I tell you what, if the Democrats do succeed in getting enough votes from some of their Republican colleagues, from Mitt Romney, for example, perhaps from Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski, to allow witnesses, and then the Republicans are going to want witnesses as well. And in addition to those 3 people that we were just discussing that the Democrats would likely call, Republicans would probably call Hunter Biden. They might even call former Vice President Joe Biden to come in and really focus on what the president and his legal team are saying was going on in Ukraine, and to prove their case that the president was not actually trying to double down on a political opponent, but was trying to fight corruption in this foreign country.
Jeff, at this point, how confident is the White House with their legal strategy and going into the impeachment, and also with these polls coming out where a majority of Americans would like to see witnesses presented at this trial?
Well, those are two good questions, and I'll separate them out slightly. In terms of their overall strategy, I think the White House is very confident because at the end of the day, what's going to be the outcome from this impeachment process? It's almost certainly not going to lead to President Trump being removed from office. So because of that and those facts, they feel very confident about this going forward. As far as witnesses are concerned, I think there's just a question mark. In general, I think their preference now is pretty well aligned with Senator McConnell's preferences. With the preferences that Lindsey Graham, who's very closely tied to this White House, has laid out of just having a quick trial. And having a quick trial and getting this done, removing it from the president's plate and from the country's plate and allowing him to move on and claim vindication is something that they would prefer to having a longer drawn-out witness sort of back and forth from both sides.
Mm-hmm. I want to turn to historian Don Ritchie, giving us a little more Senate perspective. You know, Don, we are also going to see Chief Justice, Supreme Court Justice John Roberts presiding over this trial. What will his role be in all of this?
Yes, that's what really distinguishes a presidential impeachment trial, is this is the only case in which the Chief Justice comes across the street to preside. The Chief Justice of the United States is going to, in a sense, have to be the presiding officer of the Senate, which means he's going to have to adjust to the rules and precedents of the Senate. Back in 1868, under Andrew Johnson, the Chief Justice ruled and made lots of rulings and decided things. By 1999, when Chief Justice Rehnquist came over, the Senate had changed as a body, and the presiding officer was not a powerful figure, and the Chief Justice had to essentially listen to the Senate parliamentarians, give him advice. If the Chief Justice had, ruled in a different way, he could be overruled by a simple majority of the senators. And so the Chief Justice Rehnquist really pulled back and did a minimal job, of which he later on said he did nothing in particular, but he did it very well, and in fact was highly regarded by the senators at the time. So the Chief Justice is going to have to maintain a certain order and decorum in the Senate. The senators are not going to be allowed to stand up and walk around or talk to each other or read newspapers during the proceedings. He's going to add a lot of gravity, I think, to the proceedings, and he's going to be a reminder to the senators that it's not a typical session of the Senate.
Mm-hmm. I want to also bring in, joining us now, Keir Dougal, CBSN legal contributor and former federal prosecutor, Molly Hooper, who's a CBSN political contributor as well. Keir, I want to turn to you. What are you watching for as we are just sort of in the beginning of all of this?
Sure. So one of the things that we've heard mentioned already is that under these different rules, the rules that are now different from the rules for President Clinton, that we may say a motion to dismiss at the very beginning of this trial, which I think would be different and potentially is a game ender for this entire process. In addition, I would just want to echo what Ricky just said just moments ago, that we're also potentially going to look at something very unusual, which is a trial without evidence, a trial without even potentially the House's evidence, the evidence that the House gathered, and as we've been discussing, or you've been discussing, without other potentially new and important relevant witnesses and documents.
Speaking of political, Molly, I want to turn to you and ask, what do you think the likelihood is that this could be dismissed? And as far as witnesses go, what are you hearing on Capitol Hill? Are there enough Republicans to come over to support this?
For these initial votes, the motions that Chuck Schumer's going to make today, no, I don't think there's enough Republicans to call for witnesses at this point. The Republicans are agreeing to what Mitch McConnell has included in this resolution, which allows for a vote on witnesses and an argument to, for against witnesses after the opening arguments have been given and the questions have been submitted to the House managers and the White House counsel. And from what I understand, it's going to this resolution. That's why, leading up to, the revelation of this, the question had been whether or not Mitch McConnell would allow the new evidence that had been gathered since the House voted on the articles of impeachment. Because what Mitch McConnell is saying, and this is what happened with Clinton, is that we will accept the article of impeachment that the House voted on, which includes all the evidence that they have contained that they voted on, initially. But then in terms of whether they're going to accept, say, the Lev Parnas documents from the White House, in terms of why this aid was withheld, that vote will come later. And from what it sounds like these Republicans like Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, they aren't necessarily going to support that effort right now, because really what Chuck Schumer is trying to do is put those vulnerable Republicans, and Caitlin and I were talking about this in the green room prior to coming on set, put those vulnerable Republicans like Cory Gardner in a tough spot because he's up for re-election in purple Colorado. And so on these upcoming motions, I would not be surprised to see somebody like a Cory Gardner, maybe Susan Collins, voting for witnesses. But it won't be enough to change the outcome at this point.
Caitlin, I want to get you to weigh in as well.
Right, and that kind of allows them to maybe have it both ways, right?
Exactly.
Because something that these Republicans up for re-election have to consider is, yes, they come from purple states, but they also need to really get the Trump base out to support them. We saw last week when Martha McSally, called a reporter a hack. She's, of course, up in Arizona, which is a increasingly, a changing state. We saw how she's handled it. At least
I apologize to interrupt. They're reading the oath right now. Let's listen in on the Senate floor.
Secretary will note the name of the senator who has just taken the oath and will present the oath book to him for signature. The Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I'd like to state that for the information of all senators, the trial briefs filed yesterday by the parties have been printed and are now at each senator's desk.
The following documents will be submitted to the Senate for printing in the Senate Journal. The precept issued January 16, 2020, the writ of summons issued on January 16, 2020, and the receipt of summons dated January 16, 2020. The following documents, which were received by the Secretary of the Senate, will be submitted to the Senate for printing in the Senate Journal pursuant to the order of January 16, 2020. The answer of Donald John Trump, President of the United States, to the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against him on January 16, 2020, received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 18, 2020. The trial brief filed by the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 18, 2020. The trial brief filed by the President received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 20, 2020. The replication of the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 20, 2020. And the rebuttal brief filed by the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 21, 2020. Now, without objection, the foregoing documents will be printed in the congressional record. I note the presence in the House of the Senate, in the Senate chamber, of the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and counsel for the President of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send to the desk a list of floor privileges for closed sessions. It's been agreed to by both sides. I ask that it be inserted in the record and agreed to by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
For the further information of all senators, I'm about to send a resolution to the desk providing for an outline of the next steps in these proceedings. It will be debatable by parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Senator Schumer will then send an amendment to the resolution to the desk. Once that amendment has been offered and reported, we'll have a brief recess. When we reconvene, Senator Schumer's amendment will be debatable by the parties for 2 hours. Upon the use or yielding back of time, I intend to move to table Senator Schumer's amendment. And so, Mr. Chief Justice, I send a resolution to the desk and ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 483, to provide for related procedures concerning the articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. Resolved, that the House of Representatives shall file its record with the Secretary of the Senate, which will consist of those publicly available materials that have been submitted to or produced by the House Judiciary Committee, including transcripts of public hearings or markups and any materials printed by the House of Representatives or the House Judiciary Committee pursuant to House Resolution 660. Materials in this record will be admitted into evidence subject to any hearsay, evidentiary, or other objections that the President may make after opening presentations are concluded. All materials filed pursuant to this paragraph shall be printed and made available to all parties. The President and the House of Representatives shall have until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020, to file any motions permitted under the rules of impeachment, with the exception of motions to subpoena witnesses or documents or any other evidentiary motions. Responses to any such motions shall be filed no later than 11 a.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020. All materials filed pursuant to this paragraph shall be filed with the Secretary and be printed and made available to all parties. Arguments on such motions shall begin at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020, and each side may determine the number of persons to make its presentation, following which the Senate shall deliberate, if so ordered, under the impeachment rules, and vote on any such motions. Following the disposition of such motions, or if no motions are made, then the House of Representatives shall make its presentation in support of the articles of impeachment for a period of time not to exceed 24 hours over up to 3 session days. Following the House of Representatives' presentation, the President shall make his presentation for a period not to exceed 24 hours over up to 3 session days. Each side may determine the number of persons to make its presentation. Upon the conclusion of the President's presentation, senators may question the parties for a period of time not to exceed 16 hours. Upon the conclusion of questioning by the Senate, there shall be 4 hours of argument by the parties, equally divided, followed by deliberation by the Senate, if so ordered under the impeachment rules, on the question of whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The Senate, without any intervening action, motion, or amendment, shall then decide by the yeas and nays whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. Following the disposition of that question, other motions provided under the impeachment rules shall be in order. If the Senate agrees to allow either the House of Representatives or the President to subpoena witnesses, the witnesses shall first be deposed, and the Senate shall decide after deposition which witnesses shall testify pursuant to the impeachment rules. No testimony shall be admissible in the Senate unless the parties have had an opportunity to depose such witnesses. At the conclusion of deliberations by the Senate shall vote on each article of impeachment.
The resolution is arguable by the parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Mr. Manager Schiff, are you a proponent or opponent of this motion?
Justice, the House managers are in opposition to this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Cipollone, are you a proponent or opponent of the motion?
Mr. Chief Justice, we are a proponent of the motion.
Then, Mr. Cipollone, your side may proceed first, and we'll be able to reserve rebuttal time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, Senators. My name is Pat Cipollone. I am here as counsel to the President of the United States. Our team is proud to be here representing President Trump. We support this resolution. It is a fair way to proceed with this trial. It is modeled on the Clinton resolution, which had 100 senators supporting it the last time this body considered an impeachment. It requires the House managers to stand up and make their opening statement and make their case. They have delayed bringing this impeachment to this House for 33 days to this body. And it's time to start with this trial. It's a fair process. They will have the opportunity to stand up and make their opening statement. They will get 24 hours to do that. Then the president's attorneys will have a chance to respond. After that, all of you will have 16 hours to ask whatever questions you have of either side. Once that's finished and you have all of that information, we will proceed to the question of witnesses and some of the more difficult questions that will come before this body. We are in favor of this. We believe that once you hear those initial presentations, the only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong, and that these articles of impeachment do not begin to approach the standard required by the Constitution, and in fact, they themselves will establish nothing beyond those articles. You look at those articles alone and you will determine that there is absolutely no case. So we respectfully ask you to adopt this resolution so that we can begin with this process. It is long past time to start this proceeding, and we are here today to do it. And we hope that the House managers will agree with us and begin this proceeding today. We reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, and Counsel for the President, the House managers, on behalf of the House of Representatives, rise in opposition to Leader McConnell's resolution. Let me begin by summarizing why. Last week, we came before you to present the articles of impeachment against the President of the United States for only the third time in our history. Those articles charge President Donald John Trump with abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The misconduct set out in those articles is the most serious ever charged against a president. The first article, abuse of power, charges the president with soliciting a foreign power to help him cheat in the next election. Moreover, it alleges, and we will prove, that he sought to coerce Ukraine into helping him cheat by withholding official acts, two official acts: a meeting that the new president of Ukraine desperately sought with President Trump at the White House to show the world, and the Russians in particular, that the Ukrainian president had a good relationship with his most important patron, the President of the United States. And even more perniciously, President Trump illegally withheld almost $400 million in taxpayer-funded military assistance to Ukraine, a nation at war with our Russian adversary, to compel Ukraine to help him cheat in the election. Astonishingly, the president's trial brief filed yesterday contends that even if this conduct is proved, that there is nothing that the House or this Senate may do about it. It is the president's apparent belief that under Article 2 he can do anything he wants, no matter how corrupt, outfitted in gaudy legal clothing. And yet, when the founders wrote the impeachment clause, they had precisely this type of misconduct in mind. Conduct that abuses the power of his office for personal benefit, that undermines our national security, that invites foreign interference in our democratic process of an election. It is the trifecta of constitutional misconduct justifying impeachment. In Article 2, the president is charged with other misconduct that would likewise have alarmed the founders: the full, complete, and absolute obstruction of a co-equal branch of government, the Congress, during the course of its impeachment investigation into the president's own misconduct. This is every bit as destructive of our constitutional order as the misconduct charged in the first article. If a president can obstruct his own investigation, if he can effectively nullify a power the Constitution gives solely to Congress, indeed the ultimate power
the ultimate power the Constitution gives to prevent presidential misconduct, then the president places himself beyond accountability, above the law. Cannot be indicted, cannot be impeached. It makes him a monarch, the very evil against which our Constitution and the balance of powers it carefully laid out was designed to guard against. Shortly, the trial on these charges will begin, and when it has concluded, you'll be asked to make several determinations. Did the House prove that the president abused his power by seeking to coerce a foreign nation to help him cheat in the next election? And did he obstruct the Congress in its investigation into his own misconduct by ordering his agencies and officers to cooperate, refuse to cooperate in any way, to refuse to testify, to refuse to answer subpoenas for documents, and through every other means? And if the House has proved its case, and we believe the evidence will not be seriously contested, you will have to answer at least one other critical question. Does the commission of these high crimes and misdemeanors require the conviction and removal of the president? We believe that it does, and that the Constitution requires that it be so, or the power of impeachment must be deemed a relic or a casualty to partisan times, and the American people left unprotected against a president who would abuse his power for the very purpose of corrupting the only other method of accountability, our elections themselves. And so you will vote to find the president guilty or not guilty, to find his conduct impeachable or not impeachable. But I would submit to you, these are not the most important decisions you will make. How can that be? How can any decision you will make be more important than guilt or innocence, than removing the president or not removing the president? I believe the most important decision in this case is the one you will make today. The most important question is the question you must answer today. Will the president and the American people get a fair trial? Will there be a fair trial? I submit that this is an even more important question than how you vote on guilt or innocence, because whether we have a fair trial will determine whether you have a basis to render a fair and impartial verdict. It is foundational, the structure upon which every other decision you will make must rest. If you only get to see part of the evidence, if you only allow one side or the other a chance to present their full case, your verdict will be predetermined by the bias in the proceeding. If the defendant is not allowed to introduce evidence of his innocence, it's not a fair trial. So too for the prosecution. If the House cannot call witnesses or introduce documents and evidence, it's not a fair trial. It's not really a trial at all. Americans all over the country are watching us right now. And imagine they're on grand jury or they're on jury duty. Imagine that the judge walks into that courtroom and says that she's been talking to the defendant. And at the defendant's request, the judge has agreed not to let the prosecution call any witnesses or introduce any documents. The judge and the defendant have agreed that the prosecutor may only read to the jury the dry transcripts of the grand jury proceedings. That's it. Has anyone on jury duty in this country ever heard a judge describe such a proceeding and call it a fair trial? Of course not. That's not a fair trial. It's a mockery of a trial. Under the Constitution, this proceeding, the one we are in right now, is the trial. This is not the appeal from a trial. You are not appellate court judges. Okay, one of you is. And unless this trial is going to be different from every other impeachment trial or any other kind of trial for that matter, you must allow the prosecution and defense, the House manager and the president's lawyers, to call relevant witnesses. You must subpoena documents that the president has blocked, but which bear on his guilt or innocence. You must impartially do justice as your oath requires. So what does a fair trial look like in the context of impeachment? The short answer is it looks like every other trial. First, the resolution should allow the House managers to obtain documents that have been withheld. First, not last, because the documents will inform the decision about which witnesses are most important to call. And when the witnesses are called, the documentary evidence will be available and must be available to question them with. Any other order makes no sense. Next, the resolution should allow the House managers to call their witnesses. And then the President should be allowed to do the same and any rebuttal witnesses. And when the evidentiary portion of the trial ends, the parties argue the case. You deliberate and render a verdict. If there's a dispute as to whether a particular witness is relevant or material to the charges brought, under the Senate rules, the Chief Justice would rule on the issue of materiality. Why should this trial be different than any other trial? The short answer is it shouldn't. But Leader McConnell's resolution would turn the trial process on its head. His resolution requires the House to prove its case without witnesses, without documents, and only after it's done will such questions be entertained, with no guarantee that any witnesses or any documents will be allowed even then. That process makes no sense. So what is the harm of waiting until the end of the trial, of kicking the can down the road on the question of documents and witnesses? Besides the fact it's completely backwards, trial first, then evidence, besides the fact that the documents would inform the decision on which witnesses and help in their questioning, the harm is this. You will not have any of the evidence the President continues to conceal throughout most or all of the trial. And although the evidence against the President is already overwhelming, you may never know the full scope of the President's misconduct or those around him. And neither will the American people. The charges here involve the sacrifice of our national security at home and abroad, and a threat to the integrity of the next election. If there are additional remedial steps that need to be taken after the President's conviction, the American people must know about it. But if, as a public already jaded by experience has come to suspect, this resolution is merely the first step of an effort orchestrated by the White House to rush the trial, hide the evidence, and render a fast verdict, or worse, a fast dismissal, to make the President's go away as quickly as possible, to cover up his misdeeds, then the American people will be deprived of a fair trial and may never learn just how deep the corruption of this administration goes, or what other risks to our security and elections remain hidden. The harm will also endure for this body. If the Senate allows the President to get away with such extensive obstruction, it will affect the Senate's power of subpoena and oversight just as much as the House. The Senate's ability to conduct oversight will be beholden to the desires of this President and future presidents, whether he or she decides they want to cooperate with a Senate investigation or another impeachment inquiry and trial. Our system of checks and balances will be broken. Presidents will become accountable to no one. Now, it has been reported that Leader McConnell has already got the votes to pass this resolution, the text of which we did not see until last night and which has been changed even moments ago. And they say that Leader McConnell is a very good vote counter. Nonetheless, I hope that he's wrong. And not just because I think this process, the process contemplated by this resolution, is backwards and designed with the result in mind, and that the result is not a fair trial. I hope that he's wrong because whatever senators may have said or pledged or committed has been superseded by an event of constitutional dimension. You have all now sworn an oath. Not to each other, not to your legislative leadership, not to the managers or even to the Chief Justice. You have sworn an oath to do impartial justice. That oath binds you. That oath supersedes all else. Many of you in the Senate and many of us in the House have made statements about the President's conduct, or this trial, or this motion, or expectations. None of that matters now. That is all in the past. Nothing matters now but the oath to do impartial justice. And that oath requires a fair trial, fair to the president and fair to the American people. But is that really possible? Or, as the founders feared, has factionalism or an excessive partisanship made that now impossible? One way to find out what a fair trial should look like, devoid of partisan consideration, is to ask yourselves, how would you structure the trial if you didn't know what your party was? And you didn't know what the party of the president was? Would it make sense to you to have the trial first and then decide on witnesses and evidence later? Would that be fair to both sides? I have to think that your answer would be no. Let me be blunt. Let me be very blunt. Right now, a great many, perhaps even most Americans, do not believe there will be a fair trial. They don't believe that the Senate will be impartial. They believe that the result is pre-cooked. The president will be acquitted. Not because he is innocent, he is not, but because the senators will vote by party and he has the votes. The votes to prevent the evidence from coming out, the votes to make sure the public never sees it. The American people want a fair trial. They want to believe their system of government is still capable of rising to the occasion. They want to believe that we can rise above party and do what's best for the country, but a great many Americans don't believe that will happen. Let's prove them wrong. Let's prove them wrong. How? By convicting the president? No. Not by conviction alone. By convicting him if the House proves its case, and only if the House proves its case. But by letting the House prove its case. By letting the House call witnesses. By letting the House obtain documents. By letting the House decide how to present its own case, and not deciding it for us. In sum, by agreeing to a fair trial. Now let's turn to the precise terms of the resolution, the history of impeachment trials, and what fairness and impartiality require. Although we have many concerns about the resolution, I will begin with its single biggest flaw. The resolution does not ensure that subpoenas will, in fact, be issued for additional evidence that the Senate and the American people should have, and that the president continues to block to fairly decide the president's guilt or innocence. Moreover, it guarantees that subpoenas will not be issued now, when they would be most valuable to the Senate, the parties, and the American people. According to the resolution the leader has introduced, first, the Senate receives briefs and filings from the parties. Next, it hears lengthy presentations from the House and the President. Now, my colleagues, the President's lawyers, have described this as opening statements. But let's not kid ourselves. That is the trial that they contemplate. The opening statements are the trial. They'll either be most of the trial or they'll be all the trial. If the Senate votes to deprive itself of witnesses and documents, the opening statements will be the end of the trial. So to say, let's just have the opening statements and then we'll see, means let's have the trial. And maybe we can just sweep this all under the rug. So you'll hear these lengthy presentations from the House. There will be a question and answer period for the senators, and then and only then, after essentially the trial is over, after the briefs have been filed, after the arguments have been made, after the senators exhaust all their questions, only then will the Senate consider whether to subpoena crucial documents and witness testimony that the president has desperately tried to conceal from this Congress and the American people. Documents and witness testimony that, unlike the Clinton trial, have not yet been seen or heard. It is true that the record compiled by the House is overwhelming. It is true the record already compels the conviction of the president. In the face of unprecedented resistance by the president, the House assembled a powerful case evidence of the president's high crimes and misdemeanors. That includes direct evidence and testimony of officials who were unwilling and unwitting in this scheme and saw it for what it was. Yet there is still more evidence, relative and probative evidence, that the president continues to block, that would flesh out the full extent of the president's misconduct and those around him. We have seen that over the past few weeks, new evidence has continued to come to light, as the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office has determined that the hold on military to Ukraine was illegal and broke the law, as John Bolton has offered to testify in the trial, as one of the president's agents, Lev Parnas, has produced documentary evidence that clarifies Mr. Giuliani's activities on behalf of the president and corroborates Ambassador Sondland's testimony that everyone was in the loop, as documents released under the Freedom of Information Act have documented the alarm at the Department of Defense while the president illegally withheld military support for Ukraine, an ally at war with Russia, without explanation. As a senior Office of Management and Budget official, Michael Duffy instructed Defense Department officials on July 25th, 90 minutes after President Trump spoke by phone with President Zelensky, the Defense Department should pause all obligation of Ukraine military assistance under its purview. 90 minutes after that call. Duffy added, quote, "Given the sensitive nature of the request, I appreciate your keeping that information closely held to those who need to know to execute the direction." Although the evidence is already more than sufficient to convict, there is simply no rational basis for the Senate to deprive itself of all relevant information in making such a hugely consequential judgment. Moreover, as the president's answer to his summons and his trial brief make clear, the president now attempts to contest the facts, albeit in false and misleading ways. But the president should not have it both ways. He should not be permitted to claim that the facts uncovered by the House are wrong, while also concealing mountains of evidence that bear precisely on those facts. If this body seeks impartial justice, it should ensure that subpoenas are issued and that they are issued now, before the Senate begins extended proceedings based on a record that every person in this room and every American watching at home knows does not include documents and witness testimony. It should, because the president would not allow it to be so. Complying with these subpoenas would not impose a burden. The subpoenas cover narrowly tailored and targeted documents and witnesses that the president has concealed. The Senate deserves to see the documents from the White House, the State Department, the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Defense. These agencies already should have collected and at least preserved these documents in response to House subpoenas. Indeed, in some cases, agencies have already produced documents in FOIA lawsuits, albeit in heavily redacted form. And witnesses with direct knowledge or involvement should be heard. That includes the president's acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, his former national security advisor, John Bolton, who has publicly offered to testify, two senior officials integral to implementing the president's freeze on Ukraine's military aid also have very relevant testimony. Why not hear it? Robert Blair, who serves as Mulvaney's senior advisor, Michael Duffy, a senior official at OMB, and other witnesses with direct knowledge that we reserve the right to call later, but these witnesses with whom we wish to begin the trial. Last month, President Trump made clear that he supported having senior officials testify before the Senate during his trial, declaring that he would love to have Secretary Pompeo, Mr. Mulvaney, now former Secretary Perry, and, quote, many other people testify in the Senate trial.
So when it's fair, if it would be fair in the Senate, I would love to have Mike Pompeo. I'd love to have Mick. I'd love to have Rick Perry and many other people testify.
The Senate has an opportunity to take the president up on his offer to make his senior aides available, including Mr. Mulvaney and Secretaries Perry and Pompeo. But now the president is changing his tune. The bluster of wanting these witnesses to testify is over, notwithstanding the fact that he has never asserted a claim of privilege during the course of the House impeachment proceedings. He threatens to invoke one now in a last-ditch effort to keep the rest of the truth from coming out. The president sends his lawyers here to breathlessly claim that these witnesses or others cannot possibly testify because it involves national security. Never mind that it was the president's actions in withholding military aid from an ally at war that threatened our national security in the first place. Never mind that the most impeachable, serious offenses will always involve national security because they will involve other nations, and that misconduct based on foreign entanglement was what the framers feared most. The president's absurdist argument amounts to this: we must endanger national security to protect national security. We must make a president's conduct threatening our security beyond the reach of impeachment power if we are to save the presidency. This is dangerous nonsense. As justices of the Supreme Court have underscored, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. But let us turn from the abstract to the very concrete, and let me show you just one example of what the president is hiding in the name of national security. There is a document which the president has refused to turn over, in which his top diplomat in Ukraine says to two other appointees of the president, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." The administration refuses to turn over that document and so many more. We only know about its existence. We have only seen its contents because it was turned over by a cooperating witness. This is what the president would hide from you and from the American people. In the name of national security, he would hide graphic evidence of his dangerous misconduct. The only question is, and it is the question raised by this resolution, will you let him? Last year, President Trump said that Article 2 of the Constitution will allow him to do anything he wanted. And evidently believing that Article 2 empowered him to denigrate and defy a co-equal branch of government, he also declared that he will fight all subpoenas. Let's hear the president's own words.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president. Well, we're fighting all the subpoenas.
True to his pledge to obstruct Congress, when President Trump faced an impeachment inquiry in the House of Representatives, he ordered the executive branch to defy every single request on every single subpoena. He issued this order through his White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, on October 8, the same counsel that stood before you a moment ago to defend the president's misconduct. He then affirmed it again at a rally on October 10. Following President Trump's categorical order, we never received key documents and communications. It is important to note, in refusing to respond to Congress, the president did not make any formal claim of privilege ever. Instead, Mr. Cipollone's letter stated, in effect, that the president would withhold all evidence in the executive branch unless the House surrendered to demands that would effectively place President Trump in charge of the inquiry into his own misconduct. Needless to say, that was a non-starter and designed to be so. The president was determined to obstruct Congress no matter what we did. And his conduct since, his attacks on the impeachment inquiry, his attacks on witnesses, have affirmed that the president never had any intention to cooperate under any circumstance. And why? Because the evidence and testimony he conceals would only further prove his guilt. The innocent do not act this way. Simply stated, this trial should not reward the president's obstruction by allowing him to control what evidence is seen and when it is seen and what evidence will remain hidden. The documents the president seeks to conceal include White House records, including records about the president's unlawful hold on military aid, State Department records, including text messages and WhatsApp messages exchanged by the State Department and Ukrainian officials, and notes to file written by career professionals as they saw the president's scheme unfold in real time. OMB records demonstrating efforts to fabricate an after-the-fact rationale for the president's orders and showing internal objections that the president's orders violated the law. Defense Department records reflecting bafflement and alarm that the president suspended military aid to a key security partner without explanation. Many of the president's aides have also followed his orders and refused to testify. These include central figures in the impeachment inquiry, including White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and many others with relevant testimony, like Robert Blair and Michael Duffy. Mr. Blair, who serves as a senior advisor to Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney, worked directly with Mr. Duffy, a political appointee in the Office of Management and Budget, to carry out the president's order to freeze vital military and security assistance to Ukraine. The Trump administration has refused to disclose their communications, even though we know from written testimony, public reporting, and even Freedom of Information Act lawsuits that they were instrumental in implementing the hold and extending it at the president's express direction, even as career officials warned accurately that doing so would violate the law. The president has also made the insupportable claim that the House should have enforced its subpoenas in court and allowed the president to delay his impeachment for years. If we had done so, we would have abdicated our constitutional duty to act on the overwhelming facts before us and the evidence the president was seeking to cheat in the next election. We could not engage in a deliberately protracted court process while the president continued to threaten the sanctity of our elections. Resorting to the courts is also inconsistent with a Constitution that gives the House the sole power of impeachment. If the House were compelled to exhaust all legal remedies before impeaching the president, it would interpose the courts or the decision of a single judge between the House and the power to impeach. Moreover, it would invite the president to prevent his own impeachment by endlessly litigating the matter in court, appealing every judgment, engaging in every frivolous motion or device. Indeed, in the case of Don McGahn, the president's lawyer who was ordered to fire the special counsel and lie about it, he was subpoenaed by the House in April last year, and there is still no final judgment. A president may not defeat impeachment or accountability by engaging in endless litigation. Instead, it's been the long practice of the House to compile core evidence necessary to reach a reasoned decision about whether to impeach, and then to bring the case here to the Senate for a full trial. That is exactly what we did here, with an understanding that the Senate has its own power to compel documents and testimony. It would be one thing if the House had shown no interest in documents or witnesses during its investigation, although even there, the House has the sole right to determine its proceedings, as long as it makes the full case to the House, as it did. But it is quite another when the president is the cause of his own complaint, when the president withholds witnesses and documents and then attempts to rely on his own noncompliance to justify further concealment. President Trump made it crystal clear we would never see a single document or a single witness when he declared, as we just watched, that he would fight all subpoenas. As a matter of history and precedent, it would be wrong to assert that the Senate is unable to obtain and review new evidence during a Senate trial, regardless of why evidence was not produced in the House. You can and should insist on receiving all of the evidence so you can render impartial justice and can earn the confidence of the public in the Senate's willingness to hold a fair trial. Under the Constitution, the Senate does not just vote on impeachments. It does not just debate them. Instead, it is commanded by the Constitution to try all cases of impeachment. If the founders intended for the House to try the matter and the Senate to consider an appeal based on the cold record from the other chamber, they would have said so. But they did not. Instead, they gave us the power to charge and you the power to try all impeachments. The framers chose their language and the structure for a reason. As Alexander Hamilton said, the Senate is given awful discretion in matters of impeachment. The Constitution thus speaks to senators in their judicial character as a court for the trial of impeachments. It requires them to aim at real demonstrations of innocence or guilt, and it requires them to do so by holding a trial. The Senate has repeatedly subpoenaed and received new documents, often many of them while adjudicating cases of impeachment. Moreover, the Senate has heard witness testimony in every one of the 15 Senate trials, full Senate trials in the history of this republic, including those for Presidents Andrew Johnson and Bill Clinton. Indeed, in President Andrew Johnson's Senate impeachment trial, the House managers were permitted to begin presenting documentary evidence to the Senate on the very first day of the trial. The House managers' initial presentation of documents in President Johnson's case carried on for the first 2 days of trial, immediately after which witnesses were called to appear in the Senate. This has been the standard practice in prior impeachment trials. Indeed, in most trials, this body has heard from many witnesses, ranging from 3 in President Clinton's case to 40 in President Johnson's, and well over 60 in other impeachments. As these numbers make clear, the Senate has always heard from key witnesses when trying an impeachment. The notion that only evidence that was taken before the House should be considered is squarely and unequivocally contrary to Senate precedent. Nothing in law or history supports it. To start, consider Leader McConnell's own description of his work in a prior Senate impeachment proceeding. After serving on the Senate Trial Committee in the case of Judge Claiborne, Leader McConnell described how the Senate committee, quote, labored intensively for more than 2 months, amassing the necessary evidence and testimony. In the same essay, Leader McConnell recognized the full body's responsibility for amassing and digesting evidence. There was certainly a lot of evidence for the Senate to amass and digest in that proceeding, which involved charges against a district court judge. The Senate heard testimony from 19 witnesses, and it allowed for over 2,000 pages of documents to be entered into the record over the course of that trial. At no point did the Senate limit evidence to what was before the House. It did the opposite, consistent with unbroken Senate practice in every single impeachment trial, every single one. For example, of the 40 witnesses who testified during President Johnson's Senate trial, only 3 provided testimony to the House during its impeachment inquiry. Only 3. The remaining 37 witnesses in that presidential impeachment trial testified before the Senate. Similarly, the Senate's full first impeachment trial, which involved charges against Judge Pickering, involved testimony from 11 witnesses, all of whom were new to the impeachment proceedings and had not testified before the House. There are many other examples of this point, including the Senate's most recent impeachment trial of Judge Porteous in 2010. It is one that many of you and some of us know well. It, too, is consistent with this long-standing practice. There, the Senate heard testimony from 26 witnesses, 17 of whom had not testified before the House during its impeachment inquiry. Thus, there is a definitive tradition of the Senate hearing from new witnesses when trying articles of impeachment. There has never been a rule limiting witnesses to those who appeared in the House or limiting evidence before the Senate to that which the House itself considered. And that is because, as Senator Hiram Johnson explained in 1934, the integrity of Senate impeachment trials depend heavily upon the witnesses who are called, their appearance on the stand, their mode of giving testimony. There is thus an unbroken history of witness testimony in Senate impeachment trials, presidential and judicial. I would argue in the case of a president, it is even more important to hear the witnesses and see the documents. Any conceivable doubt on this score, and there should be none left, is dispelled by the Senate's own rules for trial of impeachment. Obtaining documents and hearing live witness testimony is so fundamental that the rules of procedure and practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, which date back to the 19th century, devote more attention to the gathering, handling, and admission of new evidence than any other single subject. These rules expressly contemplate that the Senate will hear evidence and conduct a thorough trial when sitting as a court of impeachment. At every turn, they reject the notion that the Senate would take the House's evidentiary record, blind itself to everything else, and vote to convict or acquit. For example, Rule 6 says the Senate shall have the power to compel the attendance of witnesses and enforce obedience to its orders. Rule 7 authorizes the presiding officer to rule on all questions of evidence, including but not limited to questions of relevancy, materiality, and redundancy. This Rule 2 presumes that the Senate trial will have testimony, giving rise to such questions. Rule 11 authorizes the full Senate to designate a committee of senators to receive evidence and take testimony at such times and places as the committee may determine. As Rule 11 makes clear, the committee's report must be transmitted to the full Senate for final adjudication. But nothing herein, the rule states, shall prevent the Senate from sending for any witness and hearing his testimony in open Senate or by order of the Senate involving the entire trial in the open Senate. Here, too, the Senate's operative impeachment rules expressly contemplate and provide for subpoenaing witnesses and hearing their testimony as part of the Senate trial. And the list goes on. These rules plainly contemplate a robust role for the Senate in gathering and considering evidence. They reflect centuries of practice of accepting and requiring new evidence in Senate trials. This Senate should honor that practice today by rejecting this resolution. What about the Clinton trial? What about the Clinton trial that will be argued? Even if we are departing from every other impeachment trial in history, including the impeachment of President Andrew Johnson, what about the Clinton trial? Aren't we following the same processes in the Clinton trial? The answer is no. First, the process for the Clinton trial was worked out by mutual consent among the parties. That is not true here, where the process is sought to be imposed by one party on the other. Second, all of the documents in the Clinton trial were turned over prior to the trial. All 90,000 pages of them, so they could be used in the House's case. None of the documents have been turned over by the president in this case. And under Leader McConnell's proposal, none may ever be. They certainly won't be available to you or to us during most or all of the trial. If we are really going to follow the Clinton precedent, the Senate must insist on the documents now, before the trial begins. Third, the issue in the Clinton trial was not one of calling witnesses, but of recalling witnesses. All of the key witnesses in the Clinton trial had testified before the grand jury or been interviewed by the FBI, one of them dozens of times, and their testimony was already known. President Clinton himself testified on camera and under oath before the Senate trial. He allowed multiple chiefs of staff and other key officials to testify, again, before the Senate trial took place. Here, none of the witnesses we seek to call, none of them have testified or been interviewed by the House. And as I said, the president cannot complain that we did not call these witnesses before the House when their unavailability was caused by the president himself. And last, as you will remember, those of you that were here, the testimony in the Clinton trial involved decorum issues that are not present here. You may rest assured, whatever else the case may be, such issues will not be present here. In sum, the Clinton precedent, if you're serious about it, if we're really serious about modeling this proceeding after the Clinton trial, the Clinton precedent is one where all the documents had been provided up front, where all the witnesses had testified up front prior to the trial. That is not being replicated by the McConnell resolution, not in any way, not in any shape, not in any form, far from it. The traditional model followed in President Johnson's case and all of the others is really the one that's most appropriate to the circumstances. The Senate should address all the documentary issues and most of the witnesses now, not later. The need to subpoena documents and testimony now has only increased due to the president's obstruction for several reasons. First, his obstruction has made him uniquely and personally responsible for the absences of the witnesses before the House. Having ordered them not to appear, he may not be heard to complain now that they followed his orders and refused to testify. To do otherwise only rewards the president's obstruction and encourages future presidents to defy lawful process in impeachment investigations. Second, if the president wishes to contest the facts and his answer and trial brief indicates that he will try, he must not continue to deny the Senate access to the relevant witnesses and documents that shed light on the very factual matters he wishes to challenge. The Senate trial is not analogous to an appeal where the parties must argue the facts on the basis of the record below. There is no record below. There is no below. This is the trial. Third, the president must not be allowed to mislead the Senate by selectively introducing documents while withholding the vast body of documents that may contradict them. This is very important. The president must not be allowed to mislead you by introducing documents selectively and withholding all of the rest. All of the relevant documents should be produced so there is full disclosure of the truth. Otherwise, there is a clear risk that the president will continue to hide all evidence harmful to his position while selectively producing documents without any context or opportunity to examine their creators. And finally, you may infer the president's guilt from his continuing efforts to obstruct production of documents and witnesses. The president has said he wants witnesses like Mulvaney and Pompeo and others to testify, and that his interactions with Ukraine have been perfect. Counsel has affirmed today that will be the president's defense. His conduct was perfect. It's perfect. Perfectly fine to coerce an ally by withholding military aid to get help cheating in the next election. That will be part of the president's defense, although albeit not worded in that way. But now he has changed course and does not want these witnesses to testify. The logical inference in any court of law would be that the party's continued obstruction of lawful subpoenas may be construed as evidence of guilt. Let me conclude. The facts will come out in the end. The documents which the president is hiding will be released through the Freedom of Information Act or through other means over time. Witnesses will tell their stories in books and film. The truth will come out. The question is, will it come out in time? And what answer shall we give if we did not pursue the truth now and let it remain hidden until it was too late to consider on the profound issue of the president's guilt or innocence? There are many overlapping reasons for voting against this resolution, but they all converge on a single idea: fairness. The trial should be fair to the House, which has been wrongly deprived of evidence by a president who wishes to conceal it. It should be fair to the president, who will not benefit from an acquittal or dismissal if the trial is not viewed as fair, if it is not viewed as impartial. And fair to you senators, who are tasked with the grave responsibility of determining whether to convict or acquit, and should do so with the benefit of all of the facts. And fair to the American people, who deserve the full truth and who deserve representatives who will seek it on their behalf. And with that, Mr. Chief Justice, I yield back.
Mr. Cipollone, Mr. Sekulow, you have 57 minutes available.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer. It's also my privilege to represent the President of the United States before this chamber. Senator Schumer said earlier today that the eyes of the founders are on these proceedings. Indeed, that's true. but it is the heart of the Constitution that governs these proceedings. And what we just heard from Manager Schiff, courts have no role, privileges don't apply. What happened in the past, we should just ignore. In fact, Manager Schiff just said, try to summarize my colleague's defense of the president. He said, not in those words, of course, which is not the first time Mr. Schiff has put words into transcripts that did not exist. Mr. Schiff also talked about a trifecta. I'll give you a trifecta. During the proceedings that took place before the Judiciary Committee, the president was denied the right to cross-examine witnesses. The president was denied the right to access evidence. And the president was denied the right to have counsel present at hearings. That's a trifecta. A trifecta that violates the Constitution of the United States. Mr. Schiff did say the courts really don't have a role in this. Executive privilege, why would that matter? It matters because it's based in the Constitution of the United States. One manager said that it is you that are on trial, the Senate. He also said that, and others did, that you're not capable of abiding by your oath. And then we had the invocation of the ghost of the Mueller report. I know something about that report. It came up empty on the issue of collusion with Russia. There was no obstruction. In fact, the Mueller report, to the contrary of what these managers say today, came to the exact opposite conclusions of what they say. Let me quote from the House impeachment report at page 16. Although President Trump has in times invoked the notion of due process, an impeachment trial, an impeachment inquiry is not a criminal trial and should not be confused with it. Believe me, what has taken place in these proceedings is not to be confused with due process. Because due process demands, and the Constitution requires, that fundamental fairness and due process, we're hearing a lot about due process is designed to protect the person accused. When the Russia investigation failed, it devolved into the Ukraine. A quid pro quo. When that didn't prove out, it was then bribery or maybe extortion, or somebody said, one of the members or the members of the House said treason. But instead we get two articles of impeachment. Two articles of impeachment that have a vague allegation about a non-crime allegation of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Managers, right here, before you today, who have said that executive privilege and constitutional privileges have no place in these proceedings. On June 28, 2012, Attorney General Eric Holder became the first United States Attorney General to be held in both civil and criminal contempt. Why? Because President Obama asserted executive privilege. With respect to the Holder contempt proceedings, Mr. Manager Schiff wrote, the White House assertion of privilege is backed by decades of precedent that has recognized the need for the president and his senior advisors to receive candid advice and information from their top aides. Indeed, that's correct. Not because Manager Schiff said it, but because the Constitution requires it. Mr. Manager Nadler said that the effort to hold Eric Holder, Attorney General Holder, in contempt for refusing to comply with various subpoenas was, quote, politically motivated, and Speaker Pelosi called the Holder matter, and I quote, a little more than a witch hunt. What are we dealing with here? Why are we here? Are we here because of a phone call? Or are we here before this great body because since the president was sworn into office, there was a desire to see him removed. I remember in the Mueller report, there were discussions about, remember, insurance policies. The insurance policy didn't work out so well. So then we moved to other investigations. I guess you would call it reinsurance or an umbrella policy. And that didn't work out so well. And here we are today. Manager Schiff quoted the Supreme Court, and I'd like to make reference to the Supreme Court as well. It was then Justice Rehnquist, later to be Chief Justice Rehnquist, who wrote for the majority in United States versus Russell in 1973. These are the words. We may someday be presented with a situation in which the conduct of law enforcement agents is so outrageous that due process principles would absolutely bar the government from invoking judicial process to obtain a conviction. That day is today. That day was a year ago. That day was in July when Special Counsel Mueller testified. I am not today going to take the time to review, and I will do it later, the pattern and practices of irregularities that have gone on in these investigations from the outset. But to say that the courts have no role, the rush to impeachment, to not wait for a decision from a court on an issue as important as executive privilege, as if executive privilege hasn't been utilized by presidents since our founding. This is not some new concept. We don't waive executive privilege, and there's a reason we keep executive privilege, and we assert it when necessary. And that is to protect the Constitution and the separation of powers. The president's opponents, in their rush to impeach, have refused to wait for complete judicial review. That was their choice. Speaker Pelosi clearly expressed her impatience and contempt for judicial proceedings when she said, "We cannot be at the mercy of the courts." Think about that for a moment. We cannot be at the mercy of the courts. So take Article 3 of the United States Constitution, remove it. We're acting as if the courts are an improper venue to determine constitutional issues of this magnitude. That is why we have courts. That is why we have a federal judiciary. It was interesting when Professor Turley testified before the House Judiciary Committee in front of Mr. Nadler's committee. He said, we have three branches of government, not two. If you impeach a president, if you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to courts and abuse of power, it's your abuse of power. You know, it's more than that. A lot more than that. There's a lot more than an abuse of power if you say the courts don't apply. Constitutional principles don't apply. Let's start with a clean slate as if nothing happened. A lot has happened. As we proceed in the days ahead, we will lay out our case. We're going to put forward to the American people, but more important, for the Constitution's sake, what's taken place here. But this idea that we should ignore what has taken place over the last 3 years is outrageous. We believe that what Senator McConnell has put forward provides due process, allows the proceedings to move forward in an orderly fashion. 33 days. 33 days they held on to those impeachment articles. 33 days. It was such a rush of national security to impeach this president before Christmas that they then held him for 33 days. To do what? To act as if they negotiate, the House of Representatives should negotiate the rules of the United States Senate. They didn't hide this. This was the express purpose. This was the reason they did it. We're prepared to proceed. Majority Leader, Democratic Majority Leader, we're prepared to proceed. In our view, these proceedings should begin. I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, the White House counsel. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Cipollone.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. I just want to make a couple of additional points. It's very difficult to sit there and listen to Mr. Schiff tell the tale that he just told. Let's remember how we all got here. They made false allegations about a telephone call. The President of the United States declassified that telephone call and released it to the public. How's that for transparency? When Mr. Schiff found out that there was nothing to his allegations, he focused on the second telephone call. He made false, and his colleagues made false allegations about that second telephone call that occurred before the one he had demanded. So the President of the United States declassified and released that telephone call. Still nothing. Again, complete transparency in a way that, frankly, I'm unfamiliar with any precedent of any President of the United States releasing a classified telephone call with a foreign leader. When Mr. Schiff saw that his allegations were false, and he knew it anyway, what did he do? He went to the House and he manufactured a fraudulent version of that call. He manufactured a false version of that call. He read it to the American people, and he didn't tell them it was a complete fake. Do you want to know about due process? I'll tell you about due process. Never before in the history of our country has a president been confronted with this kind of impeachment proceeding in the House. It wasn't conducted by the Judiciary Committee. Now, Mr. Nadler, when he applied for that job, told his colleagues when they took over the House that he was really good at impeachment. But what happened was the proceedings took place in a basement of the House of Representatives. The president was forbidden from attending. The president was not allowed to have a lawyer present. In every other impeachment proceeding, the president has been given a minimal due process. Nothing here. Not even Mr. Schiff's Republican colleagues were allowed into the SCIF. Information was selectively leaked out. Witnesses were threatened. Good public servants were told that they would be held in contempt. They were told that they were obstructing. What does Mr. Schiff mean by obstructing? He means that unless you do exactly what he says, regardless of your constitutional rights, then you're obstructing. The president was not allowed to call witnesses. By the way, there's still evidence in the SCIF that we haven't been allowed to see. I wonder why. No witnesses. Now let's think about something else for a second. Let's think about something else. They held these articles for 33 days. We hear all this talk about an overwhelming case. An overwhelming case that they're not even prepared today to stand up and make an opening argument about. That's because they have no case. Frankly, they have no charge. When you look at these articles of impeachment, they're not only ridiculous, they are dangerous to our republic. And why? First of all, the notion that invoking your constitutional rights to protect the executive branch, that's been done by just about every president since George Washington, that is obstruction. That is our patriotic duty, Mr. Schiff, particularly when confronted with a wholesale trampling of constitutional rights that I'm unfamiliar with in this country. Frankly, it's the kind of thing that our State Department would criticize if we see it in foreign countries. We've never seen anything like it. And Mr. Schiff said, have I got a deal for you? Abandon all your constitutional rights. Forget about your lawyers and come in and do exactly what I say. No, thank you. No, thank you. And then he says he has the temerity to come into the Senate and say, we have no use for courts. It's outrageous. Now, let me tell you another story. There's a man named Charlie Kupperman. He is the Deputy National Security Advisor. He is the number 2 to John Bolton. Because you have to remember, Mr. Schiff wants you to forget, but you have to remember how we got here. They threatened him. They sent him a subpoena. Mr. Kupperman did what any American should be allowed to do, used to be allowed to do. He was forced to get a lawyer. He was forced to pay for that lawyer. And he went to court. Mr. Schiff doesn't like courts. He went to court. And he said, Judge, tell me what to do. I have obligations that frankly rise to what the Supreme Court has called the apex of executive privilege in the area of national security. And then I have a subpoena from Mr. Schiff. What do I do? You know what Mr. Schiff did? Mr. Kupperman went to the judge, and the House said, never mind, we withdraw the subpoena. We promise not to issue it again. And then they come here and they ask you to do the work that they refuse to do for themselves. They ask you to trample on executive privilege. Now, would they ever suggest that the executive could determine on its own what the speech or debate clause means? Of course not. Would they ever suggest that the House could invade the discussions that the Supreme Court has behind closed doors? I hope not. But they come here and they ask you to do what they refuse to do for themselves. They had a court date. And they withdrew the subpoena, they evaded a decision, and they're asking you to become complicit in that evasion of the courts. It's ridiculous. And we should call it out for what it is. Obstruction for going to court? It's an act of patriotism to defend the constitutional rights of the president, because if they can do it to the president, they could do it to any of you, and they could do it to any American citizen, and that's wrong. And Lawrence Tribe, who's been advising them, I guess he didn't tell you that in the Clinton impeachment he said, it's dangerous to suggest that invoking constitutional rights is impeachable. It's dangerous. And you know what? It is dangerous, Mr. Schiff. So what are we doing here? Okay. We have the House that completely concocted a process that we've never seen before. They locked the president out. Oh, and by the way, will Mr. Schiff give documents? We asked him for documents. We asked him for documents when, contrary to his prior statements, it turned out that his staff was working with the whistleblower. We said, let us see the documents, release them to the public. We're still waiting. So the idea that they would come here and lecture the Senate. By the way, I was surprised to hear that, did you realize you're on trial? Mr. Nadler's putting you on trial. Everybody's on trial except for them. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They said in their brief, we have overwhelming evidence, and they're afraid to make their case. Think about it. Think about it. It's common sense. Overwhelming evidence to impeach the President of the United States. And then they come here on the first day and they say, you know what, we need some more evidence. Now let me tell you something. If I showed up in any court in this country and I said, Judge, my case is overwhelming, but I'm not ready to go yet. I need more evidence before I can make my case. I would get thrown out in 2 seconds. And that's exactly what should happen here. That's exactly what should happen here. It's too much to listen to almost. The hypocrisy of the whole thing. And what are the stakes? What are the stakes? There's an election in almost 9 months. Months from now, there's going to be an election. Senators in this body the last time had very wise words. They echoed the words of our founders. A partisan impeachment is like stealing an election. And that's exactly what we have. We have, talk about the framers' worst nightmare. It's a partisan impeachment that they've delivered to your doorstep in an election year. Some of you are upset because you should be in Iowa right now. But instead we're here, and they're not ready to go. And it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And the American people won't stand for it, I'll tell you that right now. They're not here to steal one election, they're here to steal 2 elections. It's buried in the small print of their ridiculous articles of impeachment. They want to remove the President Trump from the ballot. They won't tell you that. They don't have the guts to say it directly, but that's exactly what they're here to do. They're asking the Senate to attack one of the most sacred rights we have as Americans, the right to choose our president in an election year. It's never been done before. It shouldn't be done before. Now, the reason it's never been done is because no one ever thought that it would be a good idea for our country, for our children, for our grandchildren, to try to remove a president from a ballot, to deny the American people the right to vote based on a fraudulent investigation conducted in secret with no rights. Well, I could go on, but my point is very simple. It's long past time that we start this so we can end this ridiculous charade and go have an election. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Justice.
Does the President's counsel yield back the remainder of their time? We do. Thank you. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena certain documents and records from the White House, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the document. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1284. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules and Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, 1, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the acting Chief of Staff of the White House, commanding him to produce, for the time period from January 1st,
2019 to the present, all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the White House, including the National Security Council, referring or relating to A, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21st and July 25th, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25th, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York. B, all investigations, inquiries, or other probes relating to Ukraine, including any that relate in any way to 1, former Vice President Joseph Biden, 2, Hunter Biden and any of his associates, 3, Burisma Holdings Limited, also known as Burisma, 4, interference or involvement by Ukraine in the 2016 United States election, 5, the Democratic National Committee, or 6, CrowdStrike. C, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and foreign military financing, FMF. D, all documents, communications, notes, and other records created or received by Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, then National Security Advisor John R. Bolton, Senior Advisor to the Chief of Staff Robert B. Blair, and other White House officials relating to efforts to 1, solicit, request, demand, induce, persuade, or coerce Ukraine to conduct or announce investigations. 2, offer, schedule, cancel, or withhold a White House meeting for Ukraine's president. Or 3, hold and then release military and other security assistance to Ukraine. E, meetings at or involving the White House that related to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1, President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20th, 2019 in Kiev, Ukraine, including but not limited to President Trump's decision not to attend to ask Vice President Pence to lead the delegation, directing Vice President Pence not to attend, and subsequent decision about the composition of the delegation of the United States. 2, a meeting at the White House on or around May 23, 2019, involving, among others, President Trump, then Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, Ambassador Kurt Volker, then Energy Secretary Rick Perry, and United States Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, as well as any private meetings or conversations with those individuals before or after the larger meeting. 3, meetings at the White House on or about July 10, 2019, involving Ukrainian officials Andrei Yermak and Oleksandr Danilyuk, and United States government officials, including but not limited to then National Security Advisor John Bolton, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, to include at least a meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office and subsequent meeting in the wardroom. 4, a meeting at the White House on or around August 30th, 2019, involving President Trump, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. 5, a planned meeting later canceled in Warsaw, Poland, on or around September 1st, 2019, between President Trump and President Zelensky, and subsequently attended by Vice President Pence. And 6, a meeting at the White House on or around September 11, 2019, involving President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Mulvaney concerning the lifting of the hold on security assistance for Ukraine. F, meetings, telephone calls, or conversations related to any occasions in which the National Security Council officials reported concerns to National Security Council lawyers, including but not limited to National Security Council legal advisor John Eisenberg regarding matters related to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1, the decision to delay military assistance to Ukraine, 2, the July 10, 2019 meetings at the White House with Ukrainian officials. 3, the President's July 25, 2019 call with the President of Ukraine. 4, a September 1, 2019 meeting between Ambassador Sondland and a Ukrainian official. And 5, the President's September 7, 2019 call with Ambassador Sondland. G, any internal review or assessment within the White House regarding Ukraine matters following the September 9, 2019 request for documents from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, and the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, including but not limited to documents collected that pertain to the hold on military and other security assistance to Ukraine, the scheduling of a White House meeting for the President of Ukraine, and any requests for investigations by Ukraine. H, the complaint submitted by a whistleblower within the intelligence community on or around August 12, 2019 to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. I, all meetings or calls, including requests for or recordings of meetings or telephone calls, scheduling items, calendar entries, White House visitor records, and email or text messages using personal or work-related devices between or among 1, current or former White House officials or employees, including but not limited to President Trump, and 2, Rudolph W. Giuliani, Ambassador Sondland, Victoria Tunsang, or Joseph DeGenova, and J, former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Masha Yovanovitch, including but not limited to the decision to end her tour or recall her from the United States Embassy in Kiev, and 2, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the United States Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I now ask for a brief 15-minute recess before the parties are recognized to debate the Schumer amendment. Therefore, I ask consent the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
Michael. And already we're off to the races up on Capitol Hill. What we thought might be a boring back and forth discussing of rules has set forward an enormous amount of information already. Let's break it down with our guests here. First, we just heard the Minority Leader, Senator Schumer, introduce an amendment to the proposed rules that will require the Chief Justice of the United States to issue a subpoena to the acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, relating to everything. It was 5 pages of what they wanted. The likelihood, Major Garrett, that the Democrats will get what they want on this?
0.
Yeah.
Republicans will not accept this amendment. They will move to table it. That will be a procedural effort undertaken by the Majority Leader, and when that vote is held, Republicans will hold the line and defeat the amendment.
The other big headline this morning is we thought we were going to go into this with each side getting 24 hours apiece to make their argument. The Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, saying, but that would have to be done over 2 days. Well, lo and behold, he made this about 6 o'clock last night. The Republican senators went into their weekly luncheon, and there were a number of Republican senators, we're told, including Senator Susan Collins of Maine, Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, who asked for changes to those rules. And so here in handwritten form, and we've got it for you in a graphic, you can see the Majority Leader's resolution was amended. And in fact, now what you have is that this set of presentations will stretch over 3 days. There were critics of Mitch McConnell that were calling him Midnight Mitch, meaning that there would be evidence presented at midnight or 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. This now would be about over 3 days, so that's about 8 hours a day starting at 1 o'clock.
Another important change also, the House evidentiary record will now be submitted as part of the record. That was not part of Senator McConnell's original organizing resolution. That also rankled some Senate Republicans who thought that was a move that sort of put at arm's length the entire House product. And if there's going to be a trial, how can you not accept at least the evidence? It does give them, though, the opportunity at a later date to have a vote to strike certain parts of that evidence they want to disregard or find not relevant.
What this strikes me as something I've seen from Senator McConnell on numerous cases where the goal is to preserve most of his procedural architecture, and he still has. All the things that protect the president from having witnesses and documents added to this record have been preserved. But he's given a teeny bit of ground to some Senate Republicans who needed to see that ground given in order to make a case that this is a more fair process.
What I think why today was particularly interesting is the Democrats have charged a cover-up by the Republican leader. He's now relaxed the timetable a bit. And we got round one in this preview of the House Democratic managers versus the White House. We had Adam Schiff up there for more than 40-something minutes, according to my notes, 17 full screens laying out details. There was video of the president saying he would be happy to have everybody testify, and then the White House making their case. How would you rate how each side did?
Well, it depends on what they're trying to achieve, right? Much of Schiff's argument was not pertinent to the actual motion on the floor, right? The motion on the floor was procedural, and he came on and essentially gave an opening argument, which is politically smart in the sense that they view this as the biggest audience.
Well, but he was also, to be fair, he was also making the case that in every single other impeachment trial in the Senate, there have been witnesses called.
Right, and although in the last one that was over the objections of the Democrats, so they got those witnesses. But I thought that Schiff was quite effective. It was interesting that the tone changed when Jay Sekulow came up, and he was much, much more animated. And I think it reflects more of what President Trump would like to see in this this affair, but in this trial. But the interesting thing about the last changes is the degree of leverage that these four moderate Republicans have. They need those votes. And it's clear that this group is going to flex its muscle. It's going to basically say, we want certain changes, and they got them.
Yes, small changes, though. And when Adam Schiff argued near the end, you're right, Nora, he led off with sort of his opening argument. But when he got to the rules and this underlying organizing resolution, he said, this is the vote. If you build it out this way, the opening arguments are the trial. There aren't going to be any witnesses. There will not be any more documents. Right. And he zeroed in on this because this vote, the way this starts, he said, is the way it's going to finish.
Right. These
and
are not much in terms of concession.
Exactly.
Moving the chairs around on the Titanic, but not changing the direction.
That's why the resolution is so important, the one that has just been proposed by the Democrats. It would include documents relating to Mulvaney, Rick Perry, Gordon Sondland, John Bolton, Secretary of Defense Esper, Vice President Pence, all of these people that I think could have been called or subpoenaed in the House impeachment process. They have firsthand knowledge. The Democrats didn't. I think they legitimately should take some criticism for that. But in this moment, really, the issue is what should the American people hear? And any good decision making involves getting all the facts on the table. Any prosecutor, any good lawyer will tell you that. And even a civil trial, it's important to gather the facts. And I think politically that is tough for the Republicans to overcome.
I want to bring in Chip Reed, who is on Capitol Hill, who not only covered the Clinton impeachment, but also happens to be a lawyer himself. And Chip, let me ask you, the Chairman Schiff's presentation, the full screen that said, that 0 documents have been presented by the White House. They had full screens with pictures of every White House official that has that the president directed not to testify. He was trying to put his argument essentially on full screen in graphics for not only the senators, 100 senators, but for the American people.
Yeah, well, the Republicans have made clear that they are all ready to meet them step for step with graphics and full screens, too. In this modern age, you've got to do that. The truth is most of the people in the room there, the 100 senators, already know, if not all of this, certainly most of this. Their audience is the American people. And I forget who it was on your panel who just said that one reason that Schiff went right to the substance of these arguments is that today is the first day, really. This is when you have a big audience. At some point, probably impeachment fatigue is setting in with me already. Impeachment fatigue is going to set in, and you're going to have people's eyes glazing over after they've heard these arguments again and again. So you need those graphics, you need something to grab people's attention, and you need to make your case right up front. You can't get mired in process at a time like this. You've got to make your strongest argument right at the top.
Ben Tracy is at the White House and joins us as well, and we saw saw the president's full team gathered there as well, his legal team, but the White House lawyer and largely Jay Sekulow making the arguments today.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that the president actually caught the last part of that. The president was at a dinner in Davos, Switzerland tonight where he is attending the World Economic Forum. And just 6 minutes after he left that dinner, the president was tweeting, one would assume from his motorcade. He tweeted out in all caps with an exclamation point, "Read the transcripts," something we have heard him tweet many times before. That's a reference to the transcript of his call with President Zelensky. So it is possible that the president now is sitting in his hotel room in Switzerland and he is watching this. We know from White House aides that the president has been getting briefings on this throughout the day, but now he does have some free time tonight to watch this himself if he chooses to do that. He has some meetings tomorrow in Switzerland and then will quickly return to Washington, D.C. by early evening tomorrow to be in place for this. The real question now for the White House and for the White House legal team is, now that this is going to stretch over 3 days, you could have a scenario where if this begins as planned tomorrow and you have the House managers go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the president's team might have to start on Saturday and then pick this back up Monday, Tuesday. But we are getting some sense from the White House legal team on some background calls that we've been having that they're kind of alluding to the fact that they might not need 24 hours. They feel that their case is pretty straightforward and that they can do it in less time than that. Of course, we won't know until this trial gets going. Nora.
And Major, quickly,
one analogy to think about. Remember the Brett Kavanaugh process. Mitch McConnell kept giving a little bit on process in order to keep his Republicans together. What did he want as a final outcome to be? Kavanaugh confirmed. That's what he got. Because the process gave a little bit, but he kept his Republicans together. We're seeing something very similar right here.
And we're told a number of those Republican senators went over to the White House counsels afterwards. There was a lot of shaking hands, smiles, and pats on the back there. Now, as the Senate takes a break from the rules debate, we are going to step away. They will be voting on a series of amendments and then a final vote on the resolution of the rules for this impeachment trial. Our coverage of the Senate trial of President Trump will continue on our 24-hour streaming network, CBSN. You can also watch it at cbsnews.com or on our CBS News app. I will be back with updates as news warrants, and of course, there'll be more local.
Hi, I'm Rena Ninen in New York, continuing our CBSN special report. The Senate impeachment trial. President Trump is in a short recess. Here's what you may have missed. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell kicked off proceedings to introduce the resolution containing ground rules for the trial. But before Democrats even got a chance to speak, he said he would reject motions from across the aisle. That would include calling witnesses.
If any amendments are brought forward to force premature decisions on mid-trial questions, I will move to table such amendments and protect our bipartisan precedent. If a senator moves to amend the resolution in order to subpoena specific witnesses or documents, I will move to table such motions because the Senate will decide those questions later in the trial, just like we did back in 1999.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer spoke shortly after McConnell, and he said his congressional counterpart's resolution is, quote, nothing short of a national disgrace.
The McConnell rules seem to be designed by President Trump for President Trump. It asks the Senate to rush through as fast as possible and makes getting evidence as hard as possible. It could force presentations to take place at 2 or 3 in the morning so the American people won't see them.
But today, the original rules changed just a short while after McConnell spoke on the Senate floor. The Senate Majority Leader is now proposing to allow each side to present opening arguments for 24 hours, and it'll now be over the course of 3 days. That's an additional day for each side. Senators will have 16 hours to submit written questions to both sides. Evidence from the House will also be entered into record, subject to objections, and that's a change from the actual initial rules, which wouldn't have automatically entered those documents. And once the two sides hear opening arguments, senators can then decide whether to subpoena witnesses or additional documents for the trial. We also heard from White House counsel Pat Cipollone. He said the Democrats' demands for witnesses are a tactic just to delay the trial and that there's no need for it.
Thank you, Mr. We will proceed to the question of witnesses and some of the more difficult questions that will come before this body. We are in favor of this. We believe that once you hear those initial presentations, the only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong. and that these articles of impeachment do not begin to approach the standard required by the Constitution, and in fact, they themselves will establish nothing beyond those articles. You look at those articles alone and you will determine that there is absolutely no case.
And you will recall the two articles of impeachment against the president that the Senate is looking at are abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The arguments for and against those articles are likely to start tomorrow, assuming the Senate comes to terms with the rules this afternoon. I want to bring in our panel. Ben Tracy, Keir Dougal, and Molly Hooper. Keir's a CBSN legal contributor. Ben Tracy's at the White House. And Molly Hooper is a CBSN political contributor. Ben, I want to start with you at the White House. Have we heard any reaction from the president at this point?
Yeah, just about an hour ago, the president left a dinner in Davos, Switzerland. He's there in Switzerland attending the World Economic Forum. And just 6 minutes after he left that dinner, he was tweeting. He tweeted in all caps, "Read the transcripts." That is a familiar tweet from the president that's referring people to go back and read the transcript of the call between him and President Zelensky of Ukraine. So clearly this is on the president's mind. We are told by White House aides that he is getting briefings. The president is now back at his hotel, so if he wants, he can turn on CNN International or CBSN, and he can follow along with this. So there's a good chance that the president actually caught the last part of Jay Sekulo's presentation there. So we do know that he's paying attention. The president will be back here in Washington early tomorrow evening, so he will be able to catch the bulk of this trial here in the U.S.
Molly, I want to turn to you. There were some concessions that McConnell made today. Walk us through some of these concessions, and are you surprised?
Well, I'm actually not that surprised, because when I read the first resolution, I thought, ooh, this does vary from the Clinton impeachment rules in several ways. Number one, there were only 2 days for both sides to make their opening arguments. For 24 hours, that was going to be a long day for either side, really. And number two, I was surprised that that there would only be 4 hours of debate on the witnesses. There were just a few changes that seemed more favorable to the White House, and I thought, well, Mitch McConnell likes to do this. He likes to come in with it's sort of like the first offer, right? Because he knows he has to contend with his moderate Republicans. They always ask for something. They always ask for more, which in this case was an extra day for both sides to make their arguments. That was the same as the Clinton impeachment, right? Both sides in the Clinton impeachment had 3 days apiece to make their arguments. Well, guess what? Now they have three days apiece to make their arguments. And also this issue of evidentiary, I had a feeling, I wasn't sure exactly how that was going to work, but it makes sense that Mitch McConnell is allowing that to come in. And really, again, with these four moderates, they tend to play a pivotal role in, landmark legislation,
Susan Collins,
nomination.
Lamar Alexander.
Exactly. Mitt Romney started playing the role of Jeff Flake. Jeff Flake's no longer in the Senate, but Mitt Romney basically came in, different state, of course, but they were very close philosophically, and sort of a maverick when it comes to this president, as well as Lisa Murkowski. And during the Kavanaugh, as Major Garrett was saying, during the Kavanaugh nomination, it was those four essentially Republicans who pressed McConnell to hear from a witness, on getting one more day of interviews from the FBI. But they were the ones who really made that push. And ultimately, in the end, Susan Collins did vote for Kavanaugh. Jeff Flake voted for Kavanaugh. So again, Mitch McConnell just needs to go in hard with his first offer, knowing that he probably is going to have to tweak it a little bit and before you get to the final resolution.
Kara, I want to talk to you a little bit about witnesses and documents. Mitch McConnell addressed the Senate early at the beginning today, and he said he's willing to table anything before we get to the proper steps, and that includes, I would say, witnesses at this point, at this juncture. How can there be a trial when there aren't witnesses or evidence placed?
Right, and it's sort of, this whole set of questions is really remarkable, and Molly just got at exactly what the big difference is, I think, between what happened 21 years ago and what's happening right now. 21 years ago, 100 senators agreed to the procedures, right? And there was an effort by the Senate majority and minority leaders at that time to find consensus that all 100 senators could agree to. Here, the approach with Mitch McConnell is let me get the most aggressive offer that I can get that will capture a minimum, the minimum required, which is a majority of 51 Republican senators, to get the most aggressive set of rules. And he pushed just a little too hard, we've just learned, by refusing to allow any evidence whatsoever to come into the impeachment trial at the outset. And there are four, at least a couple of Republican senators who just balked and said that the trial that we're all accustomed to as Americans in seeing, any kind of trial, would have evidence.
Well, and they also were pushing to have this more closely resemble what the rules of the road were for Clinton. And that, again, was to have 3 days to hear these arguments. So that, I mean, and keep this in mind. We're watching this, you know, as our audience is watching this, and so are senators. But guess what? When we're here, I can look at my phone. I can get up to, you know, powder my nose. The senators can't. They have to sit there.
They have to be there,
and Mitch
locked down.
McConnell said to his colleagues, guess what? So I'm going to give both sides 2 days apiece, 24 hours. That might mean 12-hour days for you to have to sit in your seat and not look at your phone and basically only have a glass of water, and you can't get up to take a bathroom break. And I think they kind of went, come on, Mitch.
I want to play for you a little bit of what Adam Schiff had to say today in reference to exactly his assessment as to why they need to hear from witnesses.
So what is the harm of waiting until the end of the trial, of kicking the can down the road on the question of documents and witnesses? Besides the fact it's completely backwards, trial first, then evidence, besides the fact that the documents would inform the decision on which witnesses and help in their questioning, the harm is this. You will not have any of the evidence the president continues to conceal throughout most or all of the trial. And although the evidence against the president is already overwhelming, you may never know the full scope of the president's misconduct or those around him.
Ben, I want to turn to you. We just heard from Adam Schiff. You know, the White House counsel walked in today. We heard from Pat Cipollone. We also heard from Jay Sekulow. They walked in pretty confident today.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty strong case. They also feel like they have the votes. And so I think when we talk about these changes to the rules from 2 to 3 days, the White House isn't particularly going to care about that. What they really care about at the end of the day is keeping all of these Republicans on board. So if small changes to these rules means that there aren't, a faction of senators kind of breaking off and saying, no, we don't think this is fair, let's force some changes, the White House would rather see a united front. So if this keeps everybody in lockstep and they all vote with McConnell and they push these rules forward, the White House feels that means there is a lot less likelihood that there will eventually be witnesses or any subpoenas for documents down the road. So they'll view that as a good thing. I think the real question here is how much time does each side actually take? The president's legal team is already signaling that they don't need 24 hours to make their case. So you could see, if you have the House managers start tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday schedule, if they take all of their time, that could push the president's team to starting on a Saturday and then finishing up early next week. By any account, this is still a pretty speedy trial, and that's what the White House wants. They want this over as quickly as possible.
Molly, when it comes down to it, we do talk about those 4 moderate Republicans who potentially had influence in changing some of these rules. But what really matters is whether those witnesses get in, whether there is more testimony. Will that happen based on the vote count you're hearing at this point?
You know, it's unclear, but I think that what's kind of tricky about this resolution that Mitch McConnell wrote goes to that point of evidence. And I misspoke earlier because based on what I had read personally, I thought that the entire evidentiary record that had already been produced by the House would be allowed in. But what this resolution says is all those materials that the House Judiciary Committee and Intel Committee gathered need to be available to the Secretary of the Senate, right? So that at a point in this impeachment trial, when a motion is made to see those documents, they're produced. So Mitch McConnell essentially sets up a situation where he's going to have the Senate vote on a motion to see evidence. So that gives those more vulnerable Republicans a yes vote on seeing more evidence. But really the evidence that they're seeing was the evidence that was already produced over on the House side. There's some procedural tricks around here, and it's more so to appeal to, again, the Republicans in those states, those purple states like a Cory Gardner, who are going to have to take some tough votes in the next few hours. When Chuck Schumer, we're going to see this vote upcoming on the various evidence that Schumer wants to see admitted, but also he's going to force a vote on whether to hear from certain witnesses. And essentially what Mitch McConnell is going to do is say, I want to table that amendment, or I want to move to table your motion, which essentially will be this is sort of a backwards vote. So Republicans will be voting in favor of killing Schumer's amendment, Democrats voting against it, but the vote will sort of look like Republicans voted in favor of witnesses when really they weren't.
So it gives everybody a little cover, is what you're saying.
It gives everybody a little procedural cover, because again, this isn't just the presidential election. A lot of these members of the Senate, 1/3 of the members of the Senate body are up for re-election this year. And 6 of them are Republicans in purplish states. And, they have to go home and answer for these votes. And people like Cory Gardner are under sort of a spotlight as well, because Jason Crow, one of the House managers, is from Denver, which
and the Republicans also want to maintain their majority in the Senate in November. So that's a calculus they're also factoring. Carrie, we heard from the president's attorneys laying out their foundation. What do you make of the defense argument that they're kind of crafting at this point, and what we've heard from at this point?
So I think they're doing the job that they need to do to preserve their defenses. I heard sort of the top line takeaways from them were complaints about the due process violations alleged that they claim happened in the House. As a prosecutor, former prosecutor, if you analogize to the grand jury, I can tell you that there are virtually no due process rights that a defendant would have in the grand jury. But we are in a different ball game here in an impeachment trial. One of the things that I heard, it kind of went by a little quickly, but the claim that the articles do not allege crimes. This is an argument that I expect to be brought forth much more strongly in much more detail. It is an argument that would lead to a motion to dismiss the articles of impeachment before anything else even happens. So the theory would be the articles are defective. There shouldn't be any more proceedings in the case. And we can talk about whether or not that would be a well-founded motion. And then on the sort of the final article relating to obstruction, they made the case that the president should be allowed to assert constitutional privileges and have them litigated in the courts.
And secular pushback on Democrats saying that this should have gone through the courts.
Right.
That the issue of executive privilege should have been determined there before coming here.
And I expect this to be a key point of contention between the parties as it goes forward. The Democrats are in a difficult position standing in front of Chief Justice Roberts saying that they couldn't wait to go to the courts. And look, it's a fact of life. Federal litigation takes a very long time, and there's an election coming up in 10 or 11 months. And so the argument that the Democrats have to make here is that they just couldn't wait, and Adam Schiff can't turn around and say, Chief Justice Roberts, you guys should, move. But that's really the sort of real politic that I think is happening in the room.
Ben, Democrats had argued that Cipollone shouldn't have been able to represent the president because they consider him actually a fact witness. What's the response from the White House on that?
Yeah, and let's give people a little context on this as to why they're saying this. They're basically saying that Pat Cipollone, who is the White House counsel and now representing the president here at this trial, they're saying based on that October 8th letter that Cipollone sent to Congress, basically saying we're not going to participate in your impeachment proceedings because we think this whole thing is a sham. That is part of the basis of the second article of impeachment, the obstruction of Congress. So they're saying that Cipollone played a role in that because he's the one who sent that letter. So what they're looking for are documents that might shed light on whether or not, as to what President Trump's kind of interaction was with Cipollone. Was it the president who directed him to say, I don't want to cooperate with this. I don't want to be a part of this impeachment process. So they want Cipollone to produce that. The White House fired back today with a very strong statement from Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. I'll just read a little bit of it to you. He says, the Democrats are an utter joke. They have no case, and this latest political stunt proves it. The idea that the counsel to the president has to turn over protected documents and confidential information is ludicrous, and to imply he can't represent the president of the United States in an impeachment proceeding is completely absurd. So clearly the White House doesn't plan to go along with what the Democrats are asking for.
All right. If you're joining us now, we're standing by. The Senate is in recess for a few minutes. It's been about 15 or so. They're expected to resume any moment now to take up the amendments. The amendments and also the trial here, the rules for the trial. There is Chief Justice John Roberts. This is a live look. Let's listen in.
Okay. Mr. Schiff, you have an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. In a moment, I will introduce House Manager Lofgren of California to respond on the amendment. But I did want to take this opportunity before certain representations became congealed to respond to my colleague's argument on the resolution at large. First, it's worth noting they said nothing about the resolution. They said nothing about the resolution. They made no effort to defend it. They made no effort to even claim that this was like the Senate trial in the Clinton proceeding. They made no argument that, well, this is different here because of this or that, or they made no argument about that whatsoever. They made no argument that it makes sense to try the case and then consider documents. They made no argument about why it makes sense to have a trial without witnesses. And why? Because it's indefensible. It's indefensible. No trial in America has ever been conducted like that. And so you heard nothing about it. And that should be the most telling thing about counsel's argument. They had no defense of the McConnell resolution because there is none. They couldn't defend it on the basis of Senate precedent. They couldn't defend it on the basis of Senate history, tradition. They couldn't defend it on the basis of the Constitution. They couldn't defend it at all. And so what did they say? Well, first they made the representation that the House is claiming there is no such thing as executive privilege. That's nonsense. No one here has ever suggested there's no such thing as executive privilege. But the interesting thing here is they've never claimed executive privilege. Not once during the House investigation did they ever say that a single document was privileged or a single witness had something privileged to say. And why didn't they invoke privilege? Why only now? And even now they haven't quite invoked it. Why only now? Why not in the House? Because in order to claim privilege, as they know because they're good lawyers, you have to specify which document, which line, which conversation, and they didn't want to do that because to do that, the president would have to reveal the evidence of his guilt. That's why they made no invocation of privilege. Now, they make the further argument that the House should only be able to impeach after they exhaust all legal remedies, as if the Constitution says the House shall have the sole power of impeachment, asterisk, but only after it goes to court, in the district court, then the Court of Appeals, and then en banc, and then the Supreme Court, and it's remanded, and they go back up the chain, and it takes years. Why didn't the founders require the exhaustion of legal remedies? Because they didn't want to put the impeachment process in the courts. And you know what's interesting is that while these lawyers for the president are here before you today saying the House should have gone to court, they are in court saying the House may not go to court to enforce its subpoenas. I kid you not. Other lawyers, maybe not the ones at this table, but other lawyers for the president are in court saying the exact opposite of what they're telling you today. They're saying you cannot enforce congressional subpoenas. That's non-judiciable. You can't do it. Counsel brings up the case involving Charles Kupperman, who was a deputy to John Bolton in the National Security Council, and says he did what he should do. He went to court to fight us. Well, the Justice Department took the position he can't do that. So these lawyers are saying he should, and those lawyers are saying he shouldn't. They can't have it both ways. Now, interestingly, while Mr. Kupperman, Dr. Kupperman went to court, and they applaud him for doing that, his boss, John Bolton, now says there's no necessity for him to go to court. He doesn't have to do it. He's willing to come and talk to you. He's willing to come and testify and tell you what he knows. The question is, do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear from someone who was in the meetings, someone who described what the president did, this deal between Mulvaney and Sondland as a drug deal? Do you want to know why it was a drug deal? Do you want to ask him why it was a drug deal? Do you want to ask him why he repeatedly told people, go talk to the lawyers? You should want to know. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. The president doesn't want you to know. Can you really live up to the oath you've taken to be impartial and not know? I don't think you can. Now, they also made the argument that you'll hear more later on from apparently Professor Dershowitz that, well, abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. It's interesting that they had to go outside the realm of constitutional lawyers and scholars to a criminal defense lawyer to make that argument because no reputable constitutional law expert would do that. Indeed, the one they called in the House, the Republicans called in the House, Jonathan Turley, has said exactly the opposite. There's a reason that Jonathan Turley is not sitting at the table, much to his dismay, and that is because he doesn't support their argument. So they'll cite him for one thing, but they'll ignore him for the other. Now they say, oh, the president is very transparent. He may have refused every subpoena, every document request, but he released 2 documents. The document on the July 25th call and the document on the April 21st call. Well, let's face it. He was forced to release the record of the July 25th call when he got caught. When a whistleblower filed a complaint, when we opened an investigation, he was forced because he got caught. You don't get credit for transparency when you get caught. And what's more, what's revealed in that, of course, is damning. Now they point to the only other record he has apparently released, the April 21st call, and that's interesting too. Now that's just a congratulatory call. But what's interesting about it is the president was urged on that call to bring up the issue of corruption. And indeed, in the readout of that call, the White House misleadingly said he did. But now that we've seen the record, we see that he didn't. And notwithstanding counsel's claim in their trial brief that the president raised the issue of corruption in his phone call, the July 25th call, of course, that word doesn't appear in either conversation. And why? Because the only corruption he cared about was the corruption that he could help bring about. Now, Mr. Cipollone made the representation that Republicans were not even allowed in the depositions conducted in the House. Now, I'm not going to suggest to you that Mr. Cipollone would deliberately make a false statement. I will leave it to Mr. Cipollone to make those allegations against others. But I will tell you this, he's mistaken. He's mistaken. Every Republican on the 3 investigative committees was allowed to participate in the depositions, and more than that, they got the same time we did. You show me another proceeding, another presidential impeachment or other that had that kind of access for the opposite party. Now, there were depositions in the Clinton impeachment. There were depositions in the Nixon impeachment. So what they would say is some secret process. Well, they were the same private depositions in these other impeachments as well. Finally, a couple last points. They make the argument the president was not allowed in the Judiciary Committee, chaired by my colleague, Chairman Nadler, to be present, to present evidence, to have his counsel present. That is also just plain wrong. Just plain wrong. Not going to suggest you they're being deliberately misleading here, but it is just plain wrong. You've also heard my friends at the other table make attacks on me and Chairman Nadler. You'll hear more of that. I'm not going to do them the dignity of responding to them, but I will say this. They make a very important point, although it's not the point I think they're trying to make. When you hear them attack the House managers, what you're really hearing is, we don't want to talk about the president's guilt. We don't want to talk about the McConnell resolution and how patently unfair it is. We don't want to talk about how to pardon the expression, ass backwards it is to have a trial and then ask for witnesses. And so we'll attack the House managers because maybe we can distract you for a moment from what's before you. Maybe if we attack the House managers, you'll be thinking about them instead of thinking about the guilt of the president. So you'll hear more of that, and every time you do, every time you hear them attacking the House managers, I want you to ask yourselves, away from what issue are they trying to distract me? What was the issue that came up just before this? What are they trying to deflect my attention from? Why don't they have a better argument to make on the merits? Finally, Mr. Sekulow asks, why are we here? Why are we here? Well, I'll tell you why we're here. Because the president used the power of his office to coerce an ally at war with an adversary, at war with Russia, used the power of his office to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid that you appropriated and we appropriated to defend an ally and defend ourselves, because it's our national security as well. And why? To fight corruption? That's nonsense, and you know it. He withheld that money, and he withheld even meeting with him in the Oval Office, the president of Ukraine, because he wanted to coerce Ukraine into these sham investigations of his opponent that he was terrified would beat him in the next election. That's what this is about. You want to say that's okay? Their brief says that's okay. The president has a right to do it. On Article 2, we heard the president, he can do whatever he wants. You want to say that's okay? Then you got to say that every future president can come into office and they can do the same thing. Are we prepared to say that? Well, that's why we're here. I now yield to Representative Lofgren.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, the House managers strongly support Senator Schumer's amendment, which would ensure a fair, legitimate trial based on a full evidentiary record. The Senate can remedy President Trump's unprecedented cover-up by taking a straightforward step. It can ask for the key evidence that the president has improperly blocked. Senator Schumer's amendment does just that. The amendment authorizes a subpoena for White House documents that are directly relevant to this case. These documents focus on the president's scheme to strong-arm Ukraine, to announce an investigation into his political opponent, to interfere with the 2020 election. The documents will reveal the extent of the White House's coordination with the president's agents, such as Ambassador Sondland and Rudy Giuliani, who pushed the president's so-called drug deal on Ukrainian officials. The documents will also show us how key players inside the White House, such as the president's acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, and his deputy, Robert Blair, helped set up the deal by executing the freeze on all military aid and withholding a promised visit to the White House. The documents include records of the people who may have objected to this scheme, such as Ambassador Bolton. This is an important impeachment case against the president. The most important documents are going to be at the White House. The documents Senator Schumer's amendment targets would provide more clarity and context about President Trump's scheme. The amendment prevents the president from hiding evidence, as he has previously tried to do. Now, the House subpoenaed these documents as part of the impeachment inquiry, but the president completely rejected this and every document subpoena from the House. As powerful as our evidence is, and make no mistake, it overwhelmingly proves his guilt. We did not receive a single document from the executive branch agency, including the White House itself. Recent revelations from press reports, Freedom of Information Act requests, and additional witnesses, such as Lev Parnas, underscore how relevant these documents and therefore why the president has been so desperate to hide them and his misconduct from Congress and from the American people. A trial without all the relevant evidence is not a fair trial. It would be wrong for you senators acting as judges to be deprived of relevant evidence of the president's offenses when you are judging these most serious charges. It would also be unfair to the American people who overwhelmingly believe the president should produce all relevant documents and evidence. Now, documentary evidence is used in all trials for a simple reason. As the story goes, the documents don't lie. Documents give objective, real-time insight into the events under investigation. The need for such evidence is especially important in Senate impeachment trials. More than 200 years of Senate practice make clear that documents are generally the first order of business. They've been presented to the Senate before witnesses take the stand in great volume to ensure the Senate has the evidence it needs to evaluate the case. Now, documentary evidence in Senate trials has never been limited to the documents sent by the House. The Senate, throughout its existence, has exercised its authority pursuant to its clear rules of procedure to subpoena documents at the outset of a trial. We don't know with certainty what the documents will say. We simply want the truth, whatever that truth may be. So do the American people. They want to know the truth, and so should everybody in this chamber, regardless of our party affiliation. There are key reasons why this amendment is necessary. We'll begin by walking through the history and precedent of Senate impeachment trials. I'll let you know about the House's efforts to get the documents, which were met by the president and his administration's categorical commitment to hide all the evidence at all costs. And we'll address the specific need for these subpoenaed White House documents. I'll tell you why these documents are needed now, not at the end of the trial, in order to ensure a full, fair trial based on a complete evidentiary record. Now, some have suggested incorrectly that the Senate is limited only to evidence gathered before the House approved its articles of impeachment. Others have suggested, also incorrectly, that it would somehow be strange for the Senate to issue subpoenas. These claims are without any historical, precedential, or legal support. Over the past 2 centuries, the Senate has always understood that its sole power under the Constitution to try all impeachments requires the Senate to sit as a court of impeachment and hold a trial. In fact, the founders assigned sole authority only twice in the Constitution. First, giving the House sole authority to impeach, and second, giving the Senate sole authority to try that impeachment. If the founders had intended for the Senate to serve as some kind of appellate body, they would have said that. But no, instead they wrote this. Article 1, Section 3, the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. The Senate has always received the relevant documents in impeachment trials, and indeed, the Senate's own rules of procedure and practice make clear that new evidence will be considered. Precedent shows this. All 15 full Senate impeachment trials considered new evidence. Let's look at a few examples that show the Senate takes new evidence in impeachment trials. The first ever presidential impeachment trial in 1868 against President Andrew Johnson allowed the House managers to spend the first 2 days of the trial introducing new documentary evidence. It was the same in Judge John Pickering's trial in 1804. New documents were presented to the Senate nearly a week before House managers made their opening statement and later throughout the trial. And, as been mentioned earlier by Mr. Schiff, in modern times, in 2010, George Porteous's impeachment trial included 7 months of pretrial discovery and 6,000 pages of documentary evidence admitted at trial. After that evidence was admitted, the Senate held its trial. President Clinton's case did not involve subpoenas for documents. Now, why was that? Because President Clinton had already produced a huge trove of documents. The independent counsel turned over to Congress some 90,000 pages of relevant documents gathered during the course of his years-long investigation. And I remember, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, going over to the Ford building, looking at the boxes of the document. But even with all those documents, the Clinton trial included the opportunity to present new evidence and the admission of additional documents and 3 witnesses. The Clinton impeachment precedent also shows how President Trump's refusal to produce any relevant documents in response to congressional subpoenas is different than past presidents, different from President Clinton, different from President Johnson, and less even than President Nixon. In short, not a single president has categorically refused to cooperate with an impeachment investigation. Not a single president has issued a blanket direction to his administration to produce no documents and no witnesses. These are the precedents the Senate must rely on. The Senate should issue a subpoena for documents at the very outset of the proceedings so that this body, the House managers, the President, can all account for those documents in their presentations and deliberations. It doesn't make sense to request and receive documents after the parties present their cases. The time is now to do that. So why is the amendment needed to prevent President Trump from continuing his categorical commitment to hide the evidence? In this case, the House sought White House documents. Why don't we have them? It's not because we didn't try. It's because the White House refused to give them to us. The President's defense team seems to believe that the White House is permitted to completely refuse to provide any documents without regard to whether or not it is privileged. They apparently believe that Congress's authority is subject to the approval of the President. But that's not what the Constitution says. Our Constitution sets forth a democracy with a system of checks and balances to ensure that no one, and certainly not the President, is above the law. Now, even President Nixon produced more than 30 transcripts of White House recordings and notes from meetings with the President. Here, even before the House launched the investigation that led to this trial, President Trump rejected Congress's constitutional responsibility to use its lawful authority to investigate his actions. He asserted that his administration was fighting all the subpoenas, proclaiming, "I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Here is what he said.
Then I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
Even after the House formally announced its investigation of the President's conduct in Ukraine, the President still continued his obstruction. Beginning on September 9th, 2019, the House investigative committees made 2 attempts to voluntarily obtain documents from the White House. The White House refused to engage with, frankly, or even respond to the House committees. On October 4th, the House Committee on Oversight and Reform sent a subpoena to White House Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, this time compelling the production of documents from the White House by October 18th. On October 8th, before the White House documents were due, the White House counsel sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi stating the President's position that the President Trump and his administration cannot participate in this partisan inquiry under these circumstances. The president simply declared that he will not participate in an investigation he didn't like. 10 days later, on October 18th, the White House counsel sent a letter to the House confirming that it would continue to stonewall. The White House counsel again stated the president refused to participate. Well, the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, says that the House shall have the sole power of impeachment, just as in Article 1, Section 3, the Senate has the sole power to try. Participation in a duly authorized congressional investigation isn't optional. It's not up to the president to decide whether to participate or not. The Constitution gives the House the sole power of impeachment. It gives the Senate the sole power to try all impeachments. The president may not like being impeached, but if the president, not the Congress, decides when impeachment proceedings are appropriate, then the impeachment power is no power at all. And if you let him block from Congress and from the American people the evidence to cover up his offenses, then the impeachment power truly will be meaningless. With all the back and forth about these documents, we've heard the phrase executive privilege. The president and his lawyers keep saying it. They talk about vast legal rights to justify hiding the truth, withholding information, but that's a distraction. That's not what the Constitution provides, and the truth is, as has been mentioned by Mr. Schiff, in the course of the entire impeachment inquiry, President Trump has not once asserted executive privilege, not a single time. It was not the reason provided by Mr. Cipollone for refusing to comply with the House's subpoena. Indeed, President Trump didn't offer legal justification for withholding the evidence. Here's the truth. Presidents, members of Congress, judges, and the Supreme Court have recognized throughout our nation's history that Congress's investigative power are at their absolute peak during impeachment proceedings. Your powers. Executive privilege cannot be a barrier to give absolute secrecy to cover up wrongdoing. If it did, the House and the Senate would see their power disappear. When President Nixon tried that argument by refusing to produce tape recordings to prosecutors and to Congress, he was soundly rebuked by the other two branches of government. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled against him. The House Judiciary Committee voted that he be impeached for obstruction of Congress. It would be remarkable for the United States Senate to declare, for the first time in our nation's history, that the president has an absolute right to decide whether his own impeachment trial is legitimate. And it would be extraordinary for the Senate to refuse to seek important documentary evidence, especially when the president has yet to assert any privilege to justify withholding documents. Now, there's another reason this amendment is important. The documents sought are directly relevant to the president's misconduct. The White House is concealing documents involving officials who have direct knowledge of key events at the heart of this trial. This isn't just a guess. We know these documents exist from the witnesses who testified in the House and from other public release of documents. And let's walk through those specific documents that the White House should send to the Senate. They include, among other documents, relating to President Trump's direct communications with President Zelensky, President Trump's request for political investigations, including communications with Rudy Giuliani, Ambassador Sondland, and others, President Trump's unlawful hold of the $391 million of military aid, concerns that White House officials reported to NSC legal counsel in real time, the president's decision to recall Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch from Ukraine. The first set of documents the Senate should get about President Trump's communication with the president of Ukraine would include the phone calls on April 21st and July 25th, as well as the September 25th, 2019 meeting with President Zelensky in New York. We know, for example, that NSC officials prepared talking points for the president in preparation for both calls with the Ukrainian president. The talking points were about American policy as reflected by the votes of Congress as well as the Trump administration itself. They didn't include any mention of the Bidens or the 2016 election, interference or investigations that President Trump requested on the July 25th call. Here's a clip of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman explaining how the president ignored the points about American policy, reflecting the views of both the Congress and the Trump administration.
Colonel Vindman, if I could turn your attention to the April 21st call, that is the first call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Did you prepare talking points for the president to use during that call?
Yes, I did.
And did those talking points include rooting out corruption in Ukraine?
Yes.
That was something the president was supposed to raise in the conversation with President Zelensky?
Those were the recommended talking points that were cleared through the NSC staff for the president, yes.
The materials provided for the July 25th call that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman mentioned are highly relevant. They could help confirm that the president's actual statements to President Zelensky were unrelated to the foreign policy objectives of his own administration and show that they served his own personal interests at the expense of America's national security interests. These documents also include handwritten notes and other documents that White House officials generated during the calls and meetings. We know, for example, that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Mr. Morrison, Jennifer Williams, all testified to taking contemporaneous handwritten notes during the July 25th call. Ms. Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman both testified that President Zelensky made an explicit reference to Burisma that was not included in the memorandum that the White House released to the public. Here's a clip of their testimony.
Both of you recall President Zelensky in that conversation raising the issue or mentioning Burisma, do you not?
That's correct.
Correct. And yet the word Burisma appears nowhere in the call record that's been released to the public. Is that right?
That's right.
Correct.
Why do you need documents generated after the calls and meetings? They would shed light on how these events were perceived in the White House and what actions were taken moving forward. For example, National Security Advisor John Bolton wasn't on the 25th call, but he was apparently informed about the contents of the call afterward. His reaction, once he was informed, would be helpful to understanding the extent to which President Trump's action deviated from American policy and American security interests. There's another set of documents that the Senate should get, and they relate to the political investigations that President Trump and his agents repeatedly asked Ukrainian officials to announce. These documents about efforts to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations and the decision to place a hold on military aid to Ukraine, they would be very important for you to evaluate the president's conduct. For example, Ambassador Bolton is a first-hand witness to President Trump's abuse of power. He reported directly to the president. He supervised the entire staff of the National Security Council. Public reports indicate that John Bolton is a voracious note-taker in every meeting. From witness testimony, we know that Ambassador Bolton hosted the July 10th, 2019 meeting where Ambassador Sondland told Ukrainian officials that the promised White House meeting would be scheduled if they announced the investigations. We know Bolton was briefed about this meeting immediately following it when Ambassador Sondland said he had a deal with Mick Mulvaney to schedule the promised White House meeting if Ukraine announced investigations into the Bidens in the 2016 election. We also know Ambassador Bolton was involved in briefing the president on a presidential decision memorandum in August, reflecting the consensus interagency opinion that Ukrainian security assistance was vital to America's national security, something the Congress had approved, appropriated, something the president had signed. Press reports indicate that he, too, was involved in a late August Oval Office meeting where he, Secretary Pompeo, and Secretary Esper all tried to convince the president to release the aid. Now, Ambassador Bolton has come forward and publicly confirmed that he was a witness to important events, but also that he has new evidence that no one has seen yet. If we know there's evidence that's not yet come out, all of us should want to hear it. We should want to hear it now, before Ambassador Bolton testifies. We should get documents and records relating to his testimony, including his notes, which would provide contemporaneous evidence about what was discussed in meetings related to Ukraine, which would help to evaluate his testimony. The evidence is not just restricted to Ambassador Bolton. During his public testimony, Ambassador Gordon Sondland stated, "I have not had access to all my phone records." He also said that he and his lawyers had asked repeatedly for these materials. He said the materials would help refresh his memory. We should look at that material. Ambassador Sondland also testified that he exchanged a number of emails with top officials like Mick Mulvaney about his efforts to pressure Ukraine to announce the investigations President Trump demanded. Here's his testimony.
Third, let me say, precisely because we did not think that we were engaging in improper behavior, we made every effort to ensure that the relevant decision makers at the National Security Council and the State Department knew the important details of our efforts. The suggestion that we were engaged in some irregular or rogue diplomacy is absolutely false. I have now identified certain State Department emails and messages that provide contemporaneous support for my view. These emails show that the leadership of the State Department, the National Security Council, and the White House were all informed about the Ukraine efforts from May 23, 2019, until the security aid was released on September 11, 2019.
These emails, among others, are in the possession of... These emails referenced in this testimony are in the possession of the White House, the State Department, and even the Department of Energy, since officials from all three entities communicated together. You know, during his testimony, Ambassador Sondland described it this way: everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. These emails are therefore important to understanding the full scope of the scheme. The request for relevant evidence is not confined to Trump administration officials. The Senate should also get White House records relating to the president's private agents who acted on his behalf in Ukraine, including Rudy Giuliani, Victoria Tenzing, and Joe DeGeneva. Witness testimony and documents have made clear that Mr. Giuliani, a frequent visitor to the White House who also received and made frequent calls to the White House, was acting on behalf of the president to press Ukrainian officials to announce investigations that would personally and politically benefit the president. For example, the May 10, 2019 letter from Mr. Giuliani to President-elect Zelensky that's shown on this slide states he was acting, quote, as personal counsel to President Trump with his knowledge and consent. He requested a meeting with the president-elect and he to be joined by Ms. Tenzing, who is, quote, very familiar with this matter. The evidence indicates he was collaborating with Ms. Tenzing and Mr. DeGeneva in this effort. The Senate should get the White House records of meetings, of calls involving Mr. Giuliani, Ms. Tensing, or Mr. DeGeneva. These records are important to help you understand the extent to which the White House was involved in Mr. Giuliani's efforts to coerce Ukraine to announce the investigations the president wanted. The records would also show how the president's personal political agenda became more important than policies to help America's national security interests. The President's Counsel may, consistent with its prior attempts to hide evidence, assert that attorney-client privilege would cover these documents. But the President's personal attorney-client privilege cannot shield evidence of misconduct in office, or that of his aides, or of his lawyers' participation in corrupt schemes. We aren't asking for documents reflecting legitimate legal advice. You need documents about their actions to pressure Ukraine to announce an investigation into President Trump's political opponent. There's a set of White House documents that relate directly to the president's unlawful decision to withhold $391 million appropriated bipartisan to help Ukraine. Witnesses have testified that President Trump directly ordered a hold on this security assistance, despite the unanimous opinion of his agencies that the aid should be released. Importantly, according to the Government Accountability Office, his action violated the law. On January 16, 2020, the GAO, an independent watchdog, issued a legal opinion finding that President Trump violated the law when he held up security assistance to Ukraine. The GAO said, and I quote, "Faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those that Congress enacted into law. OMB withheld funds for a policy reason which is not permitted under the Impeachment Control Act. The withholding was not a programmatic delay. Therefore, we conclude that OMB violated the ICA. The fact that the president's action to freeze the aid, which he used to pressure Ukraine to announce the political investigations he wanted, was against not only the official consensus of his own administration, but also against the law, and it was to help himself. That helps demonstrate these actions were taken for President Trump's personal and political benefit. Witness testimony and public reporting make clear the White House has a significant body of documents that relate to these key aspects of the president's scheme. Some of these documents outline the planning of the president's freeze. For example, the New York Times reported in June that Mr. Mulvaney emailed his senior advisor, Mr. Blair, "Did we ever find out about the money for Ukraine and whether we can hold it back?" This shows that Mr. Mulvaney was in email contact with his aides about the very issues under investigation as part of this impeachment. It tells us that the White House is in possession of communications that go to the heart of the charges before you. The Senate should also get materials prepared for summary notes from a late August meeting with President Trump, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo when they tried to convince the president that freeing, and this is a quote, "freeing up the money for Ukraine was the right thing to do." According to the New York Times, Ambassador Bolton told the president, "This is in America's interest." The Senate should review that highly relevant document, which reflects real-time assertions by President Trump's own senior aides that Ukrainian aid was in the national security interest of the United States and that there was no legitimate reason to hold up the aid. There are documents that include after-the-fact justifications to try and overcome legal problems and the unanimous objections to freezing assistance to Ukraine. And we know these documents exist. For example, on January 3rd, 2020, OMB stated in a letter to the New York Times that it had discovered 20 responsive documents consisting of 40 pages, reflecting emails between White House official Robert Blair and OMB official Michael Duffy that relate directly to the freezing of the Ukraine security assistance. But OMB wouldn't release them in a Freedom of Information lawsuit, and they have refused to produce these documents at the direction of the President in response to the House's lawful subpoena. Now, the Washington Post reported that a confidential White House review of President Trump's decision to hold up hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate an after-the-fact justification for the debate over whether the delay was legal. That's known as a cover-up, actually. The White House lawyers had apparently uncovered, quote, early August email exchanges between Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney and White House budget officials seeking to provide some explanation for withholding the funds the President had already ordered on hold. The documents also reportedly include communications between White House officials and outside agencies. Not only does Congress have a right to see them, the public does too, under Freedom of Information laws. Now, as a matter of constitutional authority, the Senate has the greatest interest in and right to compel those documents. Indeed, as the news article explains, White House lawyers are reportedly, quote, worried about unflattering exchanges and facts that could, at a minimum, embarrass the President. Perhaps they should be worried about that. But the risk of embarrassment cannot outweigh the constitutional interests in this impeachment proceeding. Any evidence of guilt, including further proof of the real reason the President ordered the funds withheld, or after-the-fact attempts to paper over knowingly unlawful conduct, they must be provided to ensure a full and fair trial. No privilege or national security rationale can be used as a shield from disclosing misconduct. There are key White House documents relating to multiple instances when White House officials reported their concerns to White House lawyers about the President's scheme to press Ukraine to do the President a domestic political favor. For example, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Dr. Hill both informed NSC lawyers about the July 10th meeting in which Ambassador Sondland revealed he had a deal with Mr. Mulvaney. I'm going to go directly to the clip by Dr. Hill, because Dr. Hill, pardon me, at Bolton's direction, also reported that meeting to John Eisenberg, as she explained in her testimony.
I had a discussion with Ambassador Bolton both after the meeting in his office, a very brief one, and then one immediately afterwards, the subsequent meeting.
So the subsequent meeting, or after both meetings, when you spoke to him and relayed to him what Ambassador Sondland said, what did Ambassador Bolton say to you?
Well, I just want to highlight, first of all, that Ambassador Bolton wanted me to hold back in the room immediately after the meeting. Again, I was sitting on the sofa with a colleague.
Right, but just in that second meeting, what did he say?
Yes, but he was making a very strong point that he wanted to know exactly what was being said. And when I came back and related to him, he had some very specific instruction for me. And I'm presuming that that's
what was that specific instruction?
So the specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
You relayed everything that you just told us and
I relayed
more?
it precisely, and then the details of how the meeting had unfolded as well, which I gave a full description of this in my October 14 deposition.
There was something wrong going on here, and White House officials were told repeatedly, go tell the lawyers about it. Dr. Hill, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Mr. Morrison, who reported to Mr. Eisenberg at least 2 conversations. We need the notes of those documents to find out what was said, and again, attorney-client privilege cannot shield information about misconduct from the impeachment trial of the President of the United States. Now, it's interesting. This amendment is supported by 200 years of precedent. It's needed to prevent the President from continuing to hide the evidence, and that's why the specific documents requested are so important for this case. It's faithful to the Constitution's provision that the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. The final point I'll make today concerns urgency. The Senate should act on this subpoena now, at the outset of the trial. In 14 of the Senate's 15 full impeachment trials, threshold evidentiary matters, including the timing, nature, and scope of witness testimony and the gathering of all relevant documents, were addressed at the very outset of the trial. There are practical considerations as why the subpoenas need to be issued now. Resolving whether a subpoena should issue now would let us immediately engage with the White House to resolve asserted legitimate privilege issues, if any exist, and ensure you get the documents as soon as possible so they can be presented to the senators in advance of witness testimony. Waiting to resolve these threshold matters until after the parties have presented their case would undercut the process of a genuine, credible trial. Thus, common sense, tradition, and fairness all compel that the amendment should be adopted, and it should be adopted now. Members of the Senate, for all the reasons I walked through today, I urge you to support the amendment to issue a subpoena for White House documents, documents that are directly relevant to evaluating the President's scheme. The House did its job. In the face of the President's obstruction and categorical commitment to hide the evidence, we still gathered direct evidence of his conduct and determined that his conduct required impeachment. The President complains about due process in the House investigation, but he was not only permitted to participate, he was actually required to participate, yet he refused to do so. He refused to provide witnesses and documents that would tell his side of the story. So now it's up to you. With the backing of a subpoena authorized by the Chief Justice of the United States, you can end President Trump's obstruction. If the Senate fails to take this step, if it won't even ask for this evidence, this trial and your verdict will be questioned. Congress and the American people deserve the full truth. There is no plausible reason why anyone wouldn't want to hear all of the available evidence about the President's conduct. It's up to this body to make sure that happens. It's up to you to decide whether the Senate will affirm its sole power and constitutional duty to try impeachments, whether and when it will get the evidence that it needs to render a fair verdict. Don't surrender to the President's stonewalling. It will allow the President to be above the law and deprive the American people of truth in the process. A fair trial is essential in every way. Important for the President, who hopes to be exonerated, not merely acquitted by a trial seen as unfair. Important for the Senate, whose vital role is to continue to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, which has preserved our American liberty for centuries. And finally, important for the American people, who expect a quest for truth, fairness, and justice. History is watching, and the House managers urge that you support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Cipollone.
Mr. Chief Justice, Patrick Philbin will present our opposition.
Very well. Mr. Philbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, Senators. It's remarkable that after taking the action of the breathtaking gravity of voting to impeach the duly elected President of the United States, And after saying for weeks that they had overwhelming evidence to support their case, the first thing that the House managers have done upon arriving finally in this chamber after waiting for 33 days is to say, well, actually, we need more evidence. We're not ready to present our case. We need to have subpoenas and we need to do more discovery because we don't have the evidence we need to support our case. This is stunning. It's a stunning admission of the inadequate and broken process that the House Democrats ran in this impeachment inquiry that failed to compile a record to support their charges. It's stunning that they don't have the evidence they need to present their case and that they don't really have a case. If a litigant showed up in any court in this country on the day of trial and said to the judge, actually, Your Honor, we're not ready to go. We need more discovery. We need to do some more subpoenas. We need to do some more work. They'd be thrown out of court and the lawyers would probably be sanctioned. This is not the sort of proceeding that this body should condone. Now, we've just heard that this is so important. Let's consider what's really at issue in the resolution here and the amendment. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of when this body will consider whether there should be witnesses or subpoenas for documents. Why is it that the managers, the House managers, are so afraid to have to present their case, remember, they've had weeks of a process that they entirely controlled. They had 17 witnesses who testified first in secret and then in public. They've compiled a record with thousands of pages of reports, and they're apparently afraid to just make a presentation based on the record that they compiled and then have you decide whether there's any there, whether there's anything worth trying to talk to more witnesses about. Why is it that they can't wait a few days to make their presentation on everything they've been preparing for weeks and then have that issue considered? Because they don't think that there is any there, and they want to ram this through now. And they want to ram this through now when it's something that they themselves failed to do. So I want to unpack a couple of the aspects of what they're asking this body to do. Part of it relates to the broken process in the House and how that process was inadequate and invalid and compiled an inadequate record. And part of it has to do with what accepting their request to have this body do their job for them would do to this institution going forward, and how it would alter forever the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment proceedings. So first, as to the process in the House, what they're asking, the House manager asking this body to do now is really to do their job for them, because they didn't take the measures to pursue these documents in the House proceedings. And there have been a number of statements made about they tried to get the documents and no executive privilege was asserted and things like that. Let's look at what actually happened. They issued a subpoena to the White House. And the White House explained, and we were told a few minutes ago, that the White House provided no response, it provided no rationale. That's not true. In a letter of October 18th, White House counsel Pat Cipollone explained in 3 pages of legal argument why that subpoena was invalid. And that subpoena was invalid because it was issued without authorization. We've heard a lot today about how the Constitution assigns the sole power of impeachment to the House. That's right. That's what Article 1, Section 2 says. It assigns the sole power of impeachment to the House, not to any member of the House. And no committee of the House can exercise that authority to issue subpoenas until it's been delegated that authority by a vote of the House. There was no vote from the House. Instead, Speaker Pelosi held a press conference, and she purported by holding a press conference on September 24th to delegate the authority of the House to Manager Schiff and several other committees and have them issue subpoenas. All of those subpoenas were invalid. And that was explained to the House, to Manager Schiff and the other chairman of those committees at the time in that October 18th letter. Did the House take any steps to remedy that? Did they try to dispute that? Did they go to court? Did they do anything to resolve that problem? No. Because as we know, all that they wanted to do was issue a subpoena and move on. They just wanted to get through the impeachment process as quick as possible and get it done before Christmas. That was their goal. So those subpoenas were unauthorized. Now, what about some of the other things that they brought up? The witnesses. Witnesses who were directed not to testify. And part on this, we've heard Manager Schiff say several times that the White House never asserted executive privilege. Well, let me be clear on that. That's a lawyer's trick, because it is technically true that the White House didn't assert executive privilege, because there's a particular situation in which you do that and a particular way that you do that. But there's another doctrine of immunity of senior advisors to the president that is based on the same principles as executive privilege, and that has been asserted by presidents of both political parties since the 1970s at least. So that's, and this is what one attorney general explained about that. Quote, "The immunity such advisors enjoy from testimonial compulsion by a congressional committee is absolute and may not be overborne by competing congressional interests." End quote. That was Attorney General Janet Reno in the Clinton administration, explaining that senior advisors to the president are immune from congressional compulsion. And that doctrine, that immunity, is rooted in the same principles of executive privilege. It's been asserted by all presidents since the 1970s, and that was the basis on which a number of the advisors whose pictures they put up were directed not to testify. Did they try to challenge that in court? Did they go to court on that one? Did they try to go through the constitutionally mandated accommodations process to see if there was a way to come up with some aspect of testimony could be provided? No, none of that. They just wanted to forge ahead, rush through the process, not have the evidence, and then use that as another charge in their charging sheet for the impeachment, calling it obstruction of Congress. And what that is Professor Turley explained, this idea that when there's a conflict between the executive branch and the House and seeking information, and the president is asserting constitutionally based privileges, that's part of the operation of separation of powers. That is the president's constitutional duty to defend the prerogatives of the office for the future occupants of that office. And it is not something that can be charged as an impeachable offense, as the House Democrats have tried to say here. To do that is an abuse of power. That's what Professor Turley explained. It's Congress's, it's the House Democrats' abuse of power. We just heard Manager Lofgren refer to executive privilege as a distraction. She was asserting that these issues of executive privilege are just a distraction that shouldn't hold things up. But this is what the Supreme Court has said about executive privilege in Nixon versus the United States, that the protections for confidentiality and executive privilege are, quote, fundamental to the operations of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers under the Constitution, end quote. Inextricably rooted in the separation of powers. That's why it's the president's duty to defend executive branch confidentiality interests, and that is what the president was doing here. Now, the process that they pursued in the House abandoned any effort beyond issuing the first subpoena that was invalid to work out an accommodation with the White House, and instead just tried to rush ahead to have the impeachment done by Christmas. What does that lead to now? They're coming to this body after a process that was half-baked, that didn't compile a record sufficient to support their charges, and asking this body to do their job for them. Now, as Leader McConnell pointed out in some comments earlier today, to allow that, to accept the idea that the House can bring an impeachment here that is not adequately supported, that has not been investigated, that has not got a record to support it, and to turn this body into the investigatory body would permanently alter the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment proceedings. It's not the role of the Senate to have to do the House's job for them. It's not the role of the Senate to be doing an investigation and to be doing discovery in a matter like the impeachment of a president of the United States. If the House has not done the investigation and cannot support its case, it's not the time once it arrives here to start doing all that work. That's something that's the House's role. So, this is something that is important for this institution, I believe, not to allow the House to turn it into a situation where this body would have to be doing the House's work for it. If there is not evidence to support the case, if they haven't done their investigation, then they're not going to be able to support their case. Again, what's at issue here, and I think it's important to recall on the issue of this amendment, it's not whether the Senate, whether this body will be considering whether there should be witnesses or not, but when that should be considered. And there is no reason not to take the approach that was done in the Clinton impeachment. 100 senators agreed then that it made sense to hear from both sides before making a determination on that, to hear from both sides to see what sort of case the House could present and the president's defense. And that makes sense. In every trial system, there is a mechanism for determining whether the parties have actually presented a triable issue, whether there is really some there that requires the further proceedings. And this body should take that common sense approach and hear what it is that the House managers have to say. Why are they afraid to present their case? They had weeks in a process that they controlled to compile their record, and they should be able to make that presentation now. And the one point that I will close on, we've heard Manager Schiff say several times that we have to have a fair process here, and I was struck by it that at one point he said if you allow only one side to present evidence, the outcome will be predetermined. The outcome will be predetermined. That's exactly what happened in the House. Let's recall that the process they had in the House was one-sided. They locked the president and his lawyers out. There was no due process for the president. They started with secret hearings in the basement. The president couldn't be present by his counsel. He couldn't present evidence. He couldn't cross-examine witnesses. And then there was a second round in public where again they locked the president out. And we've heard they just said that the president had an opportunity to participate. In the third round of hearings that they held before the Judiciary Committee, after one hearing on December 4th, Speaker Pelosi, on the morning of December 5th, went out and announced the conclusion of the Judiciary Committee proceedings. She announced that she was directing Chairman Nadler to draft articles of impeachment. That was before the day that they had set for the president even to tell them what rights he wanted to have and to exercise in their proceedings. It was all already predetermined. The outcome had been predetermined. The Judiciary Committee had already decided it was not going to have any fact hearings. There was no process for the president. He was never allowed to participate. So when Chairman Schiff says here that if you only allow one side to present evidence, that predetermines the outcome, that's what they did in the House, because they had a predetermined outcome there, because it was all one-sided. And for him to lecture this body now on what a fair process would be takes some gall. A fair process would be when you come to the day of trial, be ready to start the trial and present your case, not ask for more discovery. The president is ready to proceed, and the House managers should be ready to proceed, and this amendment should be rejected. Thank you.
Counsel, the House managers have 8 minutes remaining.
The House is certainly not asking the Senate to do the House's job. We're asking the Senate to do its job, to hold a trial. Have you ever heard of a trial that doesn't have evidence, that doesn't have witnesses? That's what this amendment is all about. Just a moment about the subpoenas. President Trump, refused to provide any information to the House, ordered all of his people to stonewall us. Now, it's been suggested that we should spend 2 or 3 years litigating that question. I was a young law student, actually, working on the Nixon impeachment many years ago. And I remember the day that the Supreme Court issued its unanimous decision that the president had to release the tapes. I think U.S. v. Nixon still governs the president. The House and the Senate should not be required to litigate U.S. v. Nixon back to the Supreme Court and down again for it to be good law. It is good law. The president has not complied with those requirements to the detriment of the truth. This isn't about helping the House. This isn't about helping the Senate. This is about getting to the truth and making sure that impartial justice is done and that the American people are satisfied that a fair trial has been held. I would yield now to my colleague, Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Philbin says that the House is not ready to present its case. Of course, that's not something you heard from any of the managers. We are ready. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls Mick Mulvaney. Let's get this trial started, shall we? We are ready to present our case. We are ready to call our witnesses. The question is, will you let us? That is the question before us. Now, Mr. Philbin says, well, if I showed up in court and said I wasn't ready, the judge would throw me out of the court. Of course, we're not saying we're not ready. But you know what happened if Mr. Philbin went into a court and the judge said, I've made a deal with the defendant. I'm not going to let the prosecutor call any witnesses. I'm not going to let the prosecutor present any documents. You know who'd get thrown out of the court? The judge. The judge would be taken out in handcuffs. So let's step out of this body for a moment and imagine what a real trial would look like. It would begin with the government receiving documents, being able to introduce documents, being able to call witnesses. This trial should be no different. Now, Mr. Philbin makes reference to the Cipollone letter on October 18th, which followed a Cipollone 8-page letter on October 8th saying, we're not going to do anything you ask. Part law, part diatribe, mostly diatribe. You should read it. It's a letter basically that says what the president said on that TV screen, which is, we're going to fight all subpoenas. The doctrine of absolute immunity that counsel refers to has, yes, it has been invoked or at least attempted by presidents of both parties and rejected uniformly by the courts, including in the most recent decision involving Don McGahn, the president's former White House counsel, where the court said that would make him a king. He's no king. And this trial has determined that he shall not become a king, accountable to no one, answerable to no one. And what's more, this idea of absolute immunity, this fever dream of presidents of both parties, it has no application to documents. Again, this amendment is on documents. There's no absolute immunity from providing documents. And as Representative Lofgren illustrated, when this case has gone to the Supreme Court, in the Nixon case, the court held that the interest in confidentiality in an impeachment proceeding must give way to the interests of the truth and the Senate and the American people. You cannot invoke privilege to protect wrongdoing. You cannot invoke privilege to protect evidence of a constitutional crime like we have here. And finally, with respect to those secret hearings that counsel keeps referring to, those secret depositions in the House were so secret that only 100 members of Congress were able to be there and participate. Only 100. That's how secret that chamber was. Imagine that in the grand jury proceedings in the Clinton investigation or in the Jaworski, the Nixon investigation, imagine inviting 50 or 100 members of Congress to sit in on those. Imagine, as the president would like here, apparently the president insisting on having his lawyer in the grand jury because there was a case being investigated against him. Now, we had no grand jury here. Why is that? Why did we have no grand jury here? Why was there no special prosecutor here? Because the Justice Department said they're not going to look into this. Bill Barr's Justice Department said there's nothing to see here. If it were up to that Justice Department, you wouldn't know anything about this. That's why there was no grand jury. That's why we in the House had to do the investigative work ourselves. And yes, just like in the Nixon case, just like in the Clinton case, we used depositions. And you know what deposition rules we used? Those terribly unfair deposition rules we used? They were written by the Republicans. We used the same rules that the GOP House members used. That's how terribly unfair they were. My gosh, they used our rules. How dare they? How dare they? And now why did we do depositions? Because we didn't want one witness to hear what another witness was saying so they could either tailor their stories or know that they just had to admit so much and no more. It's how every credible investigation works. And this, the counsel can repeat all they like that the president didn't have a chance to participate, didn't have a chance to have counsel present in the Judiciary Committee to offer evidence. They can say as much as they like. It doesn't make it any more true when they make the same false representation time and time again. It just makes it that much more deliberate and onerous. The president could have presented evidence in the Judiciary Committee. He chose not to. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why the witnesses they've talked about aren't material witnesses. They don't go to the question of whether the president withheld the aid for this corrupt purpose. They don't go to any of that because they have no witnesses to absolve the president on the facts. You should want to see these documents. You should want to see them. You should want to know what these private emails and text messages have to say. If you're going to make a decision about the president's guilt or innocence, if you're going to make a decision about whether he should be removed from office, you should want to see what these documents say. Now, if you don't care, if you've made up your mind that he's the president of my party or for whatever reason, I'm not interested. And what's more, I don't really want the country to see this. Well, that's a wholly different matter. But that's not what your oath requires. It's not what your oath requires. The oath requires you to do impartial justice, which means to see the evidence. To see the evidence. That's all we're asking. Just don't blind yourself to the evidence. It's just, I yield back.
Thank you. The majority leader is recognized.
I send a motion to the desk to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
The question is on the motion to table. Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal.
Well, Senate is debating the rules for the impeachment trial. I want to bring in Marina Nine, and I'm joined by Keir Dougal and Molly Hooper. Keir's a CBSN legal contributor and a former federal prosecutor, and Molly Hooper is a CBSN political contributor. So, Molly, we heard a lot of debate presented here.
Right.
Walk us through exactly what's being voted on with this amendment.
Okay. So what's being voted on? Ostensibly, what should be voted on is Schumer's amendment to require documents from the administration. But what Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has done is he's moved to table that amendment. So even though it seems kind of contradictory, the senators who are voting in favor of this motion would vote to not demand these documents come to the Senate at this point. So essentially, the aye vote, if you will, will kill Schumer's amendment. I know it sort of seems counterintuitive, but it's these procedural trickery that keeps reporters up on Capitol Hill on our toes, and that's what we're seeing right now. As to whether we'll see any Republicans voting against tabling the motion, meaning voting with the Democrats, that's unclear at this point. Several of the more moderate Republicans or the Republicans who want to see, I guess, have more questions on how the president comported himself in this call with Ukraine, whether it is impeachable. I'm not sure if they will vote with Democrats on this particular amendment, because what we've been hearing them say is that they want to wait until both sides have made their arguments. Again, 24 hours apiece for the White House, 24 hours for the House managers, over 3 days now, and senators get to submit the questions. Wait till that whole process is done, and then decide whether the Senate should compel the White House to turn over these documents related to Ukraine and individuals' conversations that they've had with the president over, this withholding of a meeting at the White House with the Ukrainian president in exchange for political, dirt on an opponent.
Kira, we heard Zoe Lofgren there, one of the managers, impeachment managers, present her side of the case as to why this evidence should be presented. What did you make of the argument that she was constructing there?
Well, so the House have sort of a difficult needle to thread here, because as I think it was Mr. Philbin who said, for the president, if you have this overwhelming case, why are you asking for more evidence now? That's a difficult, at least on its face, it's sort of a complicated question. But Zoe Lofgren and Adam Schiff sort of answered, which is, look, in the House to have to relitigate U.S. v. Nixon for a couple of years, up and down, to deal with these executive privilege claims and to potentially deal with these absolute immunity claims, pushes the House's process beyond the 2020 election. And if you're the Democrats and you believe that the president's conduct was improper and that he's trying to get an advantage in the upcoming election, you simply can't wait that long. So the argument on its face, I think it has a nice soundbite for the Republicans. The argument for the Democrats is a little bit more complicated, but they're advancing good reasons.
I want to play for you a soundbite, Adam Schiff sort of talking about this process.
Mr. Philbin says that the House is not ready to present its case. Of course, that's not something you heard from any of the managers. We are ready. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls Mick Mulvaney. Let's get this trial started, shall we? We are ready to present our case. We are ready to call our witnesses. The question is, will you let us? That is the question before us.
Mal, you've got to have the votes, no matter what in the Senate, to be able to go forward with these witnesses.
Right, but I think, and maybe Keir can speak to this a little bit better than I, but I thought it was also interesting that Adam Schiff mentioned earlier in his argument to see these documents that the White House hasn't claimed executive privilege yet, because in order to do so, they would have to point out which documents are privileged, which points to the communications and when these communications were had. And it was sort of an interesting argument that Adam Schiff made. I think he said something to the effect of, it would be an admission of guilt on the part of the White House to show that there were in fact documents related to this matter on Ukraine. And so I think that as this plays out, we'll see what they claim executive privilege on, because if you claim executive privilege, you have to specify which document, which individual, and why, right?
Right, but you're right. But just getting back to what we just heard Adam Schiff say, the House calls John Bolton. That's the kind of dramatic moment that Americans expect in a trial that has evidence and that is designed to get, is designed as a truth-seeking process. So, I thought that was a particularly powerful demonstration by Schiff of what is at stake here. But yes, you're right, Molly, and Adam Schiff, to point that out, that Adam Schiff is sort of saying, look, if you have to go through these thousands of pages of records and identify which ones you will or you won't assert privilege to, that is going to convey information. But by giving a blanket refusal, somewhat couched in immunity, The
I
chief
want to
is
take you
coming
back.
back.
Here's Chief Justice John Roberts.
The yeas are 53. The nays are 47. The amendment is tabled. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena certain documents and records from the State Department, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the amendment.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment, number 1285. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following section. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedures and Practice in the Senate when sitting in impeachment trials, 1. The Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the Secretary of Senate commanding him to produce, for the time period from January 1, 2019 to the present, all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the Department of State, referring or relating to A, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21 and July 25, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York. B, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and foreign military financing, FMF, including but not limited to all communications with the White House, Department of Defense, and the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Ukrainian government's knowledge prior to August 28, 2019, of any actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance to Ukraine, including all meetings, calls, or other engagements with Ukrainian officials regarding potential or actual suspensions, holds, or delays in United States assistance to Ukraine. C, all documents, communications, notes, and other records created or received by Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Counselor T. Ulrich Breckbull, former Special Representative for Ukraine Negotiations Ambassador Kurt Volker, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, then United States Embassy in Ukraine Chargé d'Affaires William B. Taylor, and Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, and other State Department officials relating to efforts to 1. Solicit, request, demand, induce, persuade, or coerce Ukraine to conduct or announce investigations. 2. Schedule, cancel, or withhold a White House meeting for Ukraine's president. Or 3, hold and then release military and other security assistance to Ukraine. D, any meetings or proposed meetings at or involving the White House that relate to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1, President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20, 2019 in Kiev, Ukraine, including but not limited to President Trump's decision not to attend, to ask Vice President Pence to lead the delegation, directing Vice President Pence not to attend, and the subsequent decision about the composition of the delegation of the United States. 2, a meeting at the White House on or around May 23, 2019, involving, among others, President Trump, then Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, Ambassador Kurt Volker, then Energy Secretary Rick Perry, and United States Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, as well as any private meetings or conversations with those individuals before or after the larger meeting. 3, meetings at the White House on or about July 10, 2019, involving Ukrainian officials Andriy Yermak and Alexander Danieluk, and United States government officials, including but not limited to then National Security Advisor John Bolton, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Sondland, to include at least a meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office and a subsequent meeting in the Ward Room. 4, a meeting at the White House on or around August 30, 2019, involving President Trump, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. 5, a planned meeting, later canceled in Warsaw, Poland, on or around September 1, 2019, between President Trump and President Zelensky, and subsequently attended by Vice President Pence. And 6, a meeting at the White House on or around September 11, 2019, involving President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Mulvaney, concerning the lifting of the hold on security assistance for Ukraine. E, all communications, including but not limited to WhatsApp or text messages on private devices between current or former State Department officials or employees, including but not limited to Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, and the following: President Zelensky, Andriy Yermak, or individuals or entities associated with or acting in any capacity as a representative, agent, or proxy for President Zelensky before and after his election. F, all records specifically identified by witnesses in the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry that memorialize key events or concerns, and any records reflecting an official response thereto, including but not limited to: 1, on August 29, 2019, cable sent by Ambassador Taylor to Secretary Pompeo; 2, an August 16, 2019, memorandum to file written by Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent; and 3, a September 15, 2019, memorandum to file written by Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. G, all meetings or calls, including but not limited to all requests for or records of meetings or telephone calls, scheduling items, calendar entries, State Department visitor records, and email or text messages using personal or work-related devices between or among: 1, current or former State Department officials or employees, including but not limited to Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Sondland; and 2, Rudolph W. Giuliani, Victoria Tensing, or Joseph DeGeneva; and H, the curtailment or recall of former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Masha Yovanovitch, for the United States Embassy in Kiev, including credible threat reports against her and any protective security measures taken in response. And 2, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I now ask for a brief 10-minute recess before the parties are recognized to debate the Schumer amendment. At the end of the debate time, I'll again move to table the amendment, as the timing of these votes are specified in the underlying resolution. So I ask consent that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, the Senate is in recess.
The Senate takes a recess there. We want to walk you through the day's events today as this Senate impeachment trial has begun. And today, this afternoon, the focus was on the rules. I want to bring in my panel here, Molly Hooper and Keir Dougal, CBSN contributors, both political and legal. Molly, just walk us through this. This was, we were just looking at, looking at the subpoena. Schumer put forward this amendment, looking at the subpoena of documents as well as witness testimony from the State Department.
Right. So essentially what Schumer's asking for is he's asking for the same documents as the prior amendment, but this time he was asking the State Department for those documents. So the first amendment was for documents at the White House. This amendment, documents at the State Department. And as we were discussing off camera here, probably they'll go for the Defense Department as well, which is the other, OMB.
Yeah.
OMB, GAO, maybe not so much, because GAO is a congressional, it's a congressional agency. So their GAO turns everything over to Congress. But this is something Schumer can do to delay the whole process and just make everybody's life sort of very frustrating on the floor, and also put those vulnerable Republican senators on the record as voting against having certain documents, against having certain witnesses when it comes to this impeachment trial. And it's something that they can use, that Democrats can use in the 2020 elections for Senate races.
This is when you're officially on the record, and they can point to that record. Karen, when you look at the legal strategy here, you know, we've seen this going back and forth this afternoon of Schumer presenting these amendments that end up getting tabled because there aren't enough votes. What's the legal strategy here?
Well, I think it may be a little bit more of a political strategy. Having seen the last debate, I'd be surprised if we see anything different now. But what we'll hear are more, you know, sort of another opportunity for the two sides to make their case to the Senate and then ultimately to the public. But as far as the legal strategy, I did want to just point out one thing that I saw in the last argument. We may see it again this time. Mr. Philbin made one of these lawyers in the alternative arguments.
This is the White House lawyer.
The White House lawyer, correct. He's argued in the bulk of his time that there shouldn't be any discovery at all, any more evidence brought forth, making the argument that if there's overwhelming evidence that the president is guilty, why do you need more anyways? But right at the end, very carefully, he slipped in, well, and if you know, in any ways, even if you're not sure that you're, you know, about that right now, you should delay the decision. So so he sort of said in the alternative, first, we don't need anything, but if you're not so sure in the alternative, we should delay it and raise that question after the managers and the president's lawyers make their arguments about the article.
This was something that Mitch McConnell set up early in the afternoon when he was talking about this, saying, I'm going to table anything until we get to that point. We're not going to, from the get-go, just allow this to come through, the evidence and the witnesses.
And as we saw on the prior vote, 53 votes to table it, essentially to kill it, which means 53 Republicans on the record are saying, no, we don't want these documents right now. And again, I think Keir makes a very important point that later in this process, once this overarching resolution is adopted, probably later tonight or possibly in the morning, who knows how long they want to go, it does set forth the procedure by which at the end of the question time from senators, the senators will hear arguments for and against having witnesses 2 hours apiece, and then the Senate will vote on hearing from those witnesses. And the way that they would hear from them, as specified in this resolution, would first be as a deposition done behind closed doors, and then after that point, once the Senate could see what was said in the deposition, then the Senate would vote, you know, whether or not to hear from these witnesses, all of them, none of them, in front of the live Senate.
Mike, we're also looking through the lens of the election this November. Republicans clearly want to hold on to that Senate majority well past November. Walk us through when that vote eventually takes place, you know, on witnesses, on adding more evidence, you know, the evidence to be presented. How do you think that vote is going to go down, and who are the Republicans you are watching who could make a difference here?
Well, first of all, I'm watching Susan Collins, who is up for re-election in Maine, purple Maine. And Susan Collins took a big hit last year when she voted in favor of Brett Kavanaugh to be the Supreme Court justice. Democrats, the moment she did that, Democrats flooded her state with money. They didn't even have a candidate, but flooded money to Maine to oust Susan Collins from her seat in the Senate. So that's one senator I will watch. And I do recognize that after she took that vote on Kavanaugh, Mitch McConnell made a point of coming out and essentially saying, we will be essentially, we're going to spend money to make sure she gets reelected and essentially give her a pass on future tough votes, like this impeachment trial. I'm not saying that that's what he said explicitly, but you could sort of read between the lines there. Yeah. And also I'm watching individuals like Cory Gardner, as I said, Colorado, he's up for re-election, the purple state. Also, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, not necessarily because she's up for re-election, but because she's a very independent thinker. This is a senator, Republican senator, who lost the GOP primary her last go-round. She lost the primary and ran as an independent, write-in candidate, and she won. I mean, so when it comes to being beholden to a party, Lisa Murkowski is beholden to Alaska, and she makes a point of letting that be known. Not necessarily that she will buck her party, but more so that she's very thoughtful about the decisions she makes. Also, I will be looking at Mitt Romney because He does represent Utah. He's a freshman, a true freshman in the Senate, given that he was just elected this past go-round and in 2018. And, he's had some skirmishes with President Trump in the past. They've worked together on issues like opioids, but he has, ever since revelations of this call that Trump had with President Zelensky came out, Mitt Romney's kind of taken a step back and said, ooh, there's more. We need to know some more about this. He's been one of the Republicans who hasn't been afraid to say this is not right. This isn't, not necessarily that it's impeachable, but we need to know more about this. So I'll be watching those Republicans. Lamar Alexander, Republican from Tennessee, not running for re-election, and very much an Article 1 kind of guy. Article 1 being the legislative branch of government, which is, as we've seen in the past, when the president has tried to exert his executive authority, for example, declaring an emergency on the border to move money for the border wall last year, Lamar Alexander has not been afraid to stand up to that. So I'll watch those Republicans in particular.
All right, Molly Hooper, I want to thank you. Keir Dugal, I want to thank you very much for your analysis this afternoon. We're going to take a short break, and we'll return in just a moment with Red and Blue. For our broadcast viewers, there will be much more on your local CBS station. You can always tune in to CBSN on any platform or device by simply downloading the CBS News app. This has been a special report for CBSN. I'm Rena Ninen in New York.
For news 24 hours a day, go to CBSNews.com.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now. Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. We are waiting for the Senate to resume day one of President Trump's impeachment trial. So far, the debate has been focused on the rules for the trial, and the main question at hand is whether witnesses and documents will be allowed to be considered. Keir Dugal and Molly Hooper join me now. So it seems that so far we've seen a lot of Chuck Schumer offering suggestions of things that he'd like to see, and Mitch McConnell tabling them. Is that going to be what we can expect for the rest of the day?
Yes, because in an impeachment trial, senators aren't allowed to speak. In fact, if they are going to speak and deliberate, they will have to go behind closed doors to do it. So we won't hear what they're saying. And that's a motion that I believe carries at any point during these proceedings tonight. So if a senator, it looks like perhaps Chuck Schumer is going to say something.
Yeah, let's listen in to Chuck Schumer.
Is realizing how unfair Leader McConnell's resolution is, and they are telling Republican senators to change it. We're very glad they moved to 3 days instead of 2, so we won't be hearing arguments at 2 in the morning. It's good they admitted evidence, but the real test will be witnesses and documents. Will our Republican senators put pressure McConnell so that we really have witnesses and documents produced, either now or after the arguments are made? And one other point, I'm not answering questions. One other point, which is this. We hear a lot of arguments from the President's counsel. None of them directly address why there shouldn't be witnesses and documents. They talk about how bad the House is. I don't agree with that at all. But they don't argue, one, they don't make a single argument why there shouldn't be witnesses and documents. That speaks volumes. Thank you.
Leader Senator Chuck Schumer there complaining about the fact that the one thing that Democrats really want seems to be eluding them, seems to be out of their grasp. And it doesn't really appear, Keir, at least to me, as if at this point senators are feeling the pressure that Democrats were hoping at least some moderate senators might feel, which is to say, all right, let's have some witnesses and documents presented in this trial, correct?
Well, right, and that's because there are kind of two things on the table. One of them is witnesses and documents right now, or do we make the decision later? And so we just heard in the prior amendment, President Trump's counsel, Mr. Philbin, make one of these lawyers' arguments in the alternative, which is you shouldn't have any documents at all. But if you decide that you want them, you can delay that decision until later.
And why is that advantageous for Republicans? Why does it matter whether they decide definitively now or later whether to see documents and witnesses?
Well, again, because essentially they want to drag this out. They want to see if any minds are changed back home by these arguments that both sides are going to present. And really, it's unclear to me, if you ask me. I don't know how much it's going to change between now and next week. But in the issue of fairness, Republicans would argue, let's hear both sides present their arguments. Let's, as a Senate, ask our questions, submit our questions, have both sides answer those. We can deliberate behind closed doors if we need witnesses, if we need more to go on, and also, and then take that vote. But at least under this resolution, the Senate will vote on whether to have witnesses. During the Clinton impeachment, that was not a foregone conclusion, because during the Clinton impeachment, the way that it was structured, essentially the Senate would get to that point of asking questions, then they would debate a motion to dismiss, then talk about witnesses. But that vote on a motion to dismiss happened before the body decided on whether or not to have witnesses. That scenario is not happening in this current resolution as it's written. I don't think that it would be amended any other way, but it guarantees for those Republicans who are on the fence, there will be a time for us to vote on these witnesses.
There will be. So, Keir, help us unpack the arguments we've been hearing so far today from both sides.
Right. So I think the most difficult argument right now for the Democrats is the President Trump says Democrats are claiming that their case is overwhelming, but they're in the Senate asking for more evidence now. That, on its face, is a difficult argument to overcome. And on the other side, I think the argument, sort of the key argument, is trials are about truth seeking. Trials, as we understand them generally as Americans, and when we make important decisions in our lives, really important decisions. This is one of them. Trying to remove or potentially considering removing a president. That's a very important decision. You want to have all the facts. You want to have as much information as possible so you can make the best decision possible. Those are really the core competing arguments that we're watching play out on this amendment now.
So you think Republicans have hit on a good strategy then by saying, look, Democrats claimed they had all the evidence in the world already, so why are they saying now that they need more?
Well, going back to that question on why wait, I've thought about it for a few minutes, and really I think it goes down to that oath that the Senate takes on, I affirm that I will be fair and impartial, a fair and impartial juror in a sense. And, Republican senators like a Susan Collins in a tough reelection race. She would argue that that's not necessarily why she's being fair and impartial. But other individuals like Mitt Romney, they do want to hear if the House, treated the whole process of impeachment in a fair way. Because if after both sides make their arguments, their opening arguments, and answer senators' questions, Republicans like Senator Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Mitt Romney feel like the House did violate President Trump's, this was some sort of quote unquote witch hunt or partisan hit job, as some Republicans would like to say, then they won't vote for witnesses, But again, the burden is on, I think, the Democrats, the House managers, to make that case. And if it's compelling enough, I think that you'll see a Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski vote in favor of hearing from more witnesses.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about how this is comparing to Bill Clinton's impeachment trial. I mean, he was impeached on perjury, correct, Keir?
Correct.
And obstruction of justice.
Correct. Yeah.
So how do those articles of impeachment compare legally to the articles of impeachment facing President Trump now?
So this is one of the other arguments that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, but I expect President Trump's counsel to make this argument more fully as they go forward, that these particular articles against President Trump aren't cast in the form of alleging a crime. So when you're talking about perjury, you're talking about obstruction of justice, those, in addition to being impeachable offenses, those also are federal crimes. They're crimes under the criminal law. And so another area that I expect perhaps later in the arguments to be more developed as the House managers and counsel discuss this is this claim by, I think mostly by Alan Dershowitz. I expect him to be the one to make this claim that because the articles don't allege a crime, they are defective. Now that is an outlaw. So
they don't allege a crime. They don't allege a misuse of funds that didn't the Government Accountability Office say is a crime?
Well, they're cast in the form of, on that one, as abuse of power.
Okay.
So, look, the facts underneath them could establish a bribery. Mm-hmm. They could establish a crime. But the way the House managers chose to cast that claim, they called it an abuse of power.
Okay.
And even the Democrats, even Republicans, I think was it Sekulow who got up and said, okay, we heard quid pro quo, we heard extortion, we heard bribery, but none of those are mentioned in these articles of impeachment, right? I mean, that was sort of his argument. If this was an impeachable crime, why didn't you list it? That's what I heard him saying, sort of in response to the House managers.
Was that a legal misstep then on the part of the Democrats? Should they have named bribery as one of the articles of impeachment, Keir?
I think it's more, and Molly may be able to speak to this better, but I think it's more of a political, perhaps, political issue, right? Yeah. So the Constitution says high crimes and misdemeanors, and it has that word crime and misdemeanor in it. That particular phrase is a term of art under our long history and the history we brought with us from England. And in fact, most constitutional scholars would tell you that an abuse of power that's described in this article of impeachment is absolutely impeachable, and that Mr. Dershowitz's view is an outlier.
Probably most Republicans would agree with that, too, if the abuse of power was happening for a Democratic president, right? I mean, I think it's always your perspective. It's always your point of view, because I think abuse of power when it comes to the president is something that both parties would argue could be impeachable depending on the circumstances, correct?
Right. If a Democratic president decided to move to Fiji and stop doing his or her work, that ought to be impeachable, even if it's not a crime.
I think if a Republican president did that, it would still be a crime.
Even if we all want to move to Fiji.
Right. We also have Politico White House correspondent and associate editor Anita Kumar joining us now. Welcome, Anita. So can you tell us where President Trump is during all of this today?
Well, as you know, he's in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. So we've heard him talk a little bit about impeachment today. He was asked by some reporters a couple questions. He called it a hoax again. Didn't go into any elaborate details, but, you know, obviously the time change, he's on a different time. So his day has already ended. Now, I'm not saying that means he's asleep. He could well be watching what's going on. But his spokesperson, Stephanie Grisham, says that he'll be brief periodically, but that he's not having time to watch. He's been meeting with world leaders all today, and he will be there tomorrow as well.
So, Anita, we know that initially the president had expressed a desire to see witnesses, to see a full trial. He really wanted this, a robust defense. Why now has the White House changed its view on this Senate trial? I mean, the president's team clearly does not want to see any witnesses called.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. They've been having some briefings with reporters the last few days, and they definitely don't want the witnesses. You're exactly right about the president. He even when all his allies and supporters and friends were telling him, no, you don't want any witnesses, he still wanted them. But I think the reason he really changed his mind is really conferring with Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. He has grown to trust Mitch McConnell over these last 3 years. He has seen how he's pushed through the tax bill back that first year and how he's pushed through all these judicial nominations, and he's really gotten pieces of the president's legislative agenda through. And so Mitch McConnell is saying, trust me, the president knows that Mitch McConnell knows how the Senate works and sort of is trusting him a little bit. So this isn't exactly as the president would want it, but he's trusting that this is the best way out. It's the quickest way for him to get back to everything else, get back to the campaign trail, get back to what's going on in the White House. And so he's sort of trusting Mitch McConnell on it.
All right. So, Molly, I want to talk about the larger sort of Republican Senate field. I mean, we keep going back to the same Republican senators, Murkowski, Collins, Romney, when we question which way they're going to vote. Right. But are we really sure that McConnell has a lock on all the other Republican senators?
Well, I think that in terms of witnesses, because that's really the key here, whether or not we're going to hear from these witnesses, that's where a Republican vote will matter. Because in the grand scheme of things, it takes 67 senators to vote to impeach. And even if McConnell lost a handful of say, vulnerable Republicans, the president would not be removed from office. But again, it's this whether we're going to hear from witnesses. That's where these votes count. And we don't know necessarily how Martha McSally, who's running in Arizona against Gabby Gifford's husband, Mark Kelly, we don't know necessarily how she's going to vote on witnesses. She is a staunch Trump supporter, and she has a large contingency of Trump constituents following her. But when it comes down to it, it's a purple state, and it's unclear how she will vote.
And some senators have very vociferously remained silent on this issue, right?
Yes,
so that is
their
always
silence
telling.
has been deafening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Because let's just step back from this. This is, what the president did, if you look at the GAO report, that he broke the law in not spending the money that Congress had appropriated and directed specifically for the purpose of giving aid to Ukraine. The executive branch decided not to spend that for whatever reason. And when it comes down to it, the Article I branch of government is Congress, and Congress has the right, the power of the purse. You learned that in the 8th grade. That's where Congress, because they tax you, they spend you, but that's Congress's job. And when the administration decides not to enact or carry out essentially the law that Congress created, that's a problem. So if you have institutionalists, individuals who do feel a strong sense of Article 1's authority, just on the face of it, that's a problem. And so you could see members, again, we say something like Lamar Alexander, who's a longtime senator from Tennessee, Republican. He's retiring. But this just doesn't sit right. And we could see him voting for witnesses to find out, okay, so why did you block the money that we spent directly, we wrote directly to spend for Ukraine?
Right. I mean, you do think that Congress, knowing that it is in their power to do so, would be curious about that, right? Because this is, like you said, a direct power of Congress.
Right. And by the president saying, you can't tell me what to do, well, Congress can tell him what to do. But it's a matter of members of Congress working together to rise up and overturn pieces of legislation that he vetoes. And that's why sort of in the midst of this, or in the background, the Senate, Senator Tim Kaine, a Democrat in Virginia, I think he's garnered 51 votes for his war powers resolution, which essentially says that Congress will not support the president going to war, taking action against Iran for more than 30 days. But basically it asserts Congress's role when it comes to its war powers. And, he was able to get enough Republicans to back it. So we shall see how this plays out.
Right. All right. Anita, can you give us some insight into what the White House's legal strategy will be tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we got a hint really from what his, what the White House's, the Trump defense put out this weekend in those 2 documents they sent over to Capitol Hill. Really lengthy documents, at least one of them. But they really didn't go through the details of the Ukraine situation as much as they talked about the constitutionality of this. Can this president be brought up on impeachment charges? Can he go through this trial? There was a lot of talk about process, that the House didn't engage in a fair process.
Anita, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but the Senate is back in order, so we're going to listen in. Chief Justice Roberts is speaking. Thanks, Anita.
Mr. Chief Justice. Thank you. And Mr. Cipollone? Opponent. Okay. Mr. Schiff, you have an hour, and we'll be able to reserve time for rebuttal.
Chief Justice Roberts, Senators, Counsel for the White House. I am Val Demings from the state of Florida. The House managers strongly support the amendment to issue subpoena for documents to the State Department. As we explain, the first article of impeachment charges the president with using the power of his office to solicit and pressure Ukraine to announce investigations that everyone in this chamber knows to be bogus. The president didn't even care if an investigation was actually conducted, just that it was announced. Why? Because this was for his own personal and political benefit. The first article further charges that the president did so with corrupt motives, and that his use of power for personal gain harmed the national security of the United States. As the second article of impeachment charges, the president sought to conceal evidence of this conduct. He did so by ordering his entire administration, every office, every agency, every official, to defy every subpoena served in the House impeachment inquiry. No president in history has ever done anything like this. Many presidents have expressly acknowledged that they couldn't do anything like this. President Trump did not take these extreme steps to hide evidence of his innocence or to protect the institution of the presidency. As a career law enforcement officer, I have never seen anyone take such extreme steps to hide evidence allegedly proving his innocence. and I do not find that here today. The president is engaged in this cover-up because he is guilty, and he knows it. And he knows that the evidence he is concealing will only further demonstrate his culpability. Notwithstanding this effort to stonewall our inquiry, the House amassed powerful evidence of the president's high crimes and misdemeanors. 17 witnesses, 130 hours of testimony combined with the president's own admissions on phone calls and in public comments, confirmed and corroborated by hundreds of texts, emails, and documents. Much of that evidence came from patriotic, nonpartisan, decorated officials in the State Department. They are brave men and women who honored their obligations under the law and gave testimony required by congressional subpoena in the face of the president's taunts and insults. These officials described the president's campaign to induce and pressure Ukraine to announce political investigations, his use of $391 million of vital military aid, taxpayer money appropriated on a bipartisan basis by Congress as leverage to force Ukraine to comply, and his withholding of a meeting desperately sought by the newly elected president of Ukraine. This testimony was particularly compelling because the State Department is at the very center of President Trump's wrongdoing. We heard firsthand from diplomatic officials who saw up close and personal what was happening, and who immediately sounded the alarms. Ambassador William Taylor, who returned to Ukraine in June of last year as acting ambassador, texted other State Department officials. I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, who was delegated authority over Ukraine matters by none other than President Trump, testified, "We knew these investigations were important to the president, and we followed the president's orders." And David Holmes, a senior official at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, said it was made clear that some action on a Burisma Biden investigation was a condition for an Oval Office meeting. During their testimony, many of these State Department officials described specific documents, including text messages, emails, former diplomatic cables, and notes that would corroborate their testimony and shed additional light on President Trump's corrupt scheme. For instance, Ambassador Taylor, who raised concerns that military aid had been conditioned on the president's demand for political investigations, described a little notebook in which he would take notes on conversations he had with key officials. Ambassador Sondland referred by date and recipient to emails regarding the president's demand that Ukraine announce political investigations. As we'll see through emails that were sent to some of President Trump's top advisors, including acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, Secretary of State Michael Pompeo, and Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, who oversaw Ukraine policy matters in Washington for the State Department, wrote at least 4 memos to file to document concerning conduct he witnessed or heard. And Ambassador Kurt Volker, The special representative for Ukraine negotiations provided evidence that he and other American officials communicated with high-level Ukrainian officials, including President Zelensky himself, via text message and WhatsApp, about the president's improper demands and how Ukrainian officials would respond to them. Based on the testimony we received and on evidence that has since emerged, all of these documents and others that we will describe bear directly on the allegations set forth in the first article of impeachment. They would help complete our understanding of how the president's scheme unfolded in real time. They would support the conclusion that senior Ukrainian officials understood the corrupt nature of President Trump's demand, and they would further expose the extent to which Secretary Pompeo, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and other senior Trump administration officials were aware of the president's plot and helped carry it out. We're not talking about a burdensome number of documents. We're talking about a specific, discrete set of materials held by the State Department. Documents the State Department has already collected in response to our subpoena, but has never produced. We know these materials exist. We know they are relevant, and we know the president is desperately trying to conceal them. As I will describe, the Senate should subpoena the following. Number one, WhatsApp and other text message communications. 2, emails. 3, diplomatic cables. And 4, notes. Given the significance and relevance of these documents, the House requested that they be provided. When these requests were denied, when our requests were denied, the House issued subpoenas commanding that the documents be turned over. But at the president's direction, the Department of State unlawfully defied that subpoena. And I stand here now. As I stand here now, the State Department has all these documents in its possession, but refuses, based on the president's order, to let them see the light of day. This is an affront to the House, which has full power to see these documents. It is an affront to the Senate, which has been denied a full record on which to judge the president's guilt or innocence, and it is an affront to the Constitution, which makes clearly that nobody, not even the president, is above the law. And it is an affront to the American people, who have a right to know what the president and his allies are hiding from them and why it is being hidden. In prior impeachment trials, this body has issued subpoenas requiring the recipient to hand over relevant documents. It must do so again here. And it must do so now at the beginning of the trial, not the end. Of course, the need for a Senate subpoena arises because, as I've noted, the president ordered the State Department to defy a subpoena from the House. At this point, I'd like to briefly describe our own efforts to get those materials. I'll then address in a more detailed fashion exactly what documents the State Department has hidden from the American people and why the Senate should require it to turn them over. On September 9th, exercising their Article I oversight authority, the House Investigating Committee sent a document request to the State Department. The committee sought materials related to the president's effort to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations into his political rival, as well as his dangerous, unexplained withholding of millions of dollars in vital military aid. After the State Department failed to produce any documents, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs issued a subpoena to the State Department on September 27th. In a letter on October 1st, Secretary Pompeo acknowledged receipt of the subpoena. At that time, he stated that he would respond to the committee's subpoena for documents by the return date, October 4th. But his response never came. Instead, on October 8th, President Trump's lawyer, writing on the president's behalf, issued a direction confirming that the administration would stonewall the impeachment inquiry. To date, the State Department has not produced a single document, not a single document in response to the congressional subpoena. But witnesses who testified indicated that the State Department had gathered all of the records and was prepared to provide them before the White House directed it to defy the subpoena. Notwithstanding this unlawful obstruction through the testimony of brave State Department employees, the House was able to identify with remarkable precision several categories of documents relevant to the first article of impeachment that are sitting right now. Right now, those documents are sitting right now at the State Department. I'd like to walk you through 4 key categories of documents that should be subpoenaed and which illustrate the highly relevant documents the State Department could produce immediately. They could produce them immediately for this trial. The first category consists of WhatsApps and other text messages from State Department officials caught up in these events, including Ambassadors Sondland and Taylor, and also Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, all 3 of whom confirm in their testimony that they regularly use WhatsApp to communicate with each other and foreign government officials. As Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent explained, WhatsApp is a dominant form of electronic communication in certain parts of the world. We know that the State Department possesses the records of WhatsApp and text messages from critical eyewitnesses to these proceedings, including from Ambassadors Sondland and Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. We know that the department is deliberately concealing these records at the direction of the president, and we know that they could contain highly relevant testimony about the president's plan to condition official presidential acts on the announcements of investigations for his own personal and political gain. We know this not only from testimony, but also because Ambassador Volker was able to provide us with a small but telling selection of his WhatsApp messages. Those records confirm with a full review of these texts and WhatsApp messages from relevant officials would help to paint a vivid, firsthand picture of statements, decisions, concerns, and beliefs held by important players of events unfolding in real time. For example, thanks to Ambassador Volker's messages, we know that Ambassador Sondland, a key player in the president's pressure campaign, who testified in the House about a quid pro quo arrangement, texted directly with the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky. This image, produced by Ambassador Volker, appears to be a screenshot of a text message that Ambassador Sondland exchanged with President Zelensky about plans for the White House visit, the very same visit that President Zelensky badly needed, and that President Trump later withheld as part of the quid pro quo described by Ambassador Sondland in his testimony. This body and the American people have a right to know what else Ambassador Sondland and President Zelensky said in this and other relevant exchanges about the White House meeting or about the military aid and the president's demand. But we don't know exactly what was conveyed and when. We don't know if President Trump directed the State Department to conceal these vital records. These are records that the State Department would have otherwise turned over, if not for the President's direction and desire to cover up his wrongdoing. To get a sense of why texts and WhatsApp messages are so vital, just consider whether another piece of evidence we've gleaned from Ambassador Volker's partial production. On July 10th, at the White House meetings, at which Ambassador Sondland pressured Ukrainian officials to announce investigations of President Trump's political opponents, a Ukrainian governmental official texted Ambassador Volker, "I feel that the key for many things is Rudy, and I am ready to talk with him at any time." This is evidence that immediately following Ambassador Sondland's ultimatum, Ukrainian officials recognized that they needed to appease Rudy Giuliani by carrying out the investigations. Of course, Mr. Giuliani had publicly confirmed that he was not engaged in foreign policy, but it was instead advancing his clients, the president's own personal interest. Further, in another text message exchange provided by Ambassador Volker, we see evidence that Ukraine understood President Trump's demands loud and clear. On the morning of July 25th, half an hour before the infamous call between President Trump and President Zelensky, Ambassador Volker wrote to a senior Ukrainian official heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt. Ambassador Sondland confirmed that this text accurately summarized the President's directive to him earlier that morning. After the phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the Ukrainian official responded pointedly. Phone call went well. He then discussed potential dates for a White House meeting. Then the very next day, Ambassador Volker wrote to Rudy Giuliani exactly the right messages as we discussed. These messages confirm Mr. Giuliani's central role, the premeditated nature of President Trump's solicitation of political investigation, and the pressure campaign on Ukraine waged by Mr. Giuliani and senior officials at President Trump's direction. Again, this is just some of what we learned from Ambassador Volker's records. As you will see during this trial presentation, there were numerous WhatsApp messages in August, while Ambassadors Volker and Sondland and Mr. Giuliani were pressuring President Zelensky's top aide to issue a statement announcing the investigations that President Trump wanted. And Ambassador Taylor's text that you saw earlier about withholding the aid further reveals how much more material there likely is that relates to the articles of impeachment. There can be no doubt that a full production of relevant texts and WhatsApp messages from other officials involved in Ukraine and in touch with Ukrainian officials, including Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, would further illuminate the malfeasance addressed in our first article. This leads to the second category of documents that the State Department is unlawfully withholding: emails involving key State Department officials concerning interactions with senior Ukrainian officials and relating to military aid, a White House meeting, and the President's demand for investigations into his rivals. For example, on July 19th, Ambassador Gordon Sondland spoke directly with President Zelensky about the upcoming July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Ambassador Sondland then sent an email updating key officials about Secretary Pompeo, including Secretary Pompeo, Acting White House Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and his senior advisor, Robert Blair. In this email, he noted that he prepared President Zelensky, who was willing to make the announcements of political investigations that President Trump desired. Secretary Perry and Mick Mulvaney then responded to Sondland, acknowledging they received the email and recommending to move forward with the phone call. That became the July 25 call between the presidents of the United States and Ukraine. We know all of this not because the State Department provided us with critical document, but instead because Ambassador Sondland provided us a reproduction of the email. In his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland quite correctly explained that this email demonstrated, quote, everyone was in the loop.
Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call. As I communicated to the team, I told President Zelensky in advance that assurances to run a fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone were necessary in his call with President Trump.
Even viewed alone, this reproduced email is damning. It was sent shortly after Ambassador Sondland personally conveyed the president's demand for investigations to Ukrainians at the White House, leading several officials to sound alarms. It was sent just a few days before the July 25 call, where President Trump asked for a favor. And by itself, this email shows who was embroiled in President Trump's plan to pressure the Ukrainian president for his own political gain. But it's obvious that the full email chain and other related emails to this key time period would also be highly relevant. We don't have those emails because the State Department is hiding them at the direction of the president. The Senate should issue the proposed subpoena to ensure a complete record of these and other relevant emails. Any doubt that the State Department is concealing critical evidence from this body was resolved when the State Department was recently ordered to release documents, including emails pursuant to a lawsuit under the Freedom of Information Act. These documents are heavily redacted and are limited to a very narrow time period. But nevertheless, despite the heavy redactions, these highly limited glimpse into the State Department's secret record demonstrates that those records are full of information relevant to this trial. For example, several of these newly elected or released emails show multiple contacts between the State Department, including Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Giuliani throughout 2019. This is an important fact. Mr. Giuliani served as the president's point person in executing his corrupt scheme. Mr. Giuliani repeatedly emphasized that his role was to advance the president's personal agenda. The president's political interests, not to promote the national security interest of the United States. The fact that the president's private attorney was in contact at key junctures with the Secretary of State, whose senior officials were directed by the president to support Mr. Giuliani's efforts in Ukraine, is relevant, disturbing, and telling. For example, we know that on March 26th, as Mr. Giuliani was pursuing the president's private agenda in Ukraine, and just 1 week after The Hill published an article featuring Mr. Giuliani's Ukraine conspiracy theories, Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Giuliani spoke directly on the phone. That same week, President Trump's former personal secretary was asked by Mr. Giuliani's assistant for a direct connection to Secretary Pompeo. Based on these records, it is also clear that Secretary Pompeo was already actively engaged with Mr. Giuliani in early spring of 2019, and it also appears that these efforts were backed by the White House, given the involvement of President Trump's personal secretary. This body and the American people need to see these emails and other files at the State Department, fleshing out these exchanges and the details surrounding Mr. Giuliani's communications with Secretary Pompeo. Moreover, based on call records lawfully obtained by the House from this period, we know that from March 24th to March 30th, Mr. Giuliani called the White House several times and also connected with an unidentified number numerous times. These records show that on March 27th, Mr. Giuliani placed a series of calls to the State Department switchboard, Secretary Pompeo's assistant, and the White House switchboard in quick succession, all within less than 30 minutes. Obtaining emails and other documents regarding the State Department's leadership's interaction with President Trump's private lawyer in this period, when Mr. Giuliani was actively orchestrating the pressure campaign in Ukraine related to the sham investigation into Vice President Biden and the 2016 election, would further clarify the president's involvement and direction at this key juncture in the formation of a plot to solicit foreign interference into our election. We also know, based on recently obtained documents, that Les Parmas, an associate of Rudy Giuliani, has assisted him in his representation of President Trump, that Giuliani likely spoke with Secretary Pompeo about Ukraine matters even earlier than previously understood. According to documents obtained from Mr. Parmas, Mr. Giuliani wrote in early February of 2019 that he apparently spoke with Secretary Pompeo about the removal of the U.S. ambassador in Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. Mr. Giuliani viewed her as an impediment to implementing the president's corrupt scheme and orchestrated a long-running smear campaign against her. Here's what Mr. Parmas said about this just last week.
Do you believe that part of the motivation to get rid of Ambassador Yovanovitch, to get her out of post, was because she was in the way of this effort to get the government of Ukraine to announce investigations of Joe Biden?
That was the only motivation.
That was the only motivation.
There was no other motivation.
These are just some of the email communications that we know. These are just some of the email communications that we know to exist, but there are undoubtedly more, including, for example, Ambassador Yovanovitch's requests for the State Department to issue a statement of support of her around the time that Mr. Giuliani was speaking directly with Secretary Pompeo. But that statement never came. The State Department has gathered these records and they are ready to be turned over, pursuant to a subpoena from the Senate. It would not be a time-consuming or lengthy process to obtain them, and there are clearly important and relevant documents to the president's scheme. If we want the full and complete truth, then we need to see those emails. The Senate should also seek a third item that the State Department has refused to provide, and that's Ambassador Taylor's extraordinary first-person diplomatic cable to Secretary Pompeo dated August 29 and sent at the recommendation of the National Security Advisor, John Bolton, in which Ambassador Taylor strenuously objected to the withholding of military aid from Ukraine, as Ambassador Taylor recounted in his deposition.
Near the end of Ambassador Bolton's visit, I asked to meet him privately, during which I expressed to him my serious concern about the withholding of military assistance to Ukraine while the Ukrainians were defending their country from Russian aggression. Ambassador Bolton recommended that I send a first-person cable to Secretary Pompeo directly, relaying my concerns. I wrote and transmitted such a cable on August 29th, describing the folly I saw in withholding military aid to Ukraine at a time when hostilities were still active in the East and when Russia was watching closely to gauge the level of American support for the Ukrainian government. The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans. I told the Secretary that I could not and would not defend such a policy. Although I received no specific response, I heard that soon thereafter, the Secretary carried the cable with him to a meeting at the White House focused on security assistance for Ukraine.
While we know from Ambassador Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent that the cable was received, we do not know whether or how the State Department responded. Nor do we know if the State Department possesses any other internal records relating to this cable. This cable is vital for 3 reasons. First, it demonstrates the harm that President Trump did to our national security when he used foreign policy as an instrument of his own personal political gain. Second, on the same day the cable was sent, President Zelensky's senior aide told Ambassador Taylor that he was very concerned about the hold on military assistance. He added that the Ukrainians were just desperate at it to be released. In other words, President Trump's effort to use military aid to apply additional pressure on Ukraine was working. And finally, based on reporting by the New York Times, we now know that within days of Ambassador Taylor sending this cable, President Trump discussed Ukrainian security assistance with Secretary Pompeo, Defense Secretary Esper, and National Security Advisor Bolton. The investigation uncovered testimony that Secretary Pompeo brought Ambassador Taylor's cable to the White House. Perhaps it was during this meeting. There, perhaps prodded by Ambassador Taylor's cable, all 3 of them pleaded with the president to resume the crucial military aid. Yet the president refused. This body has a right to see Ambassador Taylor's cable as well as the other State Department records addressing the official response to it. Although it may have been classified at the time, the State Department could no longer claim that the topic of security assistance remains classified today in light of the president's decision to declassify his 2 telephone calls with President Zelensky and Mr. Mulvaney's public statements about security assistance. The 4th category of documents that the Senate should subpoena are contemporaneous first-person accounts from State Department officials who were caught up in President Trump's corrupt scheme. These documents, which were described in detail by Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, Ambassador Taylor, and political officer David Holmes, would help complete the record and clarify how the president's scheme unfolded in real time and how the Ukrainians reacted. Mr. Kent wrote notes or memos to file at least 4 times, according to his testimony. Ambassador Taylor took extensive notes of nearly every conversation he had, some in a little notebook. And David Holmes, the embassy official in Ukraine, was a consistent note-taker of important meetings with Ukrainian officials.
Did you take notes of this conversation on September 1st with Ambassador Sondland?
I did.
And did you take notes related to most of the conversations, if not all of them, that you recited in your opening statement?
All of them, Mr. Goldman.
And you are aware, I presume, that the State Department has not provided those notes to the committee, is that right?
I am aware.
So we don't have the benefit of reviewing them to ask you these questions?
Correct. I understand that they may be coming sooner or later.
Well, we would welcome that.
The State Department never produced those notes. As another example, Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent testified about a key document that he drafted on August 16th, describing his concerns that the Trump administration was attempting to pressure Ukraine into opening politically motivated investigations.
I'd like to start with you, Mr. Kent. In your testimony, you said that you had, in mid-August, it became clear to me that Giuliani's efforts to gin up politically motivated investigations were now infecting U.S. engagement with Ukraine, leveraging President Zelensky's desire for a White House meeting. Mr. Kent, did you actually write a memo documenting your concerns that there was an effort underway to pressure Ukraine to open an investigation to benefit President Trump?
Yes, ma'am. I wrote a memo to the file on August 16th.
But we don't have access to that memo, do we?
I submitted it to the State Department subject to the September 27th subpoena.
And we have not received one piece of paper from the State Department relative to this investigation.
Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent also memorialized a September 15 conversation at which Ambassador Taylor described a Ukrainian official accusing America of hypocrisy for advising President Zelensky against investigating a prior Ukrainian president. Mr. Kent described that conversation during his testimony. He said, but the more awkward part of the conversation came after Special Representative Volker made the point that the Ukrainians, who had opened their authorities under President Zelensky, had opened investigations of former President Poroshenko. He didn't think that was appropriate. And then Andrei Yermak said, what? You mean the type of investigations you're pushing for us to do on Biden and Clinton? The conversation makes clear the Ukrainian officials understood the corrupt nature of President Trump's requests and therefore doubted American credibility on anti-corruption measures. Records of these conversations and other notes and memoranda by senior American officials in Ukraine would flesh out and help complete the record for the first article of impeachment. They would tell the whole truth and to the American people and to this body. You should require the State Department to provide them. To summarize, the Senate should issue the subpoena proposed in the amendment requiring the State Department to turn over relevant texts and WhatsApp messages, emails, diplomatic cables, and notes. These documents bear directly on the trial of this body, the trial that this body is required by the Constitution to hold. They are immediately relevant to the first article of impeachment. Their existence has been attested to by credible witnesses in the House. And the only reason we don't already have them is that the President has ordered his administration, including Secretary Pompeo, to hide them. The President's lawyers may suggest that the House should have sought these materials in court or awaited further lawsuits under the Freedom of Information Act, aka FOIA lawsuits. Any such suggestion is meritless. To start, the Constitution has never been understood to require such lawsuits, which has never occurred. It's never occurred in any previous impeachment. Moreover, the President has repeatedly and strenuously argued that the House is not even allowed to file a suit to enforce its subpoenas. And in the Freedom of Information Act cases, the administration has only grudgingly and slowly produced an extremely small set of materials, but has insisted on applying heavy and dubious redactions. FOIA lawsuits filed by third parties cannot serve as a credible alternative to congressional oversight. In fact, it is still alarming that the administration has produced more documents pursuant to the Federal Office of Information Act lawsuits by private citizens and entities than congressional subpoenas. Finally, as we all know, litigation would take an extremely long time, likely years, not weeks or months, while the misconduct of this president requires immediate attention. The misconduct of this president requires immediate attention. If this body is truly committed to a fair trial, it cannot let the president play a game of keep away and dictate what evidence the senators can and cannot see bearing on his guilt or innocence. This body cannot permit him to hide all the evidence while disingenuously insisting on lawsuits that he doesn't actually think we can file, ones that he knows won't be resolved until after the election he is trying to cheat to win. Instead, to honor your oaths to do impartial justice, we urge each senator to support a subpoena to the State Department. And that subpoena should be issued now, at the beginning of the trial, rather than at the end, so these documents can be reviewed and their importance weighed by the parties, the Senate, and by the American people. That is how things work in every courtroom in the nation. And it is how they should work here, especially because the stakes, as you all know, are so high. The truth is there. Facts are stubborn things. The president is trying to hide it. This body should not surrender to his obstruction by refusing to demand a full record. That is why the House managers support this amendment. And Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers reserve the balance of our time.
Mr. Cipollone.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. In the interest of time, I won't repeat all of the arguments that we've made already with respect to these motions. I would say one thing before I turn it over to my co-counsel. Mr. Schiff came here and said he's not asking you to do something he wouldn't do for himself. And the House manager said, we're not asking you to do our jobs for us. And Mr. Schiff came up here and he said, I call Ambassador Bolton. Remember Paul Harvey? It's time for the rest of the story. He didn't call him in the House. He didn't subpoena Ambassador Bolton in the House. I have a letter here from Ambassador Bolton's lawyer. He's the same lawyer that Charlie Kupperman hired. It's dated November 8th. He said, I write as counsel to Dr. Charles Kupperman and to Ambassador John Bolton in response to the letter of November 5th from Chairman Schiff, Chairman Engel, and Acting Chair Maloney, the House chairs, withdrawing the subpoena to Dr. Kupperman. I mentioned that earlier. And to recent published reports announcing that the House chairs do not intend to issue a subpoena to Ambassador Bolton. He goes on and says, we are dismayed that the committees have chosen not to join us in seeking resolution from the judicial branch of this momentous constitutional question. And he ends the letter by saying, if the House chooses not to pursue through subpoena the testimony of Dr. Kupperman and Ambassador Bolton, let the record be clear. That is the House's decision, and they made that decision. They never subpoenaed Ambassador Bolton. They didn't try to call him in the House, and they withdrew the subpoena for Charles Kupperman before the judge could rule, and they asked that the case be mooted. And now they come here and they ask you to issue a subpoena for John Bolton. It's not right. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Sekulow.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, the manager said facts are a stubborn thing. Let me give you some facts. It's from the transcripts. Ambassador Sondland actually testified unequivocally that the president did not tie aid to investigations. Instead, that he acknowledged any leak he had suggested was based entirely on his own speculation, unconnected to any conversation with the president. Here's the question. What about the aid? Ambassador Volker says that they were tied, that the aid was not tied. Answer. I didn't say that they were conclusively tied either. I said I was presuming it. Question. Okay. And so the president never told you they were tied. Answer. That is correct. Question. So your testimony and Ambassador Volker's testimony is consistent, and the president did not tie investigations, aid to investigations. Answer. That is correct. Ambassador Sondland also testified that he asked President Trump directly about these issues, and the president explicitly told him that he did not want anything from Ukraine. I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. Similar comments were made to Senator Johnson. Those are the facts. Stubborn, but that's the facts. No one is above the law. Here's the law. As every member of Congress knows, undoubtedly aware, separate from even state secret privileges is the presidential communication executive privilege to communications and performance of a president's responsibilities. The presidential communication privilege has constitutional origins. Courts have recognized a great public interest in preserving the confidentiality of conversations that take place in the president's performance of his official duties, because such confidentiality is needed to protect the effectiveness of the executive decision-making process. In Ray Seal cases, that was decided in the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. The Supreme Court found such a privilege necessary to guarantee the candor of presidential advisors and to provide a president and those who assist him with freedom to explore alternatives in the process of ultimately shaping policies and making decisions, and to do so in a way many would be unwilling to express except in private. For these reasons, presidential conversations are presumptively privileged. There's something else about this privilege. Communications made by presidential advisors, again, quoting courts. And by the way, lawyer lawsuits? Lawyer lawsuits? We're talking about the impeachment of a president of the United States, duly elected. And the members, the managers, are complaining about lawyer lawsuits? The Constitution allows lawyer lawsuits. It's disrespecting the Constitution of the United States to even say that in this chamber. Lawyer lawsuits. Here's the law. Communications made by presidential advisors in the course of preparing advice for the president come under the presidential communications privilege, even when these communications are not made directly to the president. Even when they're not made directly to the president, advisor to advisor. Given the need to provide sufficient elbow room for advisors to obtain information from all knowledgeable sources, the privilege must apply both to communications which these advisors solicit and receive from others, as well as those they authorize themselves. The privilege must also extend to communications authored or received in response to solicitations by members of a presidential advisor's staff, since in many instances, advisors must rely on their staffs to investigate an issue and formulate advice given to the president. Lawsuits. The Constitution. A dangerous moment for America when an impeachment of a president of the United States is being rushed through because of lawyer lawsuits. The Constitution allows it if necessary. The Constitution demands it if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Ready for rebuttal? Mrs. Demings, you have 13 minutes for rebuttal. Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Let me just respond to some of my colleagues' points, if I can. First, counsel said, well, the House would like to call John Bolton, but the House did not seek his testimony during its investigation. Well, first of all, we did. We invited John Bolton to testify, and you know what he told us? I'm not coming, and if you subpoena me, I will sue you. That was his answer, I will sue you. Mr. Bolton is represented by the same lawyer who represents Dr. Kupperman, who actually did sue us when he was subpoenaed. So we knew that John Bolton would make good on that threat. Now, Mr. Sekulow says something about lawyer lawsuits. Now, I have to confess I wasn't completely following the argument, but something about lawyer lawsuits, that we're against lawyer lawsuits. Well, I don't know what that means, but I can tell you this. The Trump Justice Department is in court in that case and in other cases arguing Congress cannot go to court to enforce its subpoenas. So when they say something about lawyer lawsuits and they say there's nothing wrong with the House suing to get these witnesses to show up, and they should have sued to get them to show up, their own other lawyers are in court saying the House has no such right. They're in court saying you can't have lawyer lawsuits. So that argument cannot be made in both directions. What's more, in the Kupperman litigation, in the McGahn litigation, which tested this same bogus theory of absolute immunity, in that lawsuit, once again involving the president's lawyer, Don McGahn, the one who was told to fire the special counsel and then to lie about it, that lawsuit, to get his testimony. Judge Jackson ruled on that very recently when they made the same bogus claim, he's absolutely immune from showing up. And the judge says that's nonsense. There's no support for that, none in the Constitution, none in the case law. That is made out of whole cloth. But you know, the judge said something more that was very interesting. Because what we urge John Bolton's lawyer is, you don't need to file a lawsuit. Dr. Kupperman, you don't need to file a lawsuit. There's one already filed involving Don McGahn that's about to be decided. So unless your real purpose here is delay, unless your real purpose here is to avoid testimony and you just wish to give the impression of a willingness to come forward. You just want to have the court's blessing. If that's really true, agree to be bound by the McGahn decision. Well, of course they were not willing, because they didn't want to testify. Now, for whatever reason, John Bolton is now willing to testify. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because he has a book coming out. Maybe it's because it will be very hard to explain why he was unwilling to share important information with the Senate, that he couldn't show up for a House deposition or interview because he would need court permission to do it, but he can put it in a book. I don't know. I can't speak to his motivation. But I can tell you he's willing to come now, if you're willing to hear him. But of course, they weren't willing to be bound by that court decision in McGahn. But the court said something very interesting, because one of the arguments they had been making, one of the arguments that John Bolton's lawyer had been making as to why they needed their own separate litigation was, well, John Bolton and Dr. Kupperman, they're national security people, and Don McGahn is just the White House counsel. No offense to the White House counsel, but apparently you have nothing to do with national security. And so they couldn't be bound by what the court in the McGahn case said. Well, the judge in the McGahn case said, this applies to national security stuff too. So we do have a court decision, and what's more, we have the court decision in the Harriet Miers case in the George W. Bush administration, where likewise the court made short shrift of this claim of absolute, complete, and total immunity. Now, there were also comments made about Ambassador Volker's testimony by Mr. Sekulow. And it was along these lines. Ambassador Volker said the president never told him that the aid was being conditioned, or the meeting was being conditioned on Ukraine doing these sham investigations. So, well, I guess that's case closed. Unless the president told everyone, called them into their office and said, hey, I'm going to tell you now, and then I'm going to tell you now. If he didn't tell everyone, I guess case closed. Well, you know who the president did tell, among others? He told Mick Mulvaney. Mick Mulvaney went out on national television and said, yes, they discussed it. This investigation, this Russian narrative that it wasn't Ukraine that intervened in 2016, it was Russia. I'm sorry, it wasn't Russia, it was Ukraine. Yes, that bogus 2016 theory, yes, they discussed it. Yes, that was part of the reason why they withheld the money. And when reporters said, well, you're kind of describing a quid pro quo, his answer was, yeah, get used to it or get over it. We do it all the time. Now, they haven't said they want to hear from Mick Mulvaney. I wonder why. The president did talk to Mick Mulvaney about it. Wouldn't you like to hear what Mick Mulvaney has to say? I mean, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, if they're really challenging the fact that the president conditioned $400 million of military aid to an ally at war, if Mick Mulvaney has already said publicly that he talked to the president about it, and this is part of the reason why, don't you think you should hear from him? Don't you think impartial justice requires you to hear from him? Now, counsel also referred to Ambassador Sondland, and Sondland saying, well, the president told me there was no quid pro quo. Now, of course, at the time the president said to Sondland, no quid pro quo, he became aware of the whistleblower complaint, presumably by Mr. Cipollone. And so the president knew that this was going to come to light. On the advice, apparently, of Mr. Cipollone, or maybe others, the Director of National Intelligence, for the first time in history, withheld a whistleblower complaint from Congress, its intended recipient. But nonetheless, the White House was aware of that complaint. We launched our own investigations. Yes, they got caught, and in the midst of being caught, what does he say? It's called a false exculpatory. For those people at home, that's a fancy word of saying it's a false, phony alibi. No quid pro quo. He wasn't even asked the question, was there a quid pro quo? He just blurted it out. That's the defense, that the president denies it. And what's more interestingly, he didn't tell you about the other half of that conversation where the president says no quid pro quo. He says no quid pro quo, but Zelensky needs to go to the mic, and he should want to do it, which is the equivalent of saying no quid pro quo except the quid pro quo. And here's what the quid pro quo is. He needs to go to the mic, and he should want to do it. That's their alibi? They didn't also mention, of course, and you'll hear about this during the trial if we have a real trial. Ambassador Sondland also said that we're often asked, was there a quid pro quo? The answer is yes, there was a quid pro quo. There was an absolute quid pro quo. And what's more, when it came to the military aid, it was as simple as 2 + 2. Well, I'll tell you something. We're not the only people who can add up 2 + 2. There are millions of people watching this can add up 2 + 2 also. When the president tells his chief of staff we're holding up the aid because of this, as the chief of staff admitted, when the president gives no plausible or other explanation for holding up aid that you all and we all supported and voted on a very bipartisan way, has no explanation for it, when in that call he never brings up corruption except the corruption he wants to bring about, it doesn't take a genius, it doesn't take Albert Einstein to add 2 + 2. It equals 4. In this case, it equals guilt. Now, you're going to have 16 hours to ask questions. You're going to have 16 hours. That's a long time to ask questions. Wouldn't you like to be able to ask about the documents in that 16 hours? Would you like to be able to say, counsel for the president, what did Mick Mulvaney mean when he emailed so-and-so and said such and such? What's your explanation for that? Because that seems to be pretty damning evidence of exactly what the House is saying here. What's your explanation of that, Mr. Sekulow? What's your explanation? Wouldn't you like to be able to ask about the documents? Or ask the House, Mr. Schiff, what about this text message? Doesn't that suggest such as what the president is arguing? Wouldn't you like to be able to ask me that question or my colleagues? I think you would. I think you should. But the backwards way this resolution is drafted, you get 16 hours to ask questions about documents you've never seen. And then, you know what's more? If you do decide at that point after the trial is essentially over that you do want to see the documents after all, and the documents are produced, you don't get another 16 hours. You don't get 16 minutes. You don't get 16 seconds to ask about those documents. Does that make any sense to you? Does that make any sense at all? I'll tell you something I'd like to know that may be in the documents. You probably heard more about the three amigos. My colleagues mentioned 2 of the 3 amigos, Amigo Volker and Amigo Sondland. These are 2 of the 3 people that the president put in charge of Ukraine policy. The third amigo is Secretary Rick Perry, the former Secretary of Energy. Well, we know from Amigo Sondland's testimony that he was certainly in the loop and knew exactly all about this scheme. And we knew from Ambassador Volker's testimony and his text messages and his WhatsApps that amigo was in the loop. What about the third amigo? Wouldn't you like to know if the third amigo was in the loop? Now, as my colleagues will explain, when we get to the Department of Energy records, that, well, surprisingly, we didn't get those either. But any communication between the Department of Energy and the Department of State is covered by this amendment. Wouldn't you like to know? Don't you think the American people have a right to know what the third amigo knew about this scheme? I'd like to know. I think you should be able to ask questions about it in your 16 hours. At the end of the day, I guess I'll finish with something Mr. Sekulow said. He said, this was a dangerous moment because we're trying to rush through this somehow. It is a dangerous moment, but we're not trying to rush through this trial. We're actually trying to have a real trial here. It's the president that's trying to rush through this. And I have to tell you that whatever you decide here, maybe this is wasted breath and maybe it's already decided, but whatever you decide here, I don't know who the next president's going to be. Maybe it'll be someone in this chamber. But I guarantee you this, whoever that next president is, whether they did something right or they did something wrong. There's going to come a time where you in this body are going to want to subpoena that president and that administration. You're going to want to get to the bottom of serious allegations. Are you prepared to say that that president can simply say, I'm going to fight all subpoenas? Are you prepared to say and accept that president saying, I have absolute immunity. You want me to come testify? Senator, you want me to come and testify? No, no. I have absolute immunity. You can subpoena me all you like. I'll see you in court. And when you get to court, I'm going to tell you, you can't see me in court. Are you prepared for that? That's what the future looks like. Don't think this is the last president if you allow this to happen. That's going to allow this to take place.
Your time
Mr.
has
Justice,
expired.
I yield back. I thank you.
The majority leader is recognized.
To table the amendment.
The question is on the motion to table.
And ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Enzi. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. No. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. No. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Inhofe. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. No. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. No. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Aye. Mr. Manchin. No. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Ms. McSally. Aye. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. No. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Perdue. Aye. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Portman. Aye. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Roberts. Aye. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Is there anyone wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 53, the nays 47. The motion to table is agreed to. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena certain office and management and budget documents, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the amendment.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1286. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, 1, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the acting director of the Office of Management and Budget, commanding him to produce for the time period from January 1st, 2019 to the present all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the Office of Management and Budget, referring or relating to A, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, referred to in this section as USAI, and foreign military financing, referred to in this section as FMF, including but not limited to 1, communications among, between, or referring to Director Michael John Mick Mulvaney, Assistant to the President Robert Blair, Acting Director Russell Vaught, Associate Director Michael Duffy, or any other Office of Management and Budget employee. 2, communications related to requests by President Trump for information about Ukraine's security or military assistance and responses to those requests. 3, communications related to concerns raised by any Office of Management and Budget employee related to the legality of any hold on foreign assistance, military assistance or security assistance to Ukraine. 4, communications sent to the Department of State regarding a hold or block on congressional notifications regarding the release of FMF funds to Ukraine. 5, communications between 1, officials at the Department of Defense, including but not limited to Undersecretary of Defense Elaine McCusker, and 2, Associate Director Michael Duffy, Deputy Associate Director Mark Sandy, or any other Office of Management and Budget employee. 6, all draft and final versions of the August 7, 2019 memorandum prepared by the National Security Division, International Affairs Division, and Office of General Counsel of the Office of Management and Budget about the release of foreign assistance, security assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine. 7, the Ukrainian government's knowledge prior to August 28, 2019 of any actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine, including all meetings, calls, or other engagement with Ukrainian officials regarding potential or actual suspensions, holds, or delays in United States assistance to Ukraine. B, communications, opinions, advice, counsel, approvals, or concurrences provided by any employee in the Office of Management and Budget regarding the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of security assistance to Ukraine, including legality under the Impoundment Control Act. C, Associate Director Michael Duffy taking over duties related to apportionments of USAI FMF from Deputy Associate Director Mark Sandy or any other Office of Management and Budget employee. D, all meetings related to the security assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to interagency meetings on July 18, 2019, July 23, 2019, July 26, 2019, and July 31, 2019, including any directions provided to staff participating in those meetings and any readouts from those meetings. E, the decision announced on or about September 11, 2019 to release appropriated foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to any notes, memoranda, documentation, or correspondence related to the decision. F, all draft and final versions of talking points related to the withholding or release of foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine, including communications with the Department of Defense related to concerns about the accuracy of the talking points, and G, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21st and July 25th, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25th, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York, and 2, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
First, a scheduling note. As the parties are ready to debate this amendment, I suggest we go ahead, get through the debate, and vote before we take a 30-minute recess for dinner. And I would remind everyone that I'll be moving to table the amendment, and it's also important to remember that both evidence and witnesses are addressed in the underlying resolution.
Thank you. The amendment is arguable by the parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Mr. Manager Schiff, are you a proponent or opponent of the motion? Proponent. Mr. Cipollone, are you a proponent or opponent? Then, Mr. Schiff, your side will proceed first, and you will be able to reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Before I begin, Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers will reserve the balance of our time to respond to the counsel for the President. Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, counsel for the President, and the American people, I am Jason Crow from the great state of Colorado. The House managers strongly support this amendment to subpoena key documents from the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. These documents go directly to one of President Trump's abuses of power, his decision to withhold vital military aid from a strategic partner that's at war to benefit his own personal re-election campaign. But why should that matter? Why should anybody care? Why should I care? Before I was a member of Congress, I was an American soldier, serving in Iraq and Afghanistan. And although some years have passed since that time, there are still some memories that are seared in my brain. One of those memories was scavenging scrap metal on the streets of Baghdad in the summer of 2003 that we had to bolt onto the side of our trucks because we had no armor to protect against roadside bombs. So when we talk about troops not getting the equipment that they need when they need it, it's personal to me. To be clear, here we are talking of $391 million of taxpayer money intended to protect our national security by helping our strategic partner, Ukraine, fight against Vladimir Putin's Russia, an adversary of the United States. But the President could not carry out this scheme alone. He needed a lot of people to help him. And that's why we know as much about it as we do today. But there is much more to know. And that's what trials are for, to get the full picture. We know there's more because President Trump needed the Office of Management and Budget to figure out how to stop what should have been a routine release of funds mandated by Congress. A release of funds that was already underway. But the people in this chamber don't need me to tell you that, because 87 of you in this room voted for those vital funds to support our partner, Ukraine. Witnesses before the House testified extensively about OMB's involvement in carrying out the hold. It was OMB that relayed the President's instructions and implemented the hold. And it was OMB that scrambled to justify the freeze. OMB has key documents that President Trump has refused to turn over to Congress. It is time to subpoena those documents. These documents would provide insight into critical aspects of the military aid hold. They would show the decision-making process and motivations behind President Trump's freeze. They would reveal the concerns expressed by career OMB officials, including lawyers, that the hold was violating the law. They would expose the lengths to which OMB went to justify the President's hold. They would reveal concerns about the impact of the freeze on Ukraine and U.S. national security. And they would show that senior officials repeatedly attempted to convince President Trump to release the hold. In short, they would show exactly how the President carried out the scheme to use our national defense funds to benefit his personal political campaign. We are not speculating about the existence of these documents. We are not guessing what the documents might show. During the course of the investigation in the House, Witnesses who testified before the committees identified multiple documents directly relevant to the impeachment inquiry that OMB continues to hold to this day. We know these documents exist, and we know that the only reason we do not have them is because the President directed OMB not to produce them, because he knows what they would show. To demonstrate the significance of the OMB documents and the value they would provide in this trial, I would like to walk you through some of what we know exists, but which the Trump administration has refused to turn over. As we have discussed, the Trump administration has refused to turn over any documents to the House in response to multiple subpoenas and requests. Based on what is known from the testimony and the few documents that have been obtained through public reporting and lawsuits, it's clear that the President is trying to hide this evidence because he is afraid of what it would show. The documents offer stark examples of the chaos and confusion that the President's scheme set off across our government, and they make clear the importance of the documents that are still being concealed by the President. We know that OMB has documents that reveal that as early as June, the President was considering holding military aid for Ukraine. The President began questioning military aid to Ukraine after Congress appropriated and authorized the money. $250 million in DoD funds and $141 million in State Department funds. This funding had wide bipartisan support because, as many witnesses testified, providing military aid to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression also benefits our own national security. Importantly, the President's questions came weeks after the Department of Defense already certified that Ukraine had undertaken the anti-corruption reforms and other measures mandated by Congress as a condition for receiving that aid. So there is a process for making sure that the funds make it to the right place and to the right people, a process that has been followed every year that we have been providing that security assistance to Ukraine, including the first 2 years under the Trump administration. Nonetheless, the President's questions came days after DoD issued a press release on June 18th, announcing it would provide its $250 million portion of the taxpayer-funded military aid to Ukraine. According to public reporting, the day after DoD's press release, a White House official named Robert Blair called OMB's acting director, Russell Vought, to talk about the military aid to Ukraine. According to public reports, Mr. Blair told Vought, quote, "We need to hold it up." OMB has refused to produce any documents related to this conversation. The Senate can get them by passing the amendment and issuing a subpoena. But there's more. The same day Blair told Vought to hold up the aid, Michael Duffy, a political appointee at OMB who reports to Vought, emailed Deputy Undersecretary of Defense Elaine McCusker and told her that the President had questions about the aid. Duffy copied Mark Sandy, a career official at OMB, who told us about the email in his testimony before the House. Like all others, that email was not produced by the Trump administration in the House impeachment investigation. We know this email exists, however, because in response to a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit, the Trump administration was forced to release a redacted email consistent with Sandy's description. But OMB provided none of those documents to the House. With this proposed amendment, the Senate has an opportunity to obtain and review the full record that could further demonstrate how and why the President was holding the aid. These documents would also shed light on the President's order to implement the hold. On July 3rd, the State Department told various officials that OMB blocked it from dispensing $141 million in aid. OMB had directed the State Department not to send a notification to Congress about spending the money. And without that notification, the aid was effectively blocked. Why did OMB block the congressional notification? Who told them to do it? What was the reason? The Senate would get those answers if it issued this subpoena. But there's more. On July 12th, Blair, the White House official who had called Vought on June 19th and said, quote, "We need to hold it up," then sent an email to Duffy at OMB. Blair said, quote, "The president is directing a hold on military support funding for Ukraine." We haven't seen this email. The only reason we know about it is from the testimony of Mark Sandy, the career OMB official who followed the law and complied with his subpoena. As you can see from the transcript excerpt in front of you, Sandy testified that the July 12th email did not mention concerns about any other country or any other aid packages, just Ukraine. So of the dozens of countries where we provide aid and support, the president was only concerned about one of them, Ukraine. Why? Well, we know why. But OMB has still refused to provide a copy of this July 12 email and has refused to provide any documents surrounding it, all because the president told OMB to continue to hide the truth from Congress and the American people. What was he afraid of? A subpoena issued by the Senate would show us. OMB also has documents about a key series of meetings triggered by the president's order to hold the military aid. In the second half of July, the National Security Council convened a series of interagency meetings about the president's hold on military aid. OMB documents would show what happened during those meetings. For example, on July 18th, the National Security Council staff convened a routine interagency meeting to discuss Ukraine policy. During the meeting, it was the OMB representative who announced that President Trump placed a hold on all military aid to Ukraine. Ambassador Bill Taylor, our most senior diplomat to Ukraine, participated in that meeting. And he described his reaction at his open hearing.
In a regular NSC secure video conference call on July 18th, I heard a staff person from the Office of Management and Budget say that there was a hold on security assistance to Ukraine, but could not say why. Toward the end of an otherwise normal meeting, a voice on the call, the person was off screen, said that she was from OMB, and her boss had instructed her not to approve any additional spending on security assistance for Ukraine until further notice. I and others sat in astonishment. The Ukrainians were fighting Russians and counted on not only the training and weapons, but also the assurance of U.S. support. All that the OMB staff person said was that the directive had come from the President to the Chief of Staff to OMB. In an instant, I realized that one of the key pillars of our strong support for Ukraine was threatened.
It's hard to believe that OMB would not have any documents following this bombshell announcement. It surely does. It was the agency that delivered the shocking news to the rest of the U.S. government that the president was withholding the vital military aid from our partner. And we would see these documents if the Senate issued a subpoena. The July 18th meeting was just the first in a series of meetings where OMB held the line and enforced the president's hold on the aid. But there was a second meeting on July 23rd, where we understood agencies raised concerns about the legality of OMB's hold on the aid. And then a third meeting at a more senior level on July 26th. Witnesses testified that at that meeting, OMB struggled to offer an explanation for the president's hold on the aid. And then a fourth meeting on July 31st, where the legal concerns about the hold were raised. At each of these meetings, there was confusion about the scope and the reasons for the hold. Nobody seemed to know what was going on. But that was exactly the point. All of the agencies, except OMB, which was simply conveying the president's order, supported the military aid and argued for lifting the hold. OMB did not produce a single document providing information about its participation preparation, or follow-up from any of these meetings. Did these OMB officials come prepared with talking points for these meetings? Did OMB officials take notes during any of these meetings? Did they exchange emails about what was going on? Did OMB discuss what reasons they could give everyone else for the hold? By issuing this subpoena, the Senate can find out the answers to all of those questions and others like them. The American people deserve answers. OMB documents would also reveal key facts about what happened on July 25th. On July 25th, President Trump conducted his phone call with President Zelensky, during which he demanded a favor. This favor was for Ukraine to conduct an investigation to benefit the president's re-election campaign. That call was at 9 a.m. Just 90 minutes after President Trump hung up the phone, Duffy, the political appointee at OMB who is in charge of national security programs, emailed DOD to, quote, formalize, end quote, the hold on the military aid. Just 90 minutes after President Trump's call, a call in which the president had asked for a favor. That email is on the screen in front of you. We have a redacted copy of this email because it was recently released through the Freedom of Information Act. It was not released by the Trump administration in response to the House's subpoena. In this email, Duffy told the DOD officials that based on the guidance he had received, they should, quote, hold off on any additional DOD obligations of these funds. He added that the request was, quote, sensitive, and that they should keep this information closely held, meaning don't tell anybody about it. Why did Duffy consider the information sensitive? Why didn't he want anyone to learn about it? Answers to those questions may be found in OMB emails that we could all see if you issue a subpoena. But there's more. Remember, the administration needed to create a way to stop funding that was already underway. The train had already left the station. And something like this had never been done before. Later in the evening of July 25th, OMB found a way, even though DOD had already notified Congress that the funds would be released. Here is how the scheme worked. OMB sent DOD a funding document that included a carefully worded footnote directing DOD to hold off on spending the funds, quote, to allow for an interagency process to determine the best use, end quote. Remember that language. To allow for an interagency process to determine the best use. Let me explain that. The footnote stated that this, quote, brief pause would not prevent DOD from spending the money by the end of the fiscal year, which was coming up on September 30th. OMB had to do this because it knew that not spending the money was illegal. And they knew that DOD would be worried about that. And they were right. DOD was worried about it. Mr. Sandy testified that in his 12 years of experience at OMB, he could not recall anything like this ever happening before. The drafting of this unusual funding document and the issuance of the document must have generated a significant amount of email traffic, memos, and other documentation at OMB. Memos, email traffic, and documentation that we would all see if the Senate issued a subpoena. So what was the result from the series of events on July 25th? Where was Mr. Duffy's guidance to implement the hold coming from? Why was the request sensitive? What was the connection between OMB's direction to DOD and the call President Trump had with President Zelensky just 90 minutes before? Did agency officials communicate about the questions coming from Ukrainian officials? The American people deserve answers. A subpoena would provide those answers. OMB documents also would reveal information about the decision to have a political appointee take over Ukraine funding responsibility. The tensions and chaos surrounding the freeze escalated at the end of July when Duffy, a political appointee at OMB, with no relevant experience in funding approvals, took authority for releasing military aid to Ukraine away from Sandy, a career OMB official. Sandy could think of no other example of a political appointee taking on this responsibility. Sandy was given no reason other than that Mr. Duffy wanted to be, quote, more involved in daily operations, end quote. During his deposition, Sandy confirmed that he was removed from the funding approval process after he had raised concerns to Duffy about whether the hold was legal under the Impoundment Control Act. Needless to say, OMB has refused to turn over any documents or communications involving that decision to replace Mr. Sandy. Why did Duffy, a political appointee with no relevant experience in this area, take over responsibility for Ukraine funding approval? Was the White House involved in that decision? Was Sandy removed because he had expressed concerns about the legality of the hold? By August 7th, people in our government were worried. And when people in the government get worried, sometimes what they do is they draft memos. Because when they're concerned about getting caught up in something that doesn't seem right, they don't want to be a part of it. So on that day, Mark Sandy and other colleagues at OMB drafted and sent a memo about Ukraine military aid to Acting Director Vaught. According to Sandy, the memo advocated for the release of the funds. It said that the military aid was consistent with American national security interests. It would help to oppose Russian aggression, and it was backed by strong bipartisan support. But President Trump did not lift the hold. Over the next several weeks, OMB continued to issue funding documents that kept kicking the can down the road, supposedly to allow for more of this, quote, interagency process. While inserting those footnotes throughout the apportionment documents stating that the delay wouldn't affect the funding. But here's the really shocking part. There was no interagency process. They made it up. It had ended months before. They made it up because nobody could say the real reason for the hold. In total, OMB issued 9 of these documents between July 25th and September 10th. Did the White House respond to OMB's concerns and recommendation to release the aid? Did the White House instruct OMB to continue creating a paper trail in an effort to justify the hold? Who knew what and when? OMB documents would shed light on OMB's actions as the president's scheme unraveled. Did the White House direct OMB to continue issuing the hold? What was OMB told about the president's reasons for releasing the hold? What communications did OMB officials have with the White House around the time of the release? As the president's scheme unraveled, did anyone at OMB connect the dots about the real reason for the hold? The OMB documents would shed light on all of these questions, and the American people deserve answers. I remember what it feels like to not have the equipment you need when you need it. Real people's lives are at stake. That's why this matters. We need this information so we can ensure that this never happens again. Eventually, this will all come out. We will have answers to these questions. The question now is whether we'll have them in time And who here will be on the right side of history?
Mr. Sekulow?
Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers reserve the balance of our time for an opportunity to respond to the President's argument.
Thank you. Mr. Sekulow?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate. Manager Crow, you should be happy to know that the aid that was provided to Ukraine over the course of the President's administration included lethal weapons. Those were not provided by the previous administration. The suggestion that the Ukraine failed to get any equipment is false. The security assistance was not for funding Ukraine over the summer of 2019. There was no lack of equipment due to the temporary pause. It was future funding. The Ukraine Deputy Minister of Defense, who oversaw U.S. aid shipments, said the hold came and went so quickly they did not notice any change. Undersecretary of State David Hale explained the paused aid was future assistance, not to keep the Army going now. So the made-up narrative that security assistance was conditioned on Ukraine taking some action on investigations is further disproved by the straightforward fact that the aid was delivered on September 11, 2019, without Ukraine taking any action on any investigation. It's interesting to note that the Obama administration withheld $585 million of promised aid to Egypt in 2013. But the administration's public message was that the money was not officially on hold, as technically it was not due until September 30th, the end of the fiscal year. So they didn't have to disclose the halt to anyone. Sounds like this may be a practice of a number of administrations. In fact, to the president, this president has been concerned about how aid is being put forward. So there have been pauses on foreign aid in a variety of contexts. In September of 2019, the administration announced that it was withholding over $100 million in aid to Afghanistan over concerns about government corruption. In August of 2019, President Trump announced that the administration and Seoul were in talks to substantially increase South Korea's share of the expense of U.S. military support for South Korea. In June, President Trump cut or paused over $550 million in foreign aid to El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala because those countries were not fairly sharing the burdens of preventing mass migration to the United States. This is not the only administration. As I said, President Obama withheld hundreds of millions of dollars of aid to Egypt. To be clear, and I want to be clear, Ambassador Yovanovitch herself testified that our policy actually got stronger under President Trump, largely because, unlike the Obama administration, quote, this administration made the decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine to help Ukraine fend off Russian aggression. She testified in a deposition before your various committees that, and actually I felt that in the 3 years that I was there, partly because of my efforts, but also the interagency team and President Trump's decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine, that our policy actually got stronger. Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, his name's come up a couple of times, agreed that javelins are incredibly effective weapons at stopping armored advance, and the Russians are scared of them. Ambassador Volker explained that President Trump approved each of the decisions made along the way, and as a result, America's policy towards Ukraine strengthened. So when we want to talk about facts, go to your own discovery and your own witnesses that you called. This all supposedly started because of a whistleblower. Where is that whistleblower?
The House managers have 35 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chief Justice, At war, time matters. Minutes and hours can seem like years. So the idea that, well, it made it there eventually just doesn't work. And yes, the aid was provided. It was provided by Congress. This Senate and the House of Representatives with the President's signature. The Congress is the one that sends the aid. And millions of dollars of this aid would have been lost because of the delay had Congress not actually passed another law that extended that deadline to allow the funds to be spent. Let me repeat that. The delay had jeopardized the expenditure of the money to such an extent that Congress had to pass another law to extend the deadline so that the money and the equipment got to the people on the front lines. Need I also reiterate the supposed interagency process, the concerns that the President and his counsel continue to raise about corruption and making sure that the process went right. There was no interagency process. The whole thing was made up. It was a phantom. There was a delay, and delays matter. Mr. Chief Justice, I reserve the balance of my time for Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Schiff?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Just a few additional points I'd like to make on this amendment and on my colleagues' arguments. First of all, Mr. Sekulow makes the point that the aid ultimately got released. They ultimately got the money, right? Yes, they got the money after the president got caught, after the president was forced to relieve the hold on the aid, after he got caught, yes. But even then they had held on to the aid so long that it took a subsequent act of Congress to make sure it could all go out the door. So what, is the president supposed to get credit for that we had to intervene because he withheld the aid so long? And that's the only reason Ukraine got all of the aid that we'd approved in the first place? My colleagues have glossed over the fact that what they did was illegal, that the GAO, an independent watchdog agency, found that that hold was illegal. So it not only violated the law, it not only took an act of Congress to make sure they ultimately got the aid. This is supposed to be the defense to why you shouldn't see the documents? Is that what we're to believe? Now, counsel also says, well, he's not the first president to withhold aid. And that's true. After all, counsel says, well, President Obama withheld aid to Egypt. Yes, at the urging of members of Congress. Senators McCain and Graham urged that aid be withheld, and why? Because there was a revolution in Egypt after it was appropriated. That wasn't something that was hidden from Congress. That was a pretty darn good reason to think, do we still want to give aid to this government after this revolution? We're not saying that aid has never been withheld. That's absurd. But I would hope and expect this is the first time aid has been withheld by a president of the United States to coerce an ally at war to help him cheat in the next election. I think that's a first. But what we do here may determine whether it's the last. And one other thing about this pause in aid, right? The argument, well, no harm, no foul. Okay, you got caught, they got the aid. What's the big deal? Well, as we heard during the trial, it's not just the aid. I mean, the aid is obviously the most important thing. As Mr. Crow mentioned, You know, without it, you can't defend yourself, and we'll have testimony about just what kind of military aid the president was withholding. But we also had testimony that it was the fact of the aid itself that was so important to Ukraine, the fact that the United States had Ukraine's back. And why? Because this new president of Ukraine, this new untested former comedian, president of Ukraine, at war with Russia, was going to be going into a negotiation with Vladimir Putin with an eye to ending that conflict. And whether he went into that negotiation from a position of strength or a position of weakness would depend on whether we had his back. And so when the Ukrainians learned and the Russians learned that the President of the United States did not have his back, was withholding this aid, what message do you think that sent to Vladimir Putin? What message do you think it sent to Vladimir Putin when Donald Trump wouldn't let Vladimir Zelensky, our ally, in the door at the White House, but would let the Russian foreign minister? What message does that send? So it's not just the aid, it's not just when the aid is delivered, it's not just if all of the aid is delivered, it's also what message does the freeze send to our friend and, even more importantly, to our foe. And the message it sent was a disaster. Was a disaster. Now, you might ask yourself, because counsel has said, hey, President Trump has given lethal weapons to Ukraine. You might ask yourself, if the president was so concerned about corruption, why did he do that in 2017? And why did he do that in 2018? Why was it only 2019 that there was a problem? Was there no corruption in Ukraine in 2017? Was there no corruption in Ukraine in 2018? No. Ukraine has always battled corruption. It wasn't the presence or lack of corruption in one year to another. It was the presence of Joe Biden as a potential candidate for president. That was the key change in 2019. That made all the difference. Which gets back to one of the key moments in this saga. You know, a lot of you are attorneys. You're probably much better attorneys than I am. And I'm sure you had the experience in cases you tried where there was some vignette, some conversation, some document. It may not have been the most important on its face, but it told you something about the case that was much larger than that conversation. For me, one of those conversations was not on July 25th between President Trump and President Zelensky, but on July 26th, the very next day. Now, you may have watched some of the House proceedings, or you may haven't, and people watching may have seen it, maybe they didn't. But there's this scene in a Ukrainian restaurant, a restaurant in Kyiv, with Gordon Sondland. Now, bear in mind, Gordon Sondland, who said there was absolutely a quid pro quo and 2 + 2 = 4, this is not some never-Trumper. This is a $1 million donor to the Trump inauguration, okay? If there's a bias there, it's clearly a $1 million bias in favor of this president, not against him. So there's a scene in Kyiv, in this restaurant, and Sondland has a cell phone, and he's sitting with David Holmes, who is a career diplomat, U.S. diplomat in the Ukraine embassy. And Gordon Sondland takes out his phone and he calls the White House. Gordon Sondland holding for the White House. Gordon Sondland holding for the president. And it takes a while to be connected, but he's connected to the president. That's pretty impressive, right? This isn't some guy with no relationship to the president. The president may say, Gordon Sondland, I barely know him, or something to that effect, but this is a guy who can pick up a cell phone. He can call the president of the United States from a restaurant in Kyiv, and he does. And the president's voice is so loud that David Holmes, this diplomat, can hear it. And what does the president say? Does he say, how's that reform coming in the Rada? How's the attack on corruption going? No. He just says, is he going to do the investigation? Is Zelensky going to do the investigation? And Sondland says, yes, he'll do anything you want. He loves your ass. This is the extent of the president's interest in Ukraine, and they go on to talk about other things, and then they hang up, and David Holmes turns to the ambassador and says, in language which I will have to modify to remove an expletive, says something along the lines of, does the president give a blank about Ukraine? And Sondland says, no, he doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. He only cares about the big stuff, like the investigation of the Bidens that Giuliani wants. This is $1 million donor to the Trump inaugural, admitting the president doesn't care about Ukraine. He doesn't care whether they get military dollars to defend themselves. He doesn't care about what position Zelensky goes into in these negotiations with Putin. He doesn't care about that. Isn't that clear? It's why he didn't care about corruption in 2017 or 2018, and he certainly didn't care about it in 2019. All he cared about was the big stuff that affected him personally, like this investigation that he wanted of the Bidens. So when you ask, do you want to see these documents? Do you want to know if these documents corroborate Ambassador Sondland? Will the documents show, as we fully expect they will, that the only thing he cared about was the big stuff that affected him? David Holmes' response was, well, you know, there's some big stuff going on here, like a war with Russia. This isn't withholding aid because of a revolution in Egypt. This is withholding aid from a country in which 15,000 people have died fighting the Russians. And as Ambassador Taylor said, and others, you know, Russia's fighting to remake the map of Europe by dint of military force. If we think that's just about Ukraine's security, we are very deceived. It's about our security. It's about the tens of thousands of troops that we have in Europe. And if we undercut our own ally, if we give Russia reason to believe we will not have their back, that we'll use Ukraine as a plaything, or worse, to get them to help us cheat in an election, that will only embolden Putin to do more. You've said it as often as I have, the only thing he respects is strength. Do you think that looks like strength to Vladimir Putin? I think that looks like something that Vladimir Putin is only too accustomed to. And that is the kind of corruption that he finds and he perpetuates in his own regime and he pushes all around the world. My colleague Val Demings made reference to a conversation which I think is one of the other key vignettes in this whole sad saga. And that's that conversation that Ambassador Volker has with Andrei Yermak, one of the top aides to President Zelensky. And this is a conversation in which Ambassador Volker is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing, which is he's telling Yermak, you know, you guys shouldn't really do this investigation of your former President Poroshenko, because it would be for a political reason. You really shouldn't engage in political investigations. And as Representative Deming said, what's the response from the Ukrainians? Oh, you mean like the one you want us to do of the Bidens and the Clintons? Threw it right back in his face. Ukraine's not oblivious to that hypocrisy. Mr. Sekulow says, what are we here for? You know, part of our strength is not only our support for our allies, it's not only our military might, it's what we stand for. We used to stand for the rule of law. We used to champion the rule of law around the world. Part of the rule of law is, of course, that no one is above the law. But to be out in Ukraine or anywhere else in the world championing the rule of law and saying, don't engage in political prosecutions, and having them throw it right back in our face, oh, you mean like the one you want us to do. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. I yield back.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send a motion to the desk to table the amendment and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell. Ms. McSally. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is tabled. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to issue a subpoena to John Michael Mick Mulvaney, and I ask that it be read.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1287. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following section: notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena for the taking of testimony of John Michael Mick Mulvaney, and the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The majority leader is recognized.
I now ask for a 30-minute recess before the parties are recognized to debate the Schumer amendment. Following the debate time, I will once again move to table the amendment because votes on witnesses and evidence, as I've repeatedly said, are addressed in the underlying resolution. So I ask that the Senate stand in recess until 8 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered. To bang the cavalry.
And the Senate is now taking a 30-minute dinner break in the impeachment trial of President Trump after voting to table 3 amendments introduced by Senator Schumer to subpoena documents. Arguing the case for a subpoena from the Office of Budget and Management was impeachment manager Jason Crow of Colorado, the freshman senator arguing the OMB has key documents showing exactly how and why the president withheld military aid from Ukraine. White House counsel Jay Sekulow then countered by saying the aid was delivered without Ukraine taking any action at all, so no wrongdoing. Adam Schiff then argued, yes, but the aid was only released after the president was caught in his misdeed. We also heard earlier from impeachment manager Val Demings, Congresswoman Val Demings, second-term member from Florida, who discussed the significance of the Lev Parnas text messages, which have recently come to light, as well as Parnas's interview on the Rachel Maddow show. All right, so Kim Whaley and Molly Hooper join me now. Kim is a CBS News legal analyst and law professor at the University of Baltimore. Molly is a CBSN political contributor and veteran Capitol Hill reporter. Welcome to both of you. Kim, let me start with you. Are Democrats succeeding in getting some of the new evidence they want included in this trial by simply talking about it as they argue for these subpoenas?
Well, it's already out in the public sector, so to the extent to which they're repeating news reports and highlighting how important it is, arguably, yes, it's hard to unthink blue when someone says the color blue. That's how our brains work. On the other hand, the notion that this information should not be brought to bear in a formal way to this trial is really indefensible as a matter of just logic. This is a really grave, important moment in American history, one that shouldn't be made with half-baked, incomplete information. There's not really an argument that this is not relevant, the kinds of things you'd hear in a courtroom to keep evidence out if it's just not pertinent or bearing on the issue. It could be confusing. We're not hearing those arguments. This really is an attempt to sort of basically keep information from the American people that could undermine the Republicans' preordained decision to keep this president in office, which politically that's fine, but the bigger issue has to do with what are we talking about with respect to a presidency going forward. We are now seeing in real time the Constitution itself being basically amended to allow this kind of behavior going forward for any president. And it's really, in a way, chilling to watch the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court passively preside over a trial that, by all accounts, is not really a trial, but an attempt to make it as difficult as possible to get all the facts out into the record.
When you say chilling, what would you like to see the Chief Justice be doing instead?
Well, the Chief Justice does have the authority under the rules that have been in place since Andrew Johnson in the 18th century to actually rule on relevance. So he could, there's nothing forbidding him from taking a more active role in deciding affirmatively how this trial will go. And I think some of us were wondering if he would do that sort of in the spirit of exerting the independence and legitimacy of the United States Supreme Court as the third branch of government, which, frankly, the Democrats could have brought to bear in the House impeachment process through motions to compel. We've heard a lot about that. I agree with that criticism. However, in this moment, the issue really has to do with whether Americans are going to see the full panoply of facts. And the Chief Justice has, I think, it appears so far to have taken a page from Chief Justice Rehnquist's playbook in the Clinton impeachment, where his role is really ministerial. He's really a figurehead that sits there and reads the notes that are put before him and is handing off the authority completely to the Senate, in this moment, the Republicans who have the majority, when I think they're arguably, at the time impeachment was included in the Constitution, the framers didn't anticipate it to be this kind of partisan fight, really thought it would be a legitimate trial, because remember, at the time the Constitution was ratified, there was not a Republican Party and a Democratic Party. That's certainly a more modern invention, and and I think in this moment more partisan than we've seen in a long time in American history.
But I think you're right. The Chief Justice is showing no indication that he is going to assert himself in this trial. Jeff Mason joins us now. Jeff is a White House correspondent for Reuters. Jeff, do we know how the White House is feeling about today's proceedings?
Yeah, well, it's a good question. Part of my answer to that will be that the president is not here. The president, of course, is in Davos, Switzerland, where he's been attending the World Economic Forum. He's been uncharacteristically quiet on Twitter, so we often have a window into his feelings about how things are going, but we don't right now because he hasn't really weighed in. The White House itself, people back at the White House, staff of the White House have been listening and watching, but I can't give you a good sense of whether they feel like the day has gone well or if the day has not gone well. So far, I think the strategy that they have articulated that they wanted to employ is exactly what the president's attorneys have been doing, and so I suspect that they're feeling good about how things are going so far.
And Molly, I want to talk about how things are going so far, because it seems every time a resolution comes up to subpoena a document from a government agency, the vote is not budging.
No, and it won't budge, because Republicans have said, even the Republican moderates that everybody's zooming in on, have said, listen, we're not going to vote to have these witnesses right now. We're not going to vote to subpoena documents. We want to hear both sides of the case. We will vote for the resolution that Mitch McConnell has put forward that has been revised since he introduced it last night, but ultimately that gives both sides the opportunity to make an argument for and against witnesses at the end after the senators have submitted their questions, 16 hours worth. But that's what they're sticking to.
And since Democrats know that, what is their strategy of going through each separate subpoena this way then?
Well, it's almost like a procedural filibuster, parliamentary filibuster for the impeachment age, which is actually kind of interesting to watch unfold because I've covered Capitol Hill a long time. And honestly...
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Ted Cruz is speaking. Let's listen.
It's been a good day for the House managers. We've seen the House managers and Senate Democrats making redundant motions over and over and over again, the same motions that are being rejected. And fundamentally, it is clear House Democrats view this as an opportunity to continue their partisan attacks on the president instead of focusing on the priorities of the American people. The Senate, at the end of the day, will go forward on an organizing resolution that is virtually identical to the resolution that began the Clinton impeachment trial. It is copied almost word for word from the Clinton impeachment trial, except in that instance, the organizing resolution was bipartisan. It was 100-0. Every Republican, every Democrat agreed. In this instance, Senate Democrats are objecting to the very reasonable proposal that was done during the Clinton trial of starting with opening arguments, then having questions from the senators, and then having the Senate choose whether additional witnesses are necessary. We've seen one motion after the other. They've been redundant. They've been making the same arguments. This seems to be a time for Adam Schiff and the House managers to lecture the American people and to attack the president. But, you know, there's an old saying that if you have the facts, you bang the facts. If you have the law, you bang the law. If you don't have either, you bang the table. Well, this afternoon we've seen a whole lot of table banging. And at the end of the day, we're in the same spot we were in when we began the day, which is the House articles of impeachment that were passed on a partisan basis. They don't meet the constitutional standard. And that's why the end of this process, after a fair proceeding, after hearing the arguments of the House managers, after hearing the arguments of the president, the end of this proceeding is going to be an acquittal because the House managers still can't meet the constitutional threshold.
Senator, given there were some changes made to the initial McConnell resolution based on some concerns from some of your colleagues, are you concerned that maybe that signals there might not be unity as you get to the witnesses and documents questions?
No, I actually don't at all. So, for example, one of the elements of the original organizing resolution for the Clinton trial was that each side would have 24 hours. The resolution that we're going to vote on later tonight provides each side has 24 hours for their opening arguments. This particular version said those 24 hours would be over 2 days. And so we saw Democrats lighting their hair on fire, that this is an outrageous effort, a cover-up, to have 24 hours of argument over 2 days. God help us if we have to listen to Adam Schiff and the House Democrats prattle on for 24 hours nonstop. But you know what? I think Senate Republicans did something wise and right, which is say, okay, we'll make a concession. Instead of over 2 days, now it's over 3 days. So you can present your opening arguments instead of up to 12 hours a day for 2 days. You can do it presumably for up to 8 hours a day over 3 days. I promise you, if we are at hour 23 and the House Democrats are still repeating the same partisan attacks against the president, you know, it was striking. Within about 3 hours of these proceedings beginning, I looked up. The press corps was about half empty, and the gallery was almost entirely empty. I have to admit, practically a routine motion naming a post office typically has more people in the gallery than we had today, and I think this is indicative of Senate Republicans giving the House Republicans, or the House Democrats, all the opportunity that they would like to present their case, but at the end of the day, it's still not going to meet the legal standard.
Senator, given the redundancy you talked about, do you anticipate the White House will...
All right, we're going to go back to our chat now while Senator Cruz continues to talk to reporters there. So, you know, Molly, I want to ask you, Republican senators keep pointing to the Clinton impeachment trial, saying we're following exactly the same, order as the Clinton impeachment trial, but there's a major difference.
There is a major difference, and Kim obviously can speak to this a little bit better than I from the legal perspective, but really, I mean, there were boxes and boxes and boxes of evidence that went into the Starr report. And by the time the House managers took their case to the Senate, the report had already come out, and there really was no question as to the facts. I mean,
Right.
Bill Clinton, everything was pretty much cut and dry. We had the blue dress and President Clinton on tape, whereas in this situation, we don't necessarily have all the evidence, and that's why you're hearing somebody like I believe it's Patrick Philbin, the deputy White House counsel, make the argument that, on behalf of the White House, that it's a stunning admission that the House Democrats are coming here and saying they need more evidence and does that just mean they don't really have a case and they want the Senate to do the House's job?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a little bit of confusion because the House didn't have all that evidence in their back pocket. This was done very quickly, and it's another reason why you're hearing the White House make the argument that this needs to be litigated. These subpoenas need to be enforced and litigated through the courts, and to have ultimately the Supreme Court decide whether or not these individuals should come and testify.
But Kim, to Molly's point, the president is also saying that the House is not even allowed to seek judicial remedy. That his perspective is the courts can't rule on this because of executive privilege. Isn't that what he's saying, Kim?
Yes. The president's position has been, when it comes to the Constitution, heads I win, tails you lose, that his position was with respect to the Mueller investigation, that was an unconstitutional infringement on his executive power. That went nowhere. But we can imagine if this were an impeachment process, to Molly's point, using the Mueller report, it would be really different because everything's in the Mueller report.
Mm-hmm.
That was developed with a grand jury, like Ken Starr. I worked on that investigation. Grand juries have a tremendous amount of power. So that was the president's position. Then the argument was, listen, if you're going to hold a president accountable, have to do it through impeachment. Then we get to impeachment, and then the president's position is impeachment undermines an election. It's unconstitutional. I don't need to comply with anything from Congress. And that's just wrong as a matter of the Constitution. There is an obligation, and every president to date that's been had to deal with an impeachment process has complied to some degree. I mean, the way privilege works is, here's my marked up documents with a bunch of black crossed out. You get the documents, but I'm going to keep the good stuff. And then you go to court and you fight about the stuff that's been blacked out. You don't say no one shows up at all. And so this is why I said earlier, we're seeing the Constitution really change we're witnessing changes to the actual document. Because if the president can't be held accountable in the judicial branch because you can't indict a sitting president under an internal DOJ policy that he's in charge of, and then you can't actually remove a president for abuse of office, and people keep saying there's no crime, but of course the second article of impeachment is obstruction of Congress, which is a crime. And lawyers don't always cite the statute when they charge someone with a crime or charge someone with a civil violation. If you can't do it through Congress, you can't do the judicial branch. The only branch that's left to actually hold the president accountable is the executive branch that the president's in charge of.
Right.
And that's not accountability. That's concentration of power in one place. And, it's so highly partisan, but as Americans, we have to think about this mantle of power. If you like this president, could go one day to a Democrat. It could go one day to someone that you don't like. And we are now witnessing the Republicans essentially saying there's no real checks on the presidency. Right. And it's going to come back to bite everyone in one way or the other, because throughout our lifetimes, if we can live a long life, we're going to see more than one person in office.
All right. It looks like Senator Amy Klobuchar is about to speak, so let's listen in.
Yeah. I've made clear from the very beginning that I've got to do my constitutional duty. And it felt like, oh, hey, I know you guys want to be somewhere else, is what he was saying. I literally couldn't believe he did it, only because I think that this isn't the place to play those kind of politics, and we're all there to do our duty. We're going to sit there till the very end. We're going to listen to the evidence, and as I noted, I can do two things at once. I'm a mom, and I will find one way or another to run for president. And we are gaining momentum right now, but while I'm here, my job is to listen to this evidence. And one of the things I'd say that really struck me today as a former prosecutor is, number one, you don't put the evidence and the witnesses on at the end. You tend to do that at the beginning. And your questions should be of witnesses, not of trying to get witnesses. And then the second thing is, this is about the truth. And I don't know how my colleagues, many of whom I get along with and know well and have worked with, I keep looking over at them thinking, come on now. We should at least hear from Mick Mulvaney. We should at least hear from John Bolton. You can't have all these smoking gun emails out there and not get to the facts. And if the president believes that somehow this information is going to exonerate him, what is he afraid of?
Senator, you were paying very careful attention through this. I saw you as a prosecutor. What did you pick up on that might have been different from past days from either side today? You were taking a lot of notes.
Well, I thought that the Adam Schiff's argument at the end, and I've made some of these arguments myself, but he put it in a national security context about, and it was, the argument is, why do we need this evidence? Well, Russia was watching. Russia's been watching the whole time, and having been to Ukraine with Ambassador Yovanovitch, actually, along with Senator McCain and Senator Graham, and stood on that front line on New Year's Eve, right after Donald Trump got elected, where Senator McCain made the point of bringing us there because he wanted to send a clear message to Russia that America stood with our allies, that America stood with Ukraine, and then to think about the fact that they're watching as this president, President Trump, holds back the aid and messes around with it while they're watching to see. This is a country they've literally invaded in Crimea, that they literally have their eyes on, and then he doesn't even help them out with the aid. I thought that was really effective, what Adam Schiff said at the end.
Senator, are you going to make it back out to Iowa before February 3rd? Bernie Sanders is chartering a plane. Do you have plans in place?
I actually have my family there right now. They're really good, and they're out there. We just announced 3 new endorsements today from state legislators. I have the most legislators and former legislators that have endorsed me in Iowa of any candidate in the race. What does that mean? It means I have a lot of people out there speaking for me. And it's not just window dressing. They were out today in force at the Iowa State Capitol speaking about their support for me. That's going to matter, and then I'm going to do everything I can, whether it's teletown halls, whether it is Skyping in, and whether it's getting there when we have Sunday off. That's always been my plan. We were prepared for this. That's why my husband and daughter are there right now. But I have a constitutional duty, and so whatever the president's lawyers want to say and poke at us for simply doing our jobs and being here and act like it's some kind of political disadvantage, I think the people of this country understand it. Something like a recent poll showed that nearly 70% of Americans think there should be witnesses, think there should be evidence. So what does that mean to me? That the people in these early states are going to understand that I have to do my job.
Senator, after 3 votes now, are you feeling discouraged that you'll ever get these new witnesses or new evidence?
Okay, wait.
After 3 votes now, how are you feeling? Are you feeling discouraged about new witnesses?
No, I'm someone that always keeps looking at my colleagues to see if they look guilty, and some of them are kind of looking down. I don't know how they can deny all witnesses, and let's see what they do after a few days of this. But I think that the House managers made a very effective case for the fact that we have evidence, and we need to listen to evidence, and we need to listen to witnesses. You can't have a trial with 0 witnesses and 0 documents. That is not how this works.
Great, thank you guys.
And that was Senator Amy Klobuchar. There is a clip I'd like to play from Norah O'Donnell's interviews with several House impeachment managers, and this clip focuses on that idea that Republicans and Democrats could perhaps swap witnesses. Let's listen.
Let me ask you about the question of witnesses. Presumably you would want to call John Bolton, but are you prepared then for who the Republicans want to call as witnesses? Would that be fair?
It would certainly be fair for the president and his team to be able to call witnesses that can provide material information on the charges. It would not be appropriate for the president to seek to call witnesses merely to try to perpetuate the same smear campaign that was foiled when his plot was discovered. Hunter Biden, for example, can't tell us anything about whether the president withheld military aid, whether he withheld that aid to coerce Ukraine to conduct political investigations, or why he wouldn't meet with the president of Ukraine. The only purpose in putting him on their list is they wish to trade material witnesses like Mr. Bolton and Mulvaney and others for immaterial ones that will allow them to continue to attack a political opponent. That's an illegitimate abuse of the trial, and the Chief Justice, who may have an opportunity to rule on materiality of witnesses, as well as the senators, should not permit that kind of abuse.
And would you acknowledge that even if you were to succeed in calling John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney, that the president could claim executive privilege?
That privilege, even if one could be asserted, would have to be asserted narrowly.
So, Molly, I want to ask you, over the weekend, Ohio Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown suggested that, hey, yeah, okay, you know, if that's what it takes, Hunter Biden, fine.
Right.
Adam Schiff there does not seem to agree with that. Do you think there's any chance that Democrats as a whole will embrace this idea of reciprocity when it comes to witnesses?
No. In a word, no. Especially when it comes to Hunter Biden. And to be honest, I really don't think that all the Republicans would get on board with Hunter Biden. You know, the Senate is an unusual institution. It has a long memory and a lot of respect for its members and former members, one of which being longtime Senator Joe Biden, who has served as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Foreign Relations. And even though he is a Democrat running for president, he has relationships with members of the Republican side of the aisle. And I just don't see all the Republicans like a Susan Collins, per se, or a Lisa Murkowski going along with that. Right. Just because this is former colleague's son, and going to Adam Schiff's point, what is the point? I could see Republicans wanting to hear from Adam Schiff himself more so than Hunter Biden, because Adam Schiff, of course, Republicans will make the argument, it was his office that met with the whistleblower back in the beginning before this whole quote-unquote saga, as Adam Schiff has described it, came to light.
Right. So, Jeff, could you see the White House or White House counsel getting on board for any sort of witness reciprocity? Right now, they don't want any witnesses, they say, but if there was an exchange like that, do you think they would get on board?
Well, I'm not sure that I would frame it that way. I would frame it slightly differently, which is if the Democrats succeed in getting some Republican support from senators like Mitt Romney and Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski to call witnesses such as John Bolton or Mick Mulvaney, then Republicans in the White House are absolutely going to insist on getting witnesses as well, and they'll call Hunter Biden. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that that they'll see it as a reciprocity thing in terms of, like, let's make a deal. You guys can have Bolton if we can have Hunter. But I do think that they will absolutely say, hey, if you guys are getting witnesses, then so are we. And there will be no dictating who and what and why. And I heard Congressman Schiff's not justification, but his explanation of what they would accept and what they wouldn't. The Republicans and the White House will certainly dismiss that out of hand, because they will say Hunter Biden, for example, would be an example, or would be able to be a good witness insofar as describing corruption in Ukraine. And their argument, the White House's argument, is that the president did nothing wrong with that call to Zelensky because he just wanted to clamp down on corruption in Ukraine.
And so then, Kim, if, this is a lot of speculation here, of course, but if the Democrats are successful in getting some senators to vote for some of these witnesses appearing, would the president then be able to assert his so-called executive privilege in this case and say no?
Well, there is something called executive privilege, and it's really different from what we've heard so far from the president, which is immunity. Immunity, people know about the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. That is, I'm not showing up at all. That's really narrow, and that's the place, I think, where the president was really unlawful in directing people to not respond at all to subpoenas. Privilege is narrower, as Adam Schiff mentioned. The idea is there's some communications that are so central to my ability to function as president that can't be in the public sector. But it would be document by document. It would be question by question with particular witnesses, and privileges can be waived. So I think the argument in part would be to the extent to which the president has talked about what went on here himself, including in the releasing the July 25th call, right, summary, is that he waived it. You can't use a privilege as a sword and a shield. You can't say, well, I'm going to give up information that I could say is privilege, but then I'm going to hold back pieces of it. The way the law works is it's sort of all or nothing. So I think at this point, there could be an argument around that. Again, we'd have to see if the Chief Justice would accept his power under the rules to rule on it in the moment, or whether he'd say, listen, that has to go to the underlings, people below me in the lower federal courts first, stop the trial. I think that's what the Democrats have been concerned about. But they could certainly slow down the process through exertion of privilege. But it's been distorted in how it's been discussed, I think, by the White House at this point.
And Kim, I want to ask you something. Earlier in the proceedings, we heard White House counsel Jay Sekulow railing against Democrats bringing what he called lawsuits against lawyers. And then we heard Adam Schiff sort of addressing that and scratching his head a little bit, not quite sure exactly what Sekulow was referring to. Could you clarify that for us?
Well, lawsuits against lawyers, I mean, their argument appears to be for the Congress to basically challenge the White House's ability to defend themselves in court is itself unconstitutional. But again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If people can use the courts, both sides can use the courts. As far as what particular lawyer is being scrutinized here, it's hard to say. I do remember having been in the Whitewater investigation in the grand jury as a very young lawyer, being really stunned at the regular people, employees, government employees, who had to hire private lawyers, criminal defense lawyers, very expensive, just to make sure they didn't say something wrong in the grand jury. And I say this because the process is messy. Anyone who's been invoked or implicated in a civil action or a criminal action, once the law gets involved, it can be difficult for people that are just bystanders. To the extent to which Sekulow is complaining about that, that's just the way the law works. But I happen to believe, as a law professor and lawyer, that the law is a way that we see justice in this country, and we see positive change, and we see fairness happening. And as I think Amy Klobuchar suggested, a trial with no witnesses isn't really fair to either side.
Right. And Jeff, speaking of Amy Klobuchar, we heard her there talking about, she's being asked by reporters, look, how are you going to keep your campaign going with this trial? And she said, my first responsibility is as a senator. But clearly, there are several presidential candidates whose campaign is on hold right now. Are they really able to do two things at once, as Senator Klobuchar indicated?
Well, I think the answer to that is no. I mean, she certainly can't be, and they can't be in two places at once. And with the Iowa caucus just a couple weeks away, it would be very beneficial for them to be on the ground because, as we all know, one of the most important things in politics, and in particular at a caucus like Iowa, is just to get people motivated and to get out of their houses and apartments to go show up on caucus day. So the best way to do that is to have the candidate there. there, and she just can't do that by being here. That said, she was making an argument, and it's probably a reasonable one, that even people in Iowa would expect that she and the other senators who are running for president would do their jobs.
Right.
And there's really not another answer for her or for Bernie Sanders or for Elizabeth Warren or anyone who is running for president who happens to be a senator. They do have to do their jobs, and imagine the uproar if they weren't. So it's a tricky situation for them, but there's really only one answer, and that is to be there and to do what they're supposed to do.
Molly, do you want to weigh in on that? I mean, that's clearly the only solution here is just...
That's right. Well, all I have to say is I'd love to be sitting next to Amy Klobuchar. Well, actually, Amy Klobuchar has Chris Coons next to her and Bob Casey from Pennsylvania. She's got some key states on the Senate floor. Warren's between Nevada, Cortez Masto, and Connecticut. Sanders has Maryland and Wisconsin. So, these people are sitting at their seats all day. You got to talk to your neighbors and, to be a fly on the wall.
Making friends.
Making friends, that's right.
All right. Well, Molly Hooper, Kim Whaley, and Jeff Mason, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break as the senators take their own break. Much more ahead on this day for the history books. You're streaming CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
And we're back with Molly Hooper and Kim Whaley to discuss more of the Senate impeachment trial that is going to get underway once again in just a moment. Kim is a CBS News legal analyst and law professor at the University of Baltimore. She was also associate independent counsel in the Whitewater investigation. Molly is a CBSN political contributor and veteran Capitol Hill reporter. Molly, I want to ask you about this question of witnesses. If witnesses are called, what would that portion of the trial look like? Because it would look very different from what we're seeing so far, correct?
Absolutely. And the way that Mitch McConnell structured this resolution, it actually specifies that if the Senate does agree to allow the House or the president to subpoena witnesses, those witnesses shall be deposed first. And that would happen behind closed doors, depending on who is allowed to be in the room. But you do get a member of the defense and a member of the prosecution to ask questions of this witness. So we might not even see necessarily what is said behind closed doors, but we may. And then after that point, the Senate could vote to hear from this person in public, live on the Senate floor, or not. But first they have to go through that deposition period. And maybe Kim could speak to this aspect when it comes to executive privilege, because if the White House makes the argument that they are invoking executive privilege, it's my understanding that the depositions could be could start behind closed doors. And senators in the past have agreed to go not necessarily off the record, but to have more of a classified session so that they don't necessarily reveal those aspects that are covered or guaranteed, protected by executive privilege.
Kim, maybe you could weigh in on that, especially if, for instance, the Republicans say, hey, okay, we'll have witnesses. We'd like to hear from the whistleblower. What would that look like?
We're hearing from Republicans that this spade work should have happened in the House phase. But as Molly suggests, the fact that the rules allow for depositions means the rules contemplate there will be witnesses that have not been deposed before. So in a civil context, a deposition is where the lawyers without a judge sit down and hear what a witness has to say, and then they decide whether to use them at trial later. Likewise, in the criminal context, witnesses show up at the grand jury. The prosecutors hear what they have to say. The defense lawyers don't get in there. And then they decide whether to use them at a trial. And it's at that point that privilege could come up. I do think that there is, to the extent to which there were ever to be four Republicans that would agree to have witnesses, we would see witnesses for both sides, presumably, because as we're hearing publicly, the additional information that's coming out from Lev Parnas, from the Freedom of Information Act requests. The Office of the GAO issued a report saying that the withholding of aid was illegal. Lots of stuff is happening since the December 20th vote, and most of it is really damaging to the president. So if we start opening that up, we will see a request for additional witnesses. The whistleblower might be one of them. And then the question would be, would Chief Justice Roberts make a ruling that, listen, the whistleblower was just handing the baton off, kind of like someone calling a tip line. Listen, I think I know where the murder weapon might be. Once that person calls the tip line, no one really cares who the person is because they're just passing it on. But that could really complicate the process and make it more complicated for both Democrats and Republicans, but it would benefit, I think, the American public because we would have more facts to make this serious decision, whether it is to acquit or whether it is to remove, which is quite unusual or I think unthinkable in this moment, probably. But at least we could say, listen, it was a fair process. All the cards were on the table, and we know what we were dealing with.
Right. It is interesting considering the majority that the Republicans have in the Senate that they are so wary of witnesses because they still clearly have the upper hand.
There's so many moving pieces going on here. I mean, I think the way lawyers defend cases, and ironically, in a way, we just heard this from Ted Cruz, is you make a defense on the facts. The story is not what is being put forth, for example. That would be the argument. We haven't heard a whole lot about that. The argument, especially after Mr. Parnas's public testimony, that this was to root out corruption. Fiona Hill undermined that. Gordon Sondland undermined that. The information we have, that doesn't hold up. The second argument is that, as a legal argument, that this isn't justifiable as a matter of law. Most constitutional scholars, including our colleague here at CBS, Jonathan Turley, agree that abuse of power is a basis for impeachment. So that isn't particularly helpful. So their best strategy really is to keep a lid on it and to make it go as quickly as possible because the facts and the law are not on their side. The other argument I think is quite ironic that we're hearing is, well, this is undermining an election, and the American people should be able to decide. Of course, impeachment is mentioned in the Constitution 6 times, so it can't be unconstitutional. But also the bigger, I think, thread that is being lost in the details is Russian interference. Yes. Mr. Mueller said that it's ongoing. That's what the Mueller investigation was about. We saw that the Russians tapped Burisma, the company that Hunter Biden worked for, so it's still ongoing. And Americans, we have to ask ourselves, would we rather have Russians make the decision, or would we rather have our representatives in the Senate make the decision? The Senate does answer, in theory, to Americans. The Russians do not. So it's kind of two sides of the same coin. Election security is national security. Right. And national security is front and center of this trial, but we're not hearing much discussed about it, which is quite unfortunate, I think, for regular people who don't really have the time to understand what's at the heart of this entire process.
You make a good point there. Kim Whaley, thank you so much. Molly Hooper, thank you so much. We're going to move on now. More than a dozen senators participating in President Trump's impeachment trial were also there when President Clinton was impeached. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is one of them, and here is what he said about the Clinton impeachment manager's request to hear from witnesses back then.
I say this really not just to play got you, but to make the point that the argument the House managers are making for a mere 3 witnesses is certainly not an unreasonable request.
And here is what Senator McConnell said about witnesses today.
If any amendments are brought forward to force premature decisions on mid-trial questions, I will move to table such amendments and protect our bipartisan precedent. If a senator moves to amend the resolution in order to subpoena specific witnesses or documents, I will move to table such motions because the Senate will decide those questions later in the trial, just like we did back in 1999.
So the question now is just how close is Senator McConnell sticking to those 1999 Senate trial rules, and just how reasonable will he find Democrats' request to hear from witnesses more than 2 decades later? For more on this, let's bring in presidential historian Thomas Whalen. Thomas, welcome. We just heard in that clip Senator McConnell in 1999 saying the Clinton impeachment manager's request for witnesses in the Senate trial is not unreasonable. Thomas, I'm so sorry. We're going to have this conversation with you in just a bit, but we've just heard that the Senate trial has just resumed, so we're going to have to go back in.
The 8th Congressional District of New York, in Brooklyn and Queens. It is one of the most diverse districts in the nation. In fact, I've been told that I have the 9th most African-American district in the country and the 16th most Jewish. And here on the Hill, some folks have said, Hakeem, is that complicated? But as my friend Leon Goldenberg says back at home, Hakeem, you've got the best of both worlds. You see, in America, our diversity is a strength. It is not a weakness. And one of the things that binds us together, all of us as Americans, regardless of race, regardless of religion, regardless of region, regardless of sexual orientation, regardless of gender, is that we believe in the rule of law and the importance of a fair trial. The House managers strongly support this amendment to subpoena witness testimony, including with respect to Mick Mulvaney. Who has ever heard of a trial with no witnesses? But that is exactly what some are contemplating here today. This amendment would address that fundamental flaw. It would ensure that the trial includes testimony from a key witness, the President's acting Chief of Staff and head of the Office of Management and Budget, Mick Mulvaney. And it would ensure that the Senate can consider his testimony immediately. Let's discuss why the need to hear from Mick Mulvaney is so critical. First, Leader McConnell's resolution undercuts more than 200 years of Senate impeachment trial practice. It departs from every impeachment trial conducted to date and goes against the Senate's own long-standing impeachment rules, which contemplates the possibility of new witness testimony. In fact, it departs from any criminal or civil trial procedure in America. Why should this president be held to a different standard? Second, the proposed amendment for witness testimony is necessary in light of the president's determined effort to bury the evidence and cover up his corrupt abuse of power. The House tried to get Mr. Mulvaney's testimony. We subpoenaed him. Mr. Mulvaney, together with other key witnesses, National Security Advisor John Bolton, Senior White House aide Robert Blair, Office of Management and Budget official Michael Duffy, and National Security Council lawyer John Eisenberg were called to testify before the House as part of this impeachment inquiry. But President Trump was determined to hide from the American people what they had to say. The president directed the entire executive branch and all of his top aides and advisors to defy all requests for their testimony. That cannot be allowed to stand. Third, Mr. Mulvaney is a highly relevant witness to the events at issue in this trial. Mr. Mulvaney was at the center of every stage of the president's substantial pressure campaign against Ukraine. Based on the extensive evidence the House did obtain, it is clear that Mulvaney was crucial in planning the scheme, executing its implementation, and carrying out the cover-up. Emails and witness testimony show that Mr. Mulvaney was in the loop on the president's decision to explicitly condition a White House meeting on Ukraine's announcement of investigations beneficial to the president's re-election prospects. He was closely involved in implementing the president's hold on the security assistance and subsequently admitted that the funds were being withheld to put pressure on Ukraine to conduct one of the phony political investigations that the president wanted. Phony political investigations. A trial would not be complete without the testimony of Mick Mulvaney. Make no mistake, the evidentiary record that we have built is powerful and can clearly establish the president's guilt on both of the articles of impeachment, but it is hardly complete. The record comes to you without the testimony of Mr. Mulvaney and other important witnesses. And that brings me to one final preliminary observation. The American people agree that there cannot be a fair trial without hearing from witnesses who have relevant information to provide. The Constitution, our democracy, the Senate, the President, and most importantly, the American people deserve a fair trial. A fair trial requires witnesses in order to provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is why this amendment should be adopted. Before we discuss Mr. Mulvaney's knowledge of the president's geopolitical shakedown, it is important to note that an impeachment trial without witnesses would be a stunning departure from this institution's past practice. This distinguished body has conducted 15 impeachment trials. All have included witnesses. Sometimes those trials included just a handful of witnesses, as indicated on the screen. At other times, they included dozens. In one case, there were over 100 different witnesses. As the slide shows, the average number of witnesses to appear at a Senate impeachment trial is 33. And in at least 3 of those instances, including the impeachment of Bill Clinton, witnesses appeared before the Senate who had not previously appeared before the House. That's because the Senate, this great institution, has always taken its responsibility to administer a fair trial seriously. The Senate has always taken its duty to obtain evidence, including witness testimony, seriously. The Senate has always taken its obligation to evaluate the president's conduct based on a full body of available information seriously. This is the only way to ensure fundamental fairness for everyone involved. Respectfully, It is important to honor that unbroken precedent today, so that Mr. Mulvaney's testimony, without fear or favor as to what he might say, can inform this distinguished body of Americans. This amendment is also important to counter the president's determination to bury the evidence of his high crimes and misdemeanors. As we've explained in detail today, despite considerable efforts by the House to obtain relevant documents and testimony, President Trump has directed the entire executive branch to execute a cover-up. He has ordered the entire administration to ignore the powers of Congress, a separate and co-equal branch of government, to investigate his offenses in a manner that is unprecedented in American history. There were 71 requests by the House for relevant evidence. In response, the White House produced 0 documents in this impeachment inquiry. 71 requests, 0 documents. President Trump is personally responsible for depriving the Senate of information important to consider in this trial. This point cannot be overstated. When faced with a congressional impeachment inquiry, a process expressly set forth by the framers of the Constitution in Article 1, the president refused to comply in any respect. And he ordered his senior aides to fall in line. As shown on the slide, as a result of President Trump's obstruction, 12 key witnesses, including Mr. Mulvaney, refused to appear for testimony in the House's impeachment inquiry. No one has heard what they have to say. These witnesses include central figures in the abuse of power charged in Article 1. What is the president hiding? Equally troublesome, President Trump and his administration did not make any legitimate attempts to reach a reasonable accommodation with the House or compromise regarding any document requests or witness subpoenas. Why? Because President Donald John Trump wasn't interested in cooperating. He was plotting a cover-up. It is important to take a step back and think about what President Trump is doing. Complete and total presidential obstruction is unprecedented in American history. Even President Nixon, whose articles of impeachment included obstruction of Congress, did not block key White House aides from testifying in front of Congress during the Senate Watergate hearings. In fact, he publicly urged White House aides to testify. Remember all of those witnesses who came in front of this body? Take a look at the screen. John Dean, the former White House counsel, testified for multiple days pursuant to a subpoena. H.R. Haldeman, President Nixon's former chief of staff, was subpoenaed and testified. Alexander Butterfield, the White House official who revealed the existence of the tapes, testified publicly before the Senate, and so did several others. President Trump's complete and total obstruction makes Richard Nixon look like a choir boy. 2 other presidents have been tried before the Senate. How did they conduct themselves? William Jefferson Clinton and Andrew Johnson did not block any witnesses from participating in the Senate trial. President Trump, by contrast, refuses to permit relevant witnesses from testifying to this very day. Many of President Clinton's White House aides testified in front of Congress, even before the commencement of formal impeachment proceedings. During various investigations in the mid-1990s, the House and Senate heard from more than 24 White House aides, including the White House counsel, the former chief of staff, and multiple senior advisors to President Clinton. President Clinton himself gave testimony on camera and under oath. He also allowed his most senior advisors, including multiple chiefs of staff and White House counsels, to testify in the investigation that led to his impeachment. And as you can see in the chart, their testimony was packaged and delivered to the Senate. There were no missing witnesses who had defied subpoenas. No aides who had personal knowledge of his misconduct were directed to stay silent by President Clinton. We have an entirely different situation in this case. Here we are seeking witnesses the president has blocked from testifying before the House. Apparently, President Trump thinks that he can do what no other president before him has attempted to do in such a brazen fashion: float above the law and hide the truth from the American people. That cannot be allowed to stand. Let me now address some bedrock principles about Congress's authority to conduct investigations. Our broad powers of inquiry are at their strongest during an impeachment proceeding, when the House and Senate exercise responsibilities expressly set forth in Article 1 of the Constitution. Nearly 140 years ago, the Supreme Court recognized that when the House or Senate is determining a question of impeachment, there is no reason to doubt the right to compel the attendance of witnesses and their answer to proper questions in the same manner and by the use of the same means that courts of justice can in like cases. Our nation's founders and greatest legal minds recognized these principles early on. Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story explained that the president should not have the power of preventing a thorough investigation of his conduct or of securing himself against the disgrace of a public conviction by impeachment if he should deserve it. President Trump cannot function as judge, jury, and executioner of our democracy. And it wasn't just the courts who confirmed this for us. Some of our nation's leading public servants. Representative John Quincy Adams, speaking on the floor of the House after he had served as president, once exclaimed, "What mockery would it be for the Constitution of the United States to say that the House should have the power of impeachment, extending even to the President of the United States himself, and yet to say that the House had not the power to obtain the evidence and proofs on which their impeachment was based." As Hamilton, Story, Adams, and others have recognized, the president cannot insulate himself from Congress's investigations of his wrongdoing. The president could decide what evidence gets to be presented in his own trial that would fundamentally nullify the constitutional power of impeachment. This amendment is important because President Trump simply cannot be allowed to hide the truth. No other president has done it, the Supreme Court does not allow it, and the president is not above the law. Witnesses matter. Documents matter. Evidence matters. The truth matters. Let me now turn to a third justification for this amendment. Mr. Mulvaney's testimony is critical to considering the case for removal. It is imperative that we hear from the president's closest aide a man intimately involved at key stages of this extraordinary abuse of power. President Trump knows this. Why else would he be trying so hard to prevent Mick Mulvaney from testifying before you? There are at least 4 reasons why Mr. Mulvaney's testimony is critical. To begin with, as acting White House Chief of Staff and head of the Office of Management and Budget, Mick Mulvaney has firsthand knowledge about President Trump's efforts to shake down Ukraine and pressure its new president into announcing phony investigations. Mr. Mulvaney was in the loop at each critical stage of President Trump's scheme. He was in the loop in the planning of the scheme. He was in the loop in its implementation. And he was in the loop when the scheme fell apart. He even admitted publicly that the aid was withheld in order to pressure Ukraine into announcing an investigation designed to elevate the president's political standing. Mr. Mulvaney, perhaps more than any other administration witness excepting the president, has firsthand insight into the decision to withhold $391 million in military and security aid to a vulnerable Ukraine without justification. Indeed, our investigation revealed that President Trump personally ordered Mr. Mulvaney to execute the freeze in July of 2019. Mr. Mulvaney holds the senior-most staff position at the White House. He is a member of President Trump's cabinet, and he is responsible for President Trump's team at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He remains the director of the Office of Management and Budget, which implemented the hold on the security assistance in violation of the law, as the Government Accountability Office recently concluded. In short, respectfully, the Senate's responsibility to conduct a complete and fair trial demands that Mr. Mulvaney testify. Second, Mr. Mulvaney's testimony is critical because of his knowledge of the planning of President Trump's abuse of power. Ambassador Gordon Sondland, the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, testified that there was a quid pro quo. Ambassador Sondland is not a so-called never-Trumper. Mr. Sondland gave $1 million to President Trump's inauguration. He testified that everybody was in the loop and that it was no secret what was going on. In fact, as early as May of 2019, Ambassador Sondland made clear that he was coordinating on Ukraine matters with Mr. Mulvaney. Here is what David Holmes, an official at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, had to say on that matter.
While Ambassador Sondland's mandate as the accredited ambassador to the European Union did not cover individual member states, let alone non-member countries like Ukraine, he made clear that he had direct and frequent access to President Trump and Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and portrayed himself as the conduit to the President and Mr. Mulvaney for this group.
After the U.S. delegation returned from the inauguration of the new Ukrainian president in April, they were able to secure an Oval Office meeting with President Trump to brief him on their trip, in part because of Ambassador Sondland's connections to Mick Mulvaney. Then, during a June 18, 2019 meeting, Ambassador Sondland informed National Security Council Senior Director Dr. Fiona Hill that he was in charge of Ukraine and that he had been briefing senior White House officials, including Mr. Mulvaney, about his efforts to undertake, as Dr. Hill put it, a domestic political errand in Ukraine. Here is Dr. Hill explaining this herself.
So I was upset with him that he wasn't fully telling us about all of the meetings that he was having. And he said to me, but I'm briefing the president. I'm briefing Chief of Staff Mulvaney. I'm briefing Secretary Pompeo, and I've talked to Ambassador Bolton. Who else do I have to deal with? And the point is we have a robust interagency process that deals with Ukraine. It includes Mr. Holmes. It includes Ambassador Taylor as the chargé in Ukraine. It includes a whole load of other people. But it struck me yesterday when you put up on the screen Ambassador Sondland's emails and who was on these emails, and he said, these are the people who need to know, that he was absolutely right, because he was being involved in a domestic political errand. And we were being involved in national security foreign policy, and those two things had just diverged.
And there's more. Much more. A month later, President Trump's national security advisor at the time, John Bolton, told Dr. Fiona Hill to tell the National Security Council's lawyers that he was not part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney were cooking up. He made that statement after Ambassador Sondland specifically said that he had a deal with Mr. Mulvaney to schedule a White House visit for President Zelensky if Ukraine announced 2 phony investigations involving the Bidens and 2016 election interference investigations that were sought by President Donald John Trump. Here is Dr. Hill's testimony about Sondland describing this drug deal he had with Mulvaney.
And so when I came in, Gordon Sondland was basically saying, well, look, we have a deal here that there will be a meeting. I have a deal here with Chief of Staff Mulvaney. There will be a meeting if the Ukrainians open up or announce these investigations into 2016 in Burisma. And I cut it off immediately there. Because by this point, having heard Mr. Giuliani over and over again on the television and all of the issues that he was asserting, by this point it was clear that Burisma was code for the Bidens, because Giuliani was laying it out there. I could see why Colonel Vindman was alarmed, and he said, this is inappropriate with the National Security Council, we can't be involved in this.
The referenced agreement between Ambassador Sondland and Mick Mulvaney was so upsetting that Dr. Hill reported it to National Security Council legal advisors. Here is the testimony of Dr. Hill explaining these particular concerns.
What did he say?
Yes, but he was making a very strong point that he wanted to know exactly what was being said. And when I came back and related it to him, he had some very specific instruction for me. And I'm presuming that that's
what was that specific instruction?
The specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
Sondland's testimony not only corroborates Dr. Hill's account, he actually says that Mick Mulvaney, the subject of this amendment, who should appear before the Senate if we're going to have a free and fair trial. Sondland says Mick Mulvaney knew all about it.
What I want to ask you about is, he makes reference in that drug deal to a drug deal cooked up by you and Mulvaney. It's the reference to Mulvaney that I want to ask you about. You've testified that Mulvaney was aware of this quid pro quo, of this condition that the Ukrainians had to meet, that is, announcing these public investigations to get the White House meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of people were aware of it, and
including Mr. Mulvaney.
Correct.
The documents also highlight the extensive involvement of Mick Mulvaney in this geopolitical shakedown scheme. Email messages summarized by Ambassador Sondland during his sworn testimony showed that he informed Mr. Mulvaney, as well as Secretary Pompeo and Secretary Perry, of his efforts to persuade President Zelensky to announce the investigations desired by President Trump. For example, as shown on the screen, on July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emailed several top administration officials, including Mr. Mulvaney, stating that he had talked to President Zelensky to help prepare him for a phone call with President Trump. And he reported that President Zelensky planned to assure President Trump that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. Ambassador Sondland made clear in his testimony that he was referring to the Burisma Biden and 2016 election interference investigations that were explicitly mentioned by President Trump on the July 25th phone call. Mr. Mulvaney wrote in response, "I asked NSC to set it up." What exactly did Mr. Mulvaney know about the Ukrainian commitment to turn over every stone? And when did he know it? These and many other questions require answers under oath from Mr. Mulvaney. Mr. Mulvaney is also a central figure with respect to how President Trump implemented this pressure campaign. According to public reports and witness testimony, Mr. Mulvaney was deeply involved with implementing the scheme, including the unlawful White House freeze on $391 million in aid to Ukraine. But this isn't just other people fingering Mr. Mulvaney. Mr. Mulvaney has himself admitted that he was involved.
Again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily. Okay.
The public reports confirm Mr. Mulvaney's own account that he has information that goes to the heart of this inquiry, specifically related to why the president ordered the hold on aid to Ukraine and kept it in place, despite deep-seated concerns among Trump administration officials. This New York Times article on the screen summarizes an email conversation between Mr. Mulvaney and Robert Blair, a senior administration advisor, on June 27th, when Mr. Mulvaney asked, "Did we ever find out about the money for Ukraine and whether we can hold it back?" What prompted that email? According to public reports, Mr. Mulvaney was on Air Force One. Air Force One with President Trump when he sent it. What other conversations did Mr. Mulvaney have with the president and White House officials about this unlawful freeze? The American people deserve to know. There is other significant evidence concerning Mr. Mulvaney's role in implementing the scheme. According to multiple witnesses, the direction to freeze the security assistance to Ukraine was delivered by Mick Mulvaney himself. Office of Management and Budget official Mark Sandy testified about a July 12th email from Mr. Blair stating that President Trump is directing a hold on military support funding for Ukraine. Was Mr. Blair acting at Mr. Mulvaney's express direction? The members of this distinguished body deserve to know. On July 18th, the hold was announced to the agencies in the administration overseeing Ukraine policy matters. Those present were blindsided by the announcement that the security aid appropriated by this Congress on a bipartisan basis to Ukraine, which is still at war with Russian-backed separatists in the East. They were alarmed that that aid had inexplicably been put on hold. Meanwhile, officials at the Defense Department and within the Office of Management and Budget became increasingly concerned that the hold also violated the law. Their concerns turned out to be accurate. Public reports have indicated that the White House is in possession of early August emails, exchanges between Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney and White House budget officials seeking to provide an explanation for the funds. An explanation, I should note, that they were trying to provide after the president had already ordered the hold. Mr. Mulvaney presumably has answers to these questions. We don't know what those answers are, but he should provide them to this Senate and to the American people. Finally, on October 17, 2019, at a press briefing at the White House, Mr. Mulvaney left no doubt that President Trump withheld the essential military aid as leverage to try to extract phony political investigations as part of his effort to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. This was an extraordinary press conference. Mr. Mulvaney made clear that the president was, in fact, pressuring Ukraine to investigate the conspiracy theory that Ukraine, rather than Russia, had interfered in the 2016 election. A conspiracy theory promoted by none other than the great purveyor of democracy, Vladimir Putin himself. When White House reporters attempted to clarify this acknowledgement of a quid pro quo related to security assistance, Mr. Mulvaney replied, "We do that all the time with foreign policy. I have news for you. Get over it." Let's listen to a portion of that stunning exchange.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happens as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. We were holding up money at the same time for what was it? The Northern Triangle countries. We were holding up aid at the Northern Triangle countries so that they would change their policies on immigration. By the way, and this speaks to an important. I'm sorry. This speaks to an important point, because I heard this yesterday, and I can never remember the gentleman who testified. Was it McKinney, the guy? Is that his name? I don't know him. He testified yesterday. And if you believe the news reports, okay, because we've not seen any transcripts of this. The only transcript I've seen was Sondland's testimony this morning. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
In this extraordinary press conference, Mr. Mulvaney spoke with authority and conviction about why President Trump withheld the aid. He did not mince his words, but then following the press conference, he tried to walk back his statements as if he had not said them or had not meant them. We need to hear from Mick Mulvaney directly so he can clarify his true intentions. Now, having gone through the need for the evidence, let's briefly address the president's arguments that he can block this testimony. That argument is not only wrong, it fundamentally undermines our system of checks and balances. Step back for a moment and consider the extraordinary position that President Trump is trying to manufacture for himself. The Department of Justice has already said that the president cannot be indicted or prosecuted in office. As we sit here today, the president has actually filed a brief in the Supreme Court saying he cannot be criminally investigated as well while in the White House. So the Senate and the House are the only check that are left when the president abuses his power, tries to cheat in the next election, undermines our national security, breaks the law in doing so, and then tries to cover it up. This is America. No one is above the law. But if the president is allowed to determine whether he is even investigated by Congress, if he is allowed to decide whether he should comply with lawful subpoenas in connection with an impeachment inquiry or trial, then he is the ultimate arbiter of whether he did anything wrong. That cannot stand. If he can't be indicted, and he can't be impeached, and he can't be removed, then he can't be held accountable. That is inconsistent with the United States Constitution. Now, you will no doubt hear that the reason that the president blocked all of these witnesses, including Mr. Mulvaney, from testifying is because of some lofty concern for the office of the presidency and the preservation of executive privilege. Let's get real. How can blocking witnesses from telling the truth about the president's misconduct help preserve the office of the presidency? This type of blanket obstruction undermines the credibility of the office of the presidency and deals the Constitution a potentially mortal death blow. To be clear, executive privilege does not provide a legally justifiable basis for his complete and total blockage of evidence. In fact, as you heard earlier today, President Trump never even invoked executive privilege, not once. And without ever asserting this privilege, how can you consider his argument in a serious fashion? Instead, speaking through Mr. Cipollone, the distinguished White House counsel, in a letter dated October 8, 2019, President Trump simply decided that he did not want to participate in the investigation into his own wrongdoing. It was a categorical decision not to cooperate without consideration of specific facts or legal arguments. In fact, even the words that President Trump used through his White House counsel were made up. In the letter, Mr. Cipollone referred to so-called executive branch confidentiality interest. But that is not a recognized jurisprudential shield, not a proper assertion of executive privilege. To the extent that there are privilege issues to consider, those can be resolved during the testimony, as they have been for decades. And finally, The president claimed that Mr. Mulvaney could not be compelled to testify because of so-called absolute immunity. But every court to address this legal fiction has rejected it. As the Supreme Court emphatically stated in unanimous fashion in its decision on the Nixon tapes, confidentiality interests of the president must yield to an impeachment inquiry when there is a legitimate need for the information, as there is here today. There can be no doubt that Mr. Mulvaney, as the President's Chief of Staff and head of the Office of Management and Budget, is uniquely situated to provide this distinguished body with relevant and important information about the charges in the articles of impeachment. The President's obstruction has no basis in law and should yield to this body's co-equal authority to investigate impeachable and corrupt conduct. One final point bears mention. If the president wanted to make witnesses available, even while preserving the limited protections of executive privilege, he can do so. In fact, President Trump expressed his desire for witnesses to testify in the Senate just last month. Let's go to the videotape.
So when it's fair, it will be fair in the Senate. I would love to have Mike Pompeo. I'd love to have Mick. I'd love to have Rick Perry and many other people testify.
If President Trump has nothing to hide, as he and his advisors repeatedly claim, they should all simply testify in the Senate trial. What is President Donald John Trump hiding from the American people? The Constitution requires a fair trial. Our democracy needs a fair trial. The American people deserve a fair trial. A fair trial means witnesses. A fair trial means documents. A fair trial means a consideration of all of the available evidence. A fair trial means testimony from Mick Mulvaney. Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers reserve the balance of our time.
Mr. Cipollone.
Thank you.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, good evening. My name is Michael Propura. I serve as Deputy Counsel to the President. We strongly oppose the amendment and support the resolution. There is simply no need to alter the process on witnesses and documents from that of the Clinton trial, which was supported by this body 100-0. At its core, this case is very simple, and the key facts are undisputed. First, you've seen the transcripts, which the President released transparently, unprecedentedly. There was no quid pro quo for anything. Security assistance funds aren't even mentioned on the call. Second, President Zelensky and the highest-ranking officials in the Ukrainian government repeatedly have said there was no quid pro quo and there was no pressure. Third, the Ukrainians were not even aware of the pause in the aid at the time of the call and weren't aware of it, did not become aware of it until more than a month later. Fourth, The only witnesses in the House record who actually spoke to the president about the aid, Ambassador Sondland and Senator Ron Johnson, say the president was unequivocal in saying there was no quid pro quo. Fifth, and this one's pretty obvious, the aid flowed, and President Trump and President Zelensky met without any investigations started or announced. Finally, and I ask that you not lose sight of the big picture here, by providing lethal aid to Ukraine, President Trump has proven himself to be a better friend and ally to Ukraine than his predecessor. The time for the House managers to bring their case is now. They had their chance to develop their evidence before they sent the articles of impeachment to this chamber. This chamber's role is not to do the House's job for it. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Cipollone.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Just a couple of observations. First of all, as Mr. Purpura said, all we're talking about is when this question is addressed. Under the resolution, that'll be next week. This resolution was accepted 100-0. Some of you were here then, thought it was great. If we keep going like this, it'll be next week. For those of you keeping score at home, they haven't even started yet. We're here today. We came hoping to have a trial. They spent the entire day telling you and the American people that they can't prove their case. I could have told you that in 5 minutes and saved us all a lot of time. They came here talking about the GAO. It's an organization that works for Congress. Do you know who disagrees with the GAO? Don't take it from me. They do. They sent you articles of impeachment that makes no claim of any violation of any law. By the way, you know what also doesn't? You can search high and low in the articles of impeachment. You know what it doesn't say? Quid pro quo, because there wasn't any. Only in Washington would someone say that it's wrong when you don't spend taxpayer dollars fast enough, even if you spend them on time. Now let's talk about the Judiciary Committee for a second. 2 days in the Judiciary Committee, 2 days. The Judiciary Committee is supposed to be in charge of impeachments. The delivery time for the articles they produced was 33 days. I think this might be the first impeachment in history where the delivery time was longer than the investigation in the Judiciary Committee. They come here and falsely accuse people. By the way, they falsely accused you. You're on trial now. They falsely accuse people of phony political investigations. Really? Since the House Democrats took over, that's all we've had from them. They've used their office, all the money that the taxpayers send to Washington to pay them, to conduct phony political investigations against the president, against his family, against anyone who knew him. They started impeaching him the minute he was elected. They've weaponized the House of Representatives to investigate incessantly their political opponent. And they come here and make false allegations of phony political investigations. I think the doctors call that projection. It's time for it to end. It's time for someone, for the Senate, to hold them accountable. Think about what they're asking. I said it, they didn't deny it. They're trying to remove President Trump's name from the ballot, and they can't prove their case. They've told you that all day long. Think about what they're asking some of you senators to do. Some of you are running for president. They're asking you to use your office to remove your political opponent from the ballot. That's wrong. That's not in the interest of our country. And to be honest with you, it's not really a show of confidence. So we will, I suppose, have this debate again next week, if we ever get there. It's getting late. I would ask you respectfully if we could simply start. Maybe tomorrow we can start, and they can make their argument, and they can, I guess, make a case that they once called overwhelming. We'll see. But this resolution is right, and it's fair, and it makes sense. You have a right to hear what they have to say before you have to decide these critical issues. That's all this is about. Is it now, or is it a week from now? Seriously, can we please start? Thank you.
The House, Mr. Cipollone, is your side complete?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you. The House managers have 14 minutes remaining.
Counsel for the President indicated that we have not charged President Trump with a crime. We have charged him with crimes against the United States Constitution, high crimes and misdemeanors. Abuse of power strikes at the very heart of what the framers of the Constitution were concerned about. Betrayal of one's oath of office for personal gain, and the corruption of our democracy. High crimes and misdemeanors, that's what this trial is all about. Now, counsel for the President, again, has declined to address the substantive merits of the amendment that has been offered. Tried to suggest that House Democrats have only been focused on trying to oust President Trump. Nothing can be further from the truth. In the last year, we passed 400 bills sent into this chamber. 275 of those bills are bipartisan in nature, addressing issues like lowering health care costs and prescription drug prices, trying to deal with the gun violence epidemic. We've worked with President Trump on criminal justice reform. I personally worked with him, along with all of you, on the First Step Act. We worked with him on the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. We worked with him to fund the government. We don't hate this president, but we love the Constitution. We love America. We love our democracy. That's why we're here today. The question was asked by Mr. Sekulow as he opened before this distinguished body. Why are we here? Let me see if I can just posit an answer to that question. We are here, sir, because President Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political and personal gain. We are here, sir, because President Trump solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election and corrupted our democracy. We are here, sir, because President Trump withheld $391 million in military aid from a vulnerable Ukraine without justification in a manner that has been deemed unlawful. We are here, sir, because President Donald Trump elevated his personal political interests and subordinated the national security interests of the United States of America. We are here, sir, because President Trump corruptly abused his power and then he tried to cover it up. And we are here, sir, to follow the facts, apply the law, be guided by the Constitution, and present the truth to the American people. That is why we are here, Mr. Sekulow. And if you don't know, now you know. I yield to my distinguished colleague, Chairman Schiff.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and just want to provide a couple quick fact checks on my colleagues at the other table. First, Mr. Purpura said that security assistance funds were not mentioned at all in the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Well, let's think back to what was discussed in that call. You might remember from that call that President Zelensky thanks President Trump for the Javelin anti-tank weapons and says they're ready to order some more. And what is President Trump's immediate response? I have a favor to ask, though. What was it about the president of Ukraine bringing up military assistance that triggered the president to go immediately to the favor that he wanted? I think that's telling that it takes place in that part of the conversation. So, yes, security assistance, military assistance did come up in that call. It came up immediately preceding the ask. What kind of message do you think that sends to Ukraine? They're not stupid. The people watching this aren't stupid. Now, Mr. Purpura says, well, they never found out about it, or they didn't find out about the freeze in the aid until a month later. Mr. Purpura needs to be a little more careful with his facts. Let me tell you about some of the testimony you're going to hear, and you'll only hear it because it took place in the House. If these were other witnesses, you wouldn't be able to hear it. But you had Catherine Croft, a witness from the State Department, a career official at the State Department, who talked about how quickly, actually, after the freeze went into place, the Ukrainians found out about it, and she started getting contacts from the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington. She said she was really impressed with their diplomatic tradecraft. Now, what does that mean? It means she was really impressed with how quickly the Ukrainians found out about something that the administration was trying to hide from the American people. Ukraine found out about it. In fact, Laura Cooper, a career official at the Defense Department, said that her office started getting inquiries from Ukraine about the issues with the aid on July 25th, the very day of the call. So much for Ukraine not finding out about this for a month later. But I thought this was very telling, too. The New York Times disclosed that by July 30th, so within a week of the call between President Trump and President Zelensky, Ukraine's foreign ministry received a diplomatic cable from its embassy indicating that Trump had frozen the military aid. Within a week, that cable is reported to have gone from the Ukrainian embassy to the Ukrainian foreign ministry. And the former Ukrainian Deputy Foreign Minister Olena Zerkal said, quote, "We have this information. It was definitely mentioned that there were some issues." She went on to say that the cable was simultaneously provided to President Zelensky's office. But Andrei Yermak, who you'll learn more about later, a top aide to President Zelensky, reportedly directed her to keep silent and not discuss the hold with reporters or Congress. Now, We heard testimony about why the Ukrainians wanted to keep it secret, that they knew about the hole. You can imagine why. Zelensky didn't want his own people to know that the President of the United States was holding back aid from him. What does that look like for a new president of Ukraine who is trying to make the case that he's going to be able to defend his own country because he has such a great relationship with the great patron of the United States? He didn't want Ukrainians to know about it, but you know, even more than that, he didn't want the Russians to know about it for the reasons we talked about earlier. So yes, the Ukrainians kept it close to the vest. Now, Mr. Papero also went on to say, well, the Ukrainians say they don't feel any pressure. That's what they say now. Of course, we know that's not true. We've had testimony that they didn't want to be used as a political pawn in U.S. domestic politics. They resisted it. You'll hear more testimony about that, about the efforts to push back on this public statement, how they tried to water it down, how they tried to leave out the specifics, and how Giuliani, at the president's behest, forced them to know, no, this isn't going to be credible if you don't add Burisma and you don't add 2016. You'll hear about the pressure. They felt it. So why isn't President Zelensky now saying he was pressured? Well, can you imagine the impact of that? Can you imagine the impact of President Zelensky if he were to acknowledge today, hell yes, we felt pressured. You would too. We're at war with Russia, for crying out loud. Yeah, we felt pressure. We needed those hundreds of millions of military aid, but you think I'm going to say that now? I still can't get in the White House door. They let Lavrov in, the Russian foreign minister, they let him in. I can't even get in the White House door. You think I'm going to go out now and admit to this scheme? I mean, anyone who's watched this president the last 3 years knows how vindictive he can be. Do you think it would be smart for the president of Ukraine to contradict the president of the United States so directly on an issue he's being impeached for? That would be the worst form of malpractice for the new president of Ukraine. We shouldn't be surprised he would deny it. We should be surprised if he were to admit it. Now, let me just end with a couple observations about Mr. Cipollone's comments. He says, this is no big deal. We're not talking about when we're going to have witnesses or if we're going to have witnesses. We're just talking about when. Just talking about when. As if, well, later they're going to say, oh, yes, well, we're happy to have the witnesses now. It's just a question of when. Okay. As my colleague said, let's be real. There will be no when. There will be no when. Do you think they're going to have an epiphany a few days from now and say, okay, we're ready for witnesses? No, no, their goal is get you to say no now, get you to have the trial, and then argue, make it go away. Let's dismiss the whole thing. That's the plan. A vote to delay is a vote to deny. Let's make no mistake about that. They're not going to have an epiphany a few days from now and suddenly say, okay, the American people do deserve the answers. Their whole goal is that you'll never get to that point. You'll never get to that point. When they say when, they mean never. I yield back.
The majority leader is recognized.
I make a motion to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Ms. McSally, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 47. The amendment is tabled.
Mr. Chief Justice,
Mr. Majority Leader is recognized.
I would ask consent to ask the Democratic leader, since there's a certain similarity to all these amendments, whether he might be willing to enter into a consent agreement to stack these votes.
Without objection, the inquiry is permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. The bottom line is very simple. As has been clear to every senator and the country, we believe witnesses and documents are extremely important, and a compelling case has been made for them. We will have votes on all of those. We will also, the leader, without consulting us, made changes, a number of significant changes that significantly deviated from the 1999 Clinton resolution. We want to change those. So there will be a good number of votes. We are willing to do some of those votes tomorrow. There's no reason we have to do them all tonight and inconvenience the Senate and the Chief Justice. But we will not back off on getting votes on all of these amendments, which we regard as extremely significant and important to the country.
As I've said,
Consent was for a question.
As I've said repeatedly, all of these amendments under the resolution could be dealt with at the appropriate time. I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, the Senate is taking a little break and a little vote, which Molly is going to explain to us the process that's going on right now.
So what happens is we just saw in the lead up to this quorum call, quote unquote, Mitch McConnell saying, hey, let's just stack these votes because Chuck Schumer has a number of amendments he wants to offer, as opposed to continuing to go at this pace, which could last all night. Let's just stack these votes. We'll have them all at the same time, essentially, and condense the schedule. And Chuck Schumer came up and he said, no, I want to have a debate and a vote on each of my amendments. However, I'm willing to work with you in terms of the schedule because, bear in mind, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is presiding over this impeachment trial.
And he's got a day job.
He has a day job, which incidentally decides a lot for this country. It has to do with the law. And so Schumer said, okay, well, we're willing to work with you on that, on the timing in terms of when we will come back, essentially. And so what happened is when you hear McConnell saying, I suggest the absence of a quorum, and this is something viewers of C-SPAN and Senate.gov are very familiar, it basically is a placeholder that allows the clock to run while the Senate's waiting for a senator to come and speak and or say what's happening now, what I believe is happening. We can't see them because, of course, we don't have the entire chamber, but I imagine that Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer are confabbing about, okay, what are we going to do? Let's do one more amendment tonight. We'll take a vote. We'll reconvene tomorrow at a time certain. So right now they're just working out these sort of housekeeping details, but not the housekeeping details related to the impeachment trial overall.
No. So does it look like perhaps that they're planning on wrapping up soon?
I would say probably they are. I mean, again, Schumer was very mindful of Chief Justice John Roberts' schedule, and you know, given that we've seen some of the amendments that Chuck Schumer wants to add, one of which being a subpoena for documents from the Defense Department, that debate would go probably very much like the debate has been going thus far this afternoon related to the demand for documents from the State Department, from the OMB, from the White House, and the next one would be the Defense Department. And earlier today, I believe it was one of the House managers, maybe Adam Schiff, mentioned that the Energy Department could expect to, so Schumer has a number of these up his sleeve.
But so, Molly, it's pretty clear then at this point that the Democrat strategy is to painstakingly go through each single one of these potential subpoenas for evidence, for witnesses, and not rush through them.
Exactly. And remember, what we just saw unfold, I believe it was Adam Schiff came up and responded to White House counsel Pat Cipollone's quote-unquote observation that really the Democrats are just, this is Cipollone, Democrats are just drawing out this process because the White House counsel, they're not, and this is per Cipollone, they're not necessarily, they don't say that there can't be any witnesses. They're just saying, why are we having this debate now?
Right.
And Adam Schiff came up and said, that's a little disingenuous because basically we won't get the evidence. We can't have this conversation. We can't introduce this information until after senators have already asked questions. And by the way, in this resolution, there's only 4 hours allowed under this resolution for both sides to propose and debate.
So there's no way they could, they could question these witnesses, include all of the evidence they want to include.
Well, even just make the case for them, because think about it. Like, look at your clock. How long have we been here? That's a lot longer than 4 hours that Democrats have been, or the House managers, I suppose I should say, have been making a case for these key documents. And most recent vote was on Mick Mulvaney, compelling Mick Mulvaney to come before the Congress. And so really what it's doing is it's buying Democrats time to make their case for these witnesses up front, as opposed to waiting till the end of the process when, again, you only get 2 hours apiece.
Right, because each single time they're making the case for the resolution, we're actually hearing some of the evidence.
Exactly. And make no mistake, these Democrats, if you've been watching, of course, great CBSN viewers have been watching, the exhibits that have been posted, the video presentations that have been, I mean, it's well prepared. And obviously these House managers came prepared to play and to make these amendments, again, before the Senate votes on McConnell's resolution.
Right. So this request that McConnell has, that can't you just put them all together in one little bundle and we can vote on them at once?
Well, and sometimes what happens is the Senate and the House, they will, quote unquote, stack votes. So essentially that looks like, okay, we're voting on, we're going to debate a resolution, hold that vote, we'll debate the next resolution, hold that vote, and wait till the very end when they can just go boom, 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 vote
on each one, right?
Yes, but Schumer's basically saying, no, we don't want that. And he intimated that, these changes that we learned of earlier today, whereby both sides, the House managers and the White House counsel would have 3 days to make their case as opposed to condensing it into 2. These changes that McConnell made at the behest of the more moderate members of his caucus, Charles Schumer said, these are a lot more, he didn't use the word nefarious, but tricky than they seem. It's not so clear cut. It's not just 3 days and, evidence being allowed in.
The devil is in the details.
The devil's in the details. And I have a feeling he wants to amend a lot of those details.
Yes. And so is that what they are discussing right now?
Well, essentially, again, how I envision what has normally happened in the past is the leaders would be discussing the amendments that Chuck Schumer was going to bring up. Again, I have a feeling it's in relation to the time and the timing of when, of how long the Senate will go tonight, whether the Senate will, in fact, wait and listen to debate over this amendment to compel documents from the Defense Department.
Molly, sorry to interrupt, but I'm hearing that Senator Hirono is speaking. Let's listen in.
And just a lot of specious arguments, including they continue to think that all we care about is getting rid of the president. They don't want to talk about what the president did. So it's clear to me that they did not prepare very well for this trial, and I figure that that's how it's going to be. You know, they're defending a president who has said under Article 2 of the Constitution, I can do anything I want. I can do anything I want, and that's exactly what he's doing.
We just heard Senator Horna there complaining that Republicans keep saying this is all about trying to get rid of a duly elected president, and the senator there just said, no, that's not our point. Our point is he did wrong. He did wrong. Right. It has nothing to do with the president himself. Do you think, though, there is some teeth to that Republican argument that, you know, Democrats have from the beginning been targeting this president?
Oh, sure. And once this trial gets started, you know, Pat Cipollone implored the Senate, let's just get this trial started already. The White House will make that point and hold up that Washington Post headline, you know, the race to impeach the president has begun. And that headline came the day of the inauguration, or the day after the inauguration of Donald Trump.
At the same time, as the senator pointed out, they cannot just hide behind that if the president does do something wrong.
Of course. And, you know, I'm not necessarily endorsing that as a strategy, but it is something that we did hear a lot from the House Republicans. And those vociferous defenders of the president like Doug Collins, John Ratcliffe, Jim Jordan, individuals who are playing a role behind the scenes in terms of messaging this, have pushed that message that this was out from the, you know, as soon as Donald Trump became the president, Democrats introduced resolutions to impeach this president for one thing or another. Comments he made regarding Charlottesville, you know, what's going on at the border. There were a number of resolutions introduced in the House aimed at impeaching President Trump, and, you know, prior to, of course, the official impeachment inquiry. And Republicans will point to that and say, look, they've been wanting to do this the whole time. And after the Mueller report came out, and it didn't provide, it did not say that there was Russian collusion and the obstruction of justice, the 10 items of obstruction of justice listed, they may have been listed, but Bob Mueller didn't recommend impeaching the president. He didn't recommend not impeaching either.
He really left that into the hands of Congress.
Well, exactly. And really, you know, that added such a wrinkle for both sides, really, because talking to Republicans in the House leading up to the Mueller report, a number of them said to me, we anticipate that Bob Mueller will recommend impeachment, just as Ken Starr did. But that was a different mandate. But Ken Starr went to Congress with his, I mean, bankers boxes, like massive numbers of bankers boxes full of evidence and a recommendation that the House impeach then President Clinton. That did not happen with Bob Mueller, which left the Democrats and Republicans sort of in this no man's land of where do we go? Because if you look at the Mueller report, Bob Mueller did list 10 items of possible obstruction of justice, but how do you argue that?
Yeah.
You know, and then this call comes out, and all of a sudden it's like, oh boy, here we go. And because it has gone so quickly, the House investigation from start to finish went so quickly, comparatively speaking, to the Clinton impeachment and Andrew Johnson, you know, back in the day, that Republicans are pointing to the fact that this is something that Democrats were pushing from the beginning. They were looking for a reason to impeach the president. Fair or not, that's what Republicans, I think, are going to be arguing.
Right. All right. So, Molly Hooper, thank you so much. And we're going to be right back in a few moments with more of the Senate impeachment trial. You're streaming Red and Blue on CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest name.
All right, we're going to take you back to the Senate floor where Senator Chuck Schumer is speaking. Let's listen in.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1288. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following section. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedures and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, 1, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the Secretary of Defense commanding him to produce, for the time period from January 1, 2019 to the present, all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the Department of Defense referring or relating to A, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and foreign military financing, FMF, including but not limited to 1, communications among or between officials at the Department of Defense, White House, Office of Management and Budget, Department of State, or Office of the Vice President. 2, documents, communications, notes, or other records created, sent, or received by the Secretary Mark Esper, Deputy Secretary David Norquist, Undersecretary of Defense Elaine McCusker, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper or Mr. Eric Tuning. 3, draft or final letters from Deputy Secretary David Norquist to the Office of Management and Budget. And 4, unredacted copies of all documents released in response to the September 25, 2019 Freedom of Information Act request by the Center for Public Integrity, tracking number 19-F-1934. B, the Ukrainian government's knowledge prior to August 28, 2019 of any actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to all meetings, calls, or other engagements with Ukrainian officials regarding potential or actual suspensions, holds, or delays in United States assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1, communications received from the Department of State concerning the Ukrainian Embassy's inquiries about United States foreign assistance, military assistance, and security assistance to Ukraine, and 2, communications received directly from the Ukrainian Embassy about United States foreign assistance, military assistance, and security assistance to Ukraine. C, communications, opinions, advice, counsel, approvals, or concurrences provided by the Department of Defense, Office of Management and Budget, or the White House on the legality of any suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, and security assistance to Ukraine. D, planned or actual meetings with President Trump related to United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to any talking points and notes for Secretary Mark Esper's planned or actual meetings with President Trump on August 16, August 19, or August 30, 2019. E, the decision announced on or about September 11, 2019 to release appropriated foreign assistance, military assistance, and security assistance to Ukraine, including but not limited to any notes, memoranda, documentation, or correspondence related to the decision, and F, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including but not limited to documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21 and July 25, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York. And 2, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this action.
The amendment is arguable by the parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Mr. Manager Schiff, are you a proponent or opponent? Mr. Cipollone?
Mr. Chief Justice, we are an opponent.
So, Mr. Schiff, the House managers can proceed first and reserve time for rebuttal.
Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers will be reserving the balance of our time to respond to the argument of the counsel for the President. Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, and the American people, I'd like to begin by getting something off of my chest, something that's been bothering me for a little while. Counsel for the President and some other folks in this room have been talking a lot about how late it's getting, how long this debate is taking. It's almost 10 p.m. in Washington, D.C. They say, let's get the show on the road. Let's get moving. And the whole time, the only thing I can think about is how late it is in other places. Because right now, it's the middle of the night,